Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1470 of the War News Stream. And tonight we have wild news to report. We are hearing that Iran is threatening imminent strikes on Israeli nuclear sites. Also, Iran has fired missiles at a nuclear air base in Turkey today, essentially attacking a NATO country. Also, US B-2 stealth bombers are actively deploying to the Middle East very soon. And we have massive news tonight, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of the news from around the world, and particularly from the ongoing war within the Middle East, as the Islamic Republic of Iran has attempted today a direct attack, one, on NATO territory within the Republic of Turkey, and two, on US and NATO nuclear forces at the Incirlik Air Base in southern Turkey. According to Turkish air defense reports, several drones and missiles were attempted to be fired within the area of the Incirlik Air Base, and Turkish air defenses were successful in intercepting and shooting down the drones and missiles before they posed a threat to the US, NATO, and Turkish forces that are currently based at Incirlik Air Base in southern Turkey. We also been able to hear that the Islamic Republic of Iran has issued a direct threat to the state of Israel that they will attempt to cause significant damage to the Dimona Nuclear Research Reactor in the Negev Desert with a significant and overwhelming rocket and drone strike within the future. It does appear that at the moment, the Islamic Republic of Iran is now moving along the lines of moving on and upgrading from just standard terrorism, terrorizing most countries within the region with indiscriminate attacks against military infrastructure and citizenry of all nations, but it now appears they're moving on to what could be described as nuclear terrorism, as they are now attempting to directly cause damage and destroy nuclear infrastructure and weaponry within multiple Gulf state allies and also NATO allies within the Republic of Turkey. We've also been able to hear of some further significant developments within the area of the Indian Ocean and also the Gulf of Oman and the Strait of Hormuz, as the United States Navy has apparently declared open season on the Iranians and have destroyed one of Iran's largest surface-going vessels, the frigate the IRIS Dena, off the coast of Sri Lanka today. Out of the crew of 180, only 32 survived the sinking of the ship, and we do understand that a US nuclear-powered attack submarine hit the vessel at the stern with a Mark 48 torpedo, resulting in the vessel breaking up upon the explosion of the torpedo. We also understand that this is the first torpedo kill that the United States Navy has ever seen by a US attack sub since the end of the Second World War. It's not the first of its type since the Second World War, but for the United States Navy, it is the first of its kind since the end of the Second World War in 1945. We've also been able to see, additionally, that there has been some significant damage to the Islamic Republic of Iran's expeditionary naval capabilities near to the area of the Strait of Hormuz, as another one of the bat boats, as we've called them, or the bat ships, that the Islamic Republic of Iran has, was actually hit and destroyed today in the midst of another U.S. Navy anti-ship strike, which appears to have completely destroyed that vessel, and we've also heard that there is now rumors that another vessel may have been targeted and hit within the area. However, the Iranians are attempting to strike back, and we have been able to hear that one container ship and also another vessel today further on towards the area of Iraq within the western Persian Gulf have both been hit with massive explosions caused by anti-ship weaponry that was fired by the Islamic Republic of Iran. Meanwhile, the United States Armed Forces have been able to conduct significant air operations over the Islamic Republic of Iran today, causing major damage to transporter-reactor launchers, air defenses, drone launchers, Iranian governmental and police forces, and also the Iranian military as well. We also confirmed that an Israeli F-35I Adir over the skies of Tehran successfully engaged and shot down an Iranian Yak-130. Some citizens of Iran actually cheered as their own aircraft was shot down, believing that the Iranian air defense had finally been able to claim a singular kill on an Israeli or a U.S. aircraft. Turns out they were actually cheering on the death of their own pilots, as both pilots of the Yak-130 did not eject from the aircraft and appear to have been killed upon explosion of the missile in proximity to the Yak. We've also been able to hear that inside of the Republic of Iraq, there has been a significant power outage affecting nearly two-thirds of the country today. Iraqi authorities are currently investigating the incident and trying to find the root cause. Inside of Lebanon, Israeli airstrikes have continued to hammer at Hezbollah forces throughout the entirety of the country, including in Beirut, Lebanon, as we are seeing that the Lebanese government has done practically nothing at this point to actually see that Hezbollah is finally dealt with once and for all on their end from the domestic side of the situation. The economic panic within South Korea has continued, and after a 12% plummet in the South Korean stock market last night at the beginning of our show, the stock trading reopened today, and the South Korean market once again dropped another 8% in market cap. We heard that a circuit breaker went off again inside of South Korea, and this is currently having reverberations throughout the larger area of the world in smaller countries that had significant ties to the South Korean economy. We've also heard that the British are now going to be allowing B-2 bombers to operate out of RAF Airfort and Diego Garcia for offensive operations against the Islamic Republic of Iran, but we still have not heard the words that the British will actually be joining in offensive operations. However, the French are clearly going to be joining in because they have now confirmed that the Charles de Gaulle was diverted from the Baltic Sea and is being sent to the Eastern Mediterranean, as the French embassy to the United Kingdom put out a picture today of the Charles de Gaulle underway with the caption, "Heading to the Mediterranean," highly suggesting the Iranians will be seeing that they will now be bombed not only by the United States and Israel, but also by the French, which are known for their excellence. We've also heard that the Russian Federation's liquid natural gas tanker near to Malta has suffered an absolutely irreparable amount of damage and appears to actually be sinking at this moment. We've also heard additional news out of the United States of America of the 2 U.S. soldiers who at this moment had not been named and identified yet by the U.S. Department of Defense as those who have been dead, but we were able to get information on the additional 2 soldiers out of the 6 which had not been named and covered so far, which we will be talking about later on air. Inside of Ukraine, we've also been able to see that the Ukrainian Armed Forces did conduct major and significant strikes against the Russian Federation overnight with drone forces, and we've also been able to see that the Russian Federation is now going to be increasing the size of the Russian army by a presidential decree, possibly suggesting pre-mobilization efforts to prepare for a larger conflict either with Ukraine or with the whole of Europe in the future. But with all that in mind, we have a humongous amount of news to cover over just these past 24 hours, and as channel tradition dictates, we will be starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories of the night. I have to say, though, there is no small story tonight. I mean, once we get through with the Middle East, we then move into the Russians looking like they're getting ready to start a war with NATO. So it's not really a small news day at all. It's major all the way. But with that, it is time for us to move on into our major news, which is immediately going to be taking us into the Republic of Turkey. The Republic of Turkey is a significant NATO ally and has been ever since the inception of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization due to its control of the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles, which has largely historically stopped the Russian Black Sea Fleet from having free access in and out of the Black Sea and into the Mediterranean to further threaten NATO forces and possible international commercial shipping. We have seen that Turkey, while being a questionable ally in recent times, with the phrase "Turkey does Turkey things" becoming an incredibly common one to describe how the Turkish government goes about its actions in foreign policy, Turkey is still an official NATO ally, and not only that, a semi-official partner of the European Union. Over the course of the day, we were able to confirm that there were interceptions that were conducted today by Turkish air defense forces near to the area of their southern coast, as Turkish Air Defense Ministry, the Turkish Defense Ministry stated that ballistic missiles fired from Iran towards Turkey had been destroyed by NATO air defenses in the eastern Mediterranean earlier today. We have now been able to get additional information that there may have been a possible impact by a drone at the endpoint target that the Iranians were trying to hit, and from all sources that we have been able to find, it appears that the Islamic Republic of Iran was attempting to target the Incirlik Air Base within southern Turkey, home to the US Air Force's 39th Air Base Wing, which is a major logistical support unit within the area. And not only that, it houses and maintains US B-61 tactical nuclear gravity bombs, which are also housed and operated at this facility. It does appear that at the moment, from what we understand, this facility does not appear to have taken any direct hits that have been incredibly damaging, but one thing that we can say is that this is a confirmed attempted attack on a NATO ally within the Republic of Turkey. It's unclear at the moment whether or not they have been directly hit and any damage has been sustained on the sovereign territory of the Republic of Turkey, or if U.S. forces within the airbase, Turkish forces, or NATO forces have sustained any damage, but we largely can confirm that the Incirlik Air Base did come under attack earlier today. I cannot mention enough how important this airbase is for U.S. air operations within the area, as it actually houses, according to our own NATO force disposition map, the 39th Air Base Wing, which is a significant logistical support wing of the United States Air Force that operates not only out of Incirlik, but also at the air bases at Izmir and Ankara as well, helping to support U.S. air operations that are attempting to transit into the Middle East or are operating within the Middle East, including during the war right now. This means that the Iranians did try to knock out a logistics hub, a nuclear maintenance and general storage facility, and not only that, has attempted a direct attack on NATO forces on NATO soil today. By all definitions, this actually would meet an Article 5 invocation if any one of these missiles or drones is later confirmed to have hit the area of the Incirlik Air Base or any surrounding area in the countryside's surrounding city of Adana, where this air base is currently at. It
is a bit wild. It is a bit wild that Iran would go for a nuclear armed air base. Out of all the things it could have possibly hit, they're going for one that houses U.S. nuclear weaponry there at the base. Now, granted, I think the nuclear weaponry is, of course, stored in a very hardened facility on the air base, so it's not like it could be immediately attacked. It would be very hard to actually get to it. But it's still wild, though, that they're even attacking anywhere in the vicinity of these gravity bombs that are currently at that location.
This is actually one of the very bombs that is stored at the Incirlik Air Base right here, at least this general type. This is a B-61 gravity bomb. Gravity bomb is a very fancy way of saying this is a normal bomb. It uses the power of gravity to pull it towards the ground after it's dropped off of an aircraft, and once it hits the ground, or once it's a certain altitude above the ground, it then explodes. That's generally what a gravity bomb is. There's nothing really special about it. It's a normal nuclear bomb. But generally, there are several of these that we know of that are held at the Incirlik Air Base specifically, and the Iranians went out of their way to try and attack it today. The possibility of any sort of a nuclear explosion happening due to the Iranians landing a hit at this airbase is woefully low. These bombs have to be armed to be able to explode, and currently in their storage configuration, they are nowhere close to being armed. If the storage facility was hit and it was actually ruptured, at least the larger membrane of the storage facility was ruptured, and the explosion actually made it to these weapons, it would spread out a decent amount of radioactive debris, at least within that bunker, and possibly outwards into the gaping hole in the side of the membrane of the storage facility, but it wouldn't cause any irreparable amount of damage, say like, a tactical nuclear bomb going off in the middle of Incirlik. That will not be happening. Still, it is quite an escalation by the Islamic Republic of Iran, 1 against NATO and 2 against the United States, as they've now directly tried to attack the closest nuclear forces that we have currently within the region. region. We're still waiting to see if a drone did make impact or landfall on the area of the airbase, because there has been some sort of reports indicating that that may have happened, but we have not gotten any video evidence out of the Adana city area of any sorts of fires or the sounds of explosions happening directly onto the base, meaning that the likelihood of that happening is fairly low at the moment. However, we were
what's crazier. Also, by the way, what's crazier than that is apparently the NATO air defense has shot down the incoming Iranian missiles. Apparently, was a U.S. fighter jet, to my knowledge. That seems to be the current prevailing theory. That was a U.S. fighter jet that shot it down, but there's not a whole bunch of details on that. So, Enforcer, what can you tell us about the thing that actually shot it down?
I would say that we really don't know at the moment. The only statement that we got was from the Turkish Defense Ministry, and they stated that NATO air defenses shot down the incoming threats, meaning that it could have been British, they could have been the Royal Air Force, it could have been the U.S. Air Force, it could have even been their own Air Force, but that's highly unlikely given the way that they worded this. It's most likely some other country that's currently involved in air defense operations, and it most likely would have been the British or the United States, but we're not entirely certain at the moment.
Yeah, it appears to be. I'd seen earlier there was claims that a U.S. fighter jet had shot it down. I don't think there was any ground-based air defense that was involved in this, according to what I've heard so far. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what they're saying intercepted it. But, I mean, it is an attack on a NATO country. I mean, whether or not they declare Article 5 over it, that's an entirely separate issue. Today, NATO was officially attacked because Turkey is in NATO. So they were luckily able to shoot it down, or otherwise it could have put that airstrip or that air base out of action if they'd have damaged the runway itself.
It certainly could have, and we've also heard of similar situations where air bases have been significantly threatened by Iranian forces over the course of the day, but generally all of those attempted attacks were luckily thwarted, just like the one in Incirlik, and funnily enough, by our allies, as a matter of fact, but we'll be getting to that here in just a moment. Speaking of nuclear threats, or general Iranian nuclear terrorism, as it now appears to be the case, we also have been able to hear that the Islamic Republic of Iran has put out significant threats with propaganda posters today that they are going to try and target and hit and even destroy the Negev Nuclear Research Facility inside of the Negev Desert as well over the course of the day. We'll be getting to that here in just a moment. But a lot of people are talking about the situation, at least right now, with what's going on with the Republic of Turkey and the air defenses that were fired to shoot down the incoming Iranian ballistic missiles and drones that were targeting the Incirlik Air Base. And Matthew, what are people currently thinking about that and what the response to that might be? And what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so like we were talking about, Turkey was attacked by Iran. We're told that one or maybe possibly two missiles were fired at Turkey. And also we had heard later in the evening, just a couple hours ago, that there might have also been a drone that was fired secondarily from the missiles that also went toward their airspace. But we're currently waiting on more details about that. Turkey is being very elusive about what actually took place. They're being very sketchy about it. And they're probably doing that to try to cover it up. But what are your thoughts about this? 38% said this will largely be ignored for the most part, while 26% said Article 5 might happen later on down the road, and 27% said NATO Article 5 will be triggered now. So Turkey did make a comment about Article 5, by the way. Also, the U.S. Department of War made a comment as well. It's kind of interesting. The Department of War is speaking on behalf of Turkey, which was the injured party here. They said, oh, they won't declare Article 5 over that. So I guess they're preempting Turkey's Article 5 request by saying that they're not going to really care whether or not they say that or not. So Turkey is saying they reserve the right to respond, but they are currently not seeking NATO Article 5. That's what Turkey's saying right now. But of course, if Iran continues to attack, that could change. That could definitely change really quick. But it is important to note, though, that Turkey can defend its country without seeking the Article 5 declaration. They can respond independently without NATO assistance. So it's totally up to them. They can call a convention if they want to have a vote on that, but if they don't want it, it's not mandatory. So I would say it might happen later, but probably not now, considering their statement. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that this probably will be ignored at the moment. The Turks are trying to figure out how they're going to make this work for their foreign policy and how they're going to respond based off of that. So they're trying to figure that out at the moment. I'm sure that a lot of meetings are being held in Ankara right now to try and figure out what the path forward for the Turks are going to be. But the thing about this, folks, and this is a thing that I've seen a lot of people in the chat say, is that an aggressor state cannot declare Article 5, and I think that many people are confused here, and I want to try and clarify this for the few that are saying this. The Republic of Turkey is not a U.S. state, and that's generally where that would only apply. Like, for example, if the state of Georgia within the United States was hit somehow by an Iranian missile, and it blew up in, say, somewhere like, Savannah, Well, there's not really a lot that we could do. We couldn't invoke Article 5 because technically at that point, that's outside of a pretty much an unprovoked attack that would require a defensive action. However, the Republic of Turkey is not a state of the United States of America, neither does it fall under the U.S. territories or U.S. overseas territories of the United States of America, meaning that it's a totally different country. Meaning that if the Iranians drop a bomb on that thing, that is not a country that is aggressed against Iran. As a matter of fact, Turkey has done nothing to Iran up until this point, basically like everyone else in the Middle East. So if Turkey is attacked, which they generally were today, although the damage was not, significant or even existent because they shot down all of the incoming air targets, the Turks could declare Article 5 if they wanted to. As a matter of fact, it would be easy at them even at this moment right now to declare an Article 4 invocation and consult with all of the allies in Brussels and Belgium, or have everyone fly down to Ankara and talk to them down there. They could do either one of those, at least right now. So with that in mind, the Turks definitely could try and invoke Article 5 over this, but right now it appears that they're trying to figure out whether they'd want to do something like that or not, and whether this is going to continue on into the future, with further Iranian attacks attempting to slam into Turkey or cause damage to their forces or NATO forces that are based on the territory of the Republic of Turkey. But moving us on...
Well, really, if you think about it, I mean, essentially NATO's already involved in this conflict, if you really think about it, because we're hearing that France is sending the Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier to the region, so France is heavily involved. Spain, they want to stay out of it, so Spain's staying out on their own accord over there. Germany is also, I think, somewhat involved as well. So there are plenty of European states that are already assisting, and the UK is also assisting as well. They're assisting in shooting down these incoming Iranian missiles. So Article 5 would essentially not really change very much, to be perfectly honest, because Iran's already getting hit for the most part. I guess it would open or pave the way for more offensive operations that Europe could actually conduct on Iran itself, but I'm not sure. I'm just not entirely sure, though, because right now we're seeing potentially the Gulf states might be about to attack Iran. It seems like they're sort of leaning toward that at this point. So I'm not really sure if Article 5 is really required at this point.
It kind of would be required, at least to bring in the Italians, the Germans, the Poles, the Swedes, and the others that are fairly significant military players within Europe. To be entirely honest with y'all, Spain isn't really that big of a military player. Like, they're okay, but they're not the greatest. You would really be looking for the Italians, the Germans, the Poles, and the Swedes to hop in at this point. But the thing about it right now, though, is that NATO isn't really involved. It's several large countries within NATO, like Britain, France, and the United States, but Britain is involved in air defense because of their allies and their obligations that they have in the Middle East, like the airspace over the Kingdom of Jordan. And that's really the only way that they're involved so far, although they did get attacked at RAF Akrotiri, and somehow, some way, they didn't declare an Article 4 or an Article 5 invocation over that, which they actually could have. We really basically saw that they almost ignored that outright and just sent a daring-class destroyer down there to try and protect the area a little bit better. The French were attacked down in Dubai, well, actually down in Abu Dhabi, actually. Their base within the UAE was attacked, and now we're hearing that they're conducting defensive air operations over the UAE, and they're sending the Charles de Gaulle, and they also had a Security Council meeting about a day or two ago, which heavily suggests that they're leaning very much into the idea that they might start to bomb the Iranians along with the United States and Israel in response to the attack on the French base in the UAE. So they might be getting involved. The British really aren't right now, and nobody else in Europe right now is really doing much of anything. So if Turkey does get the chance to invoke Article 5 of the NATO Charter, they actually might be able to see that a lot of countries join in and help them out that currently aren't involved in really any capacity whatsoever.
Yeah, possibly so. I mean, it couldn't hurt, I don't think, because at this point, if Iran's wanting to pick fights with people, which clearly they're picking a fight with NATO by sending missiles into Turkey like that, then it certainly wouldn't hurt to bring people in. It's not like we're escalating things. Iran's escalating on their own accord. So, I mean, it may come eventually, but it's not coming right now, though. I think it's pretty clear based on Turkey's statement that they are not intending to call Article 5 or even request it whatsoever. And also, the U.S. is not happy about that idea at all. The way the Department of War put it out today, they're basically telling Turkey, forget it, that's off the table for the most part. So I don't think it's happening right now.
And it does appear that it won't be happening right now. And moving us on out of that, we've also been able to hear of some other significant developments down inside of Israel. To quickly bring y'all to this facility, we have to talk about this one that's actually a fairly important one. This is the Negev Nuclear Research Center, which is within the area of the Negev Desert. It's actually called the Dimona Research Reactor. That's the technical name of it, because it's near to the town of Dimona, which is right up there. But the Iranians actually put out on their own state television and propaganda networks today this picture, which had the caption in Hebrew and also in Persian, Dimona reactor ... soon, largely suggesting that they will be conducting some sort of attack, either missile or drone attack, against the Negev nuclear research facility and attempting to destroy the research reactor within that area. Much like the IR-40 reactor in Iraq, if it is hit and the reactor is exposed to the open air, this is not going to be creating any sort of a major radiological incident. These are research reactors both inside of Iran and also within Israel, meaning that they use raw uranium ore that's just submerged in water to conduct a low-level nuclear reaction or nuclear fission, meaning that there isn't a large amount of radiation to be produced. As a matter of fact, if you remove the water, the reaction would hardly even be ongoing. There would be some radioactivity produced at minimal amounts, but it wouldn't cause a major radiological incident. However, the reason why this nuclear facility is important is because these sorts of research reactors, both in Iran and in Israel, actually produce a fairly important byproduct from their fission, which is largely weapons-grade usable plutonium. This is generally why we know the Israelis have nuclear weapons. They've had this thing around for a couple of decades now, and that's why we believe also that a lot of Israeli-made nuclear weapons would most likely be plutonium-based, because they're able to get the plutonium out of the raw uranium ore without having to have centrifuges to enrich uranium into a usable isotope like uranium-235, which is the most common form used in nuclear weaponry. So the Iranians appear to be directly threatening this facility with some sort of a direct attack, which now, if we align that with the news that we got earlier today from Incirlik and the fact that they were trying to attack an airbase that has US nuclear forces based at it, and on top of that, they're now threatening to attack the Dimona Nuclear Research Facility, which is also a nuclear facility, it almost appears that the Iranians are trying to conduct a larger rash of nuclear terrorism wherever they can, to be able to try and put even larger pressure onto the Gulf state allies and generally the coalition that's currently operating against Iran within the area. I have to make it clear, though, that in both of those instances, even if the Iranians landed a successful hit, the radiological fallout or the consequences of such a successful hit would be incredibly low. You're not going to see Turkey get obliterated in a nuclear hellfire if they hit our tactical nukes in Turkey. They're not even armed, and it has to go through a proper arming and firing sequence for the tactical nuclear weapon to actually achieve fission and then explode. And if you hit the Dimona Research Reactor, it's going to just be like the hit on the Iraq reactor, the IR-40 in Iran. It's going to release a huge amount of steam, but the reaction will largely just stall, and there won't be any sort of radiological fallout as a result of that that's any higher than normal background radiation for the most part. So a lot of people are talking currently about this very threat and generally the continuation of Iran trying to threaten nuclear facilities and sites throughout the region. And Matthew, what are people currently thinking about that right now? Do people think that that's a high likelihood that it could happen, or are people thinking that Iran's attack forces have gotten so weak they really wouldn't be able to pull that off? And what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so we're seeing the propaganda come out. You saw that poster a second ago that Iran has released. It's showing the Dimona nuclear site, the reactor itself, as you can see right there. It's obviously an AI slop image. That's what Iran loves to do. Apparently, they fired all their propaganda artists, and they simply use AI now. So will Iran actually pull off an attack like this, or is it simply for propaganda? 45% said no, the strikes will be prevented, while 31% said Iran will likely hit it, and 13% said it's not even a crisis even if they try to hit it. And I would personally say that I think Iran has probably already tried to target this location before, because we have seen drone strikes and also, I believe, missile strikes that have been targeted toward the Negev desert. And typically, the main target that they would be trying to hit in that region would be one of these nuclear sites, like Negev or like Dimona. It would be one of these. So I think that Iran has tried, and they really have failed at it so far. But once again, even if they do hit it, like the enforcer mentioned, this is a heavy water research reactor, literally very analogous to Iraq inside of Iran. So it's not going to be Chernobyl if it gets hit. It's obviously not good if it gets hit. There will be an isolated, localized radiation release, but nothing too crazy. The big problem is it does hamper Israel's nuclear program to a certain degree, but you know they can live with that if it comes to it. So I would say they'll probably prevent the strikes, but it's not a crisis even if so. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that this isn't really that big of an issue. Like, whenever anyone says anything about a nuclear site possibly being targeted, it gathers a lot of attention and a lot of headlines. And generally, we also have to talk about it as well because a lot of people's attention are on this thing. But I have to tell y'all, we have a duty to tell y'all, this wouldn't be that big of a disaster or a catastrophe if this thing gets hit. It would be unfortunate for the Israelis. They stop getting the ability to get weapons-grade plutonium skimmed off the bottom of the reactor. But for everyone else in the world, and even everyone in Israel, this wouldn't be that big of a deal. The radiation release from a direct hit on this facility would be wildly low. It would basically be background radiation throughout most of the local area and slightly higher near to the actual reactor itself. But it wouldn't be that big of a deal. On top of that, we already know that the Iranians and their drone and missile attack capabilities have been greatly diminished over just about the past 5 to 6 days since the start of the war, meaning that the Iranians really don't even have the ability, at least at this moment, to conduct major attacks against the Dimona research facility or even Israel as a whole for that matter. So, one, it's going to be prevented, so I'd be with a 44%, and two, even if they somehow landed an absolute lottery-style hit on this thing and were able to make it through all the air defenses with basically one or two missiles, you're not going to see a lot of fallout or damage from this at the moment. It's just not going to happen. But moving on out of that news inside of Israel and on into some other major news that we've gotten out of the day, it's time for us to move on down and into the area of the wide open sea. And it's time for me to bring y'all to a branch that I have to say that I have a great deal of admiration for and has been doing incredibly good work, which is that of the United States Navy. The United States Navy is basically the staff in which the United States wields to control significant amounts of trade routes and generally global trade as a whole across the entirety of the world. As far as blue water vessels or deep water vessels, the United States of America has the largest amount than any other navy in the world. And while China technically beats us in the number of hulls in the water, most of their vessels are motor torpedo boats. They don't count. That's absolutely pitiful. That's not a big navy. Like, you have to have a lot of surface vessels like we do that are blue water capable, not brown water, to actually say that you have a big and formidable navy. China doesn't have that yet. And the United States Navy not only has a lot of blue water vessels, we also have a lot of nuclear attack submarines. And we have some incredible ones, but there is two types that we have in particular that are of note, at least for today. And let me go and show y'all some of these here really quickly. And let me see if I can get this here for y'all. I want to make sure that we can show this off the best we can with some pictures possibly to show. And actually, yeah, this is actually the list. So let me go and show y'all this right here. There are generally two types of classes that we consider to be incredibly important these days, at least for attack submarines. The Los Angeles class, which is this one right here. We have a load of these. And then there's also one that's in incredibly limited numbers, which is the Seawolf, which is an incredibly cool name. And I've got to show you all this submarine because personally, it is my favorite. It is the sub of subs. The Seawolf is the best in the world for the larger part. I believe that we only have about 2 of these, if I'm not mistaken. They're in a wildly limited number compared to our Los Angeles class nuclear powered attack submarines, but both of them are incredibly competent. We do not know what the name of the sub is or the class of the sub that did this action today, but down near the area of Sri Lanka, an incident evolved overnight right after we got off air, literally about an hour later. The Sri Lankan Coast Guard reported that there was a urgent call of distress that had been issued across all radio waves by an Iranian frigate called the IRIS Dena off of the coast of Sri Lanka, and it had stated that it had been hit by an unknown explosion and was sinking rapidly. According to information that then came out, the Sri Lankan Coast Guard was only able to recover 32 bodies, well, not bodies, but 32 sailors who were severely wounded from the water, and there were basically no other sailors on the surface of the water at all, living or dead, which brought about a great mystery as to what exactly had happened within this area. It turns out that one of the largest seafaring vessels the Iranians actually have for their surface fleet, the IRIS Dena, this frigate right here, which is actually one, I believe, of the... Unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to tell you all the class right off the top of my head, but nevertheless, it is one of the frigates of the Islamic Republic of Iran's Navy, and it is one of their largest ships. The Iranians don't have a huge ocean-going navy, so a frigate for them is humongous, and this was one of the biggest ships they still had that was running at the moment. This vessel is crewed by 180 sailors, meaning that with the Sri Lankans only plucking about 32 sailors out of the water, all of them severely injured, 150 sailors were unaccounted for and had gone down with the ship, meaning that they most likely drowned within the ship while it was taking on water, or the ship sank so rapidly they weren't even able to escape the vessel while it was sinking. Turns out it was actually both of those answers, as we were able to see footage that was actually published from the US's nuclear attack submarine that had conducted the attack after it fired its Mark 48 torpedo of the periscope view of that vessel being hit. Here's the footage right here. When you see the Dena sailing along with the submarine watching, and in a second, the Mark 48 torpedo is about to go off right there.
Holy cow. That is crazy. That is insane, really. I saw also disclaimer. I saw this clip earlier, and so did the Enforcer. This is crazy. Like when I say that this is probably one of the most insane clips that we have seen over the 4+ years of doing this as a career. This is the craziest clip. Like to see it in the modern day, a ship that large being torpedoed and sunk, and you'll see in a second what the aftermath was of this. Literally bow up in the sky like the Titanic. This thing right here literally got torpedoed. They're saying this is the first time this has happened since World War II. That's what some experts are saying about it. And I mean, the footage is crazy.
So we can actually tell y'all exactly the type of weapon that was used to take out this frigate. And Matthew, would you like to take a guess? How big was the torpedo that took this thing out?
Honestly, I have no idea about the actual poundage itself of the missile or the torpedo, but it's got to be a lot.
So this is the torpedo that is the mainstay of the US Navy. This is the Mark 48 torpedo. These can be wire guided, but if they lose the wire, this thing will actually become autonomous, and using active sonar inside of the nose cone of the torpedo, it can then target surface vessels and subs and attack them at any depth and any distance generally. This torpedo can travel at a speed of 75 miles per hour underwater for a range of about 15 to 25 miles.
That's insane, honestly. I mean, this thing is massive. I mean, just seeing this thing is sitting right here, that is really crazy. And how large is the munition in pounds, did you say?
It's about 700 pounds of ordnance inside of the cone of this torpedo.
It seems almost like it's more than that. Like the way that ship jumped out of the water when it got hit, like the back of the ship, they hit toward the rear of the vessel. The thing jumped up out of the water, like when it got hit, like the whole vessel did for the most part. So that's hard to believe it's only 700 pounds.
You know what's interesting about that? There's actually a lot of interesting physics that go into how a torpedo works, but most of the time, what's interesting about this, folks, is that the torpedoes actually usually do not explode, making direct contact on the hull anymore. With this torpedo, we believe that it actually was about a few feet under the ship when it exploded, and it exploded under the ship to be able to cause the maximum amount of damage. Because of hydraulic pressures and such things in explosions like this, that can actually cause enough pressure on the hull that it actually splits in two. And we actually saw that in this clip right here. You can actually see it in the middle of the explosion. So let's watch this again, and I'll show y'all where the breaks in the hull happen. So here's the clip. So if you watch right here, you can actually already see that while the front of the vessel is still completely stationary on the water, the spine of the vessel had been broken immediately with the explosion that happened directly under the keel, and the stern had been lifted up and quite literally bent upwards into the air during that explosion. We can then see that the rest of the vessel finally rocked along with it, and when the water spurt subsides from the explosion, we also saw something else that was wildly interesting as well. There was a visible gash right there in the hull, and that appears to be where the spine broke the strongest, and at that point, the only thing that was holding this ship together was highly likely the weak deck plating between the decks of the ship. The actual skin of the ship, the hull, had completely broken. The spine of the ship, which is the keel, had also completely broken as well, meaning that this thing was basically held together by tape, spit, and dreams by the point the ship then rested back into the water at this point of the video. The ship then
do you think that maybe the torpedo hit like some munitions that were inside the vessel? Because that explosion seems larger than 700 pounds of explosive. Like that seems larger than that. I mean, this is a humongous explosion. So do you think they targeted the rear of the vessel because they knew there was like a stash of like some type of missiles or something at the back of it?
We didn't see any indication actually of any magazine detonations on board the vessel. That appeared to have all been damaged just solely from the Mark 48 itself.
That's insane, really. That's wild. I'm not really sure. Like, I wish we had like a torpedo expert in here right now, because it seems like there's something else at play here for this thing to be jumping out of the water and doing this type of stuff like this. I mean, this thing's like literally jumping out of the water like a fish, like when it got hit. That's just crazy.
Oh no, torpedoes are a freak of nature, truly. Like the force of a torpedo is unbelievable. Like that torpedo is quite literally a 700-pound bomb, basically, that just went off right under the propeller shafts and the rudders. And and hydraulic pressure dictates that water cannot be compressed, so it's basically like a giant wall of concrete just slammed upwards into the ship with about 700 pounds of explosive force behind it, pushing it up out of the water, which is what ripped the ship basically in two. And from what we know afterwards, after this explosion right here, the ship sank so rapidly we don't even believe that most of the crew was able to escape. The US Navy only published one photo after the small clip that they showed us right there, and this was the only photo that we got of the Dena.
The Iranian Titanic. Look at that. The thing's going down like the Titanic right there. That is literally like the final scene of the Titanic movie right there. So I don't think there was any, I don't know what the characters were. What was it, Jack and somebody else on the Titanic movie or something? I don't think they had the Iranian version of that. I think they all, in fact, I heard like at least 80 of these guys are gone that were on this ship right here. So I think this is pretty bad.
Actually, it's 150 from what we know, because they only recovered 32 sailors at this point, and they have not stated that any bodies have been recovered. So it appears that 150 sailors went down with the ship, and the ship apparently started to sink so rapidly after it was hit, most of the crew was not even able to escape the lower decks, and actually largely went to an early watery grave, most likely by drowning in the lower decks of the ship. We also would believe, also to add this in, this is an interesting fact, because the explosion happened near to the stern of the vessel, closer to the engine room was most likely waterlogged immediately, which knocked out the power, the lighting, and possibly even the emergency lighting as well within the vessel, which then made escaping the lower decks of the ship much more difficult for those sailors on that vessel.
That's just crazy. Like it's crazy. Like when I was watching this video earlier today, and I was hearing people claim that it was the first time since World War II. I think it actually is not the first. It might be the second or third, possibly, but it's up for debate. There's several people saying different things. But just watching this right here, I was thinking, we haven't seen stuff like this happening since World War II, and everybody keeps talking about, oh, it's like we're entering World War III, and then you start seeing clips like this come out where you're literally torpedoing a massive ship of a foreign navy like this, and the thing going down like the Titanic, and basically losing pretty much all hands on the vessel for the most part, and you think, dang, man, this is really getting serious.
It really is getting serious, and I would have to say that this was amazing work by the sailors on board that nuclear submarine. This is actually the first confirmed submarine-based torpedo kill for the US Navy ever since the Second World War. It's not the first since the Second World War in the entirety of the world. Pakistan actually torpedoed a ship in 1970 with one of their own submarines, and the HMS Conqueror of Falklands fame also sunk the General Belgrano outside of the exclusionary zone in 1982, leading to the loss of the Argentinians' largest vessel and the flagship of the Argentine Navy. So this isn't the first time in the world since World War II, but it is the first time for the US Navy since World War II, and it was one hell of an action. I mean, that was really impressive right there, and I think that all of those sailors of this submarine, whichever one it is, hopefully we'll get the name of it soon, will be named, so that, well, the vessel at least will be named, so that way we can say a huge bravo, really, to all the sailors on board that submarine, because this was an absolutely incredible combat action we got to see today, and one of the first in about 80 years at this point of its type. We also saw that while that was going on down near Sri Lanka, the bat boats weren't really doing too well up in the Strait of Hormuz. Some information came out today, and we're about to get to this, Matthew, here really quickly, because this is kind of a part of the same thing. We were able to see that near to the island of Qashem, which is this larger island right here near to the Strait of Hormuz, a little bit of smoke started to billow from the nearby coastline area, and it brought up a lot of questions, a great deal of questions, as a matter of fact, about what in the world was really causing that, more so specifically. Well, we didn't really know, at least at the point this video was made, but I'll show it to y'all and show y'all the smoke that was coming off of the horizon off in the distance. So here's our cameraman in Qashem, and they zoom in, and there's something on fire out there. It is burning quite heavily. We don't know exactly what it is, at least at the moment, but we were able to get a little bit more information later. We then saw that apparently there was a little bit more up-close photos that were made, and also videos of the fire as well. You see, whatever that thing is, it's burning right out there. We then got to see...
Looks like trouble.
It looks like something related to the Iranian Navy. We got this little picture of it right here, and y'all wouldn't believe it. It's another bat boat. They blew up the second bat boat of the war.
Oh, no. The bat ship. They got the bat ship again. Bat ship crazy. Honestly, so now they've taken out both of the propaganda ones. These are their propaganda vessels, by the way. They already got the Bagheri carrier, the drone carrier. So I didn't know they had two of these. I thought they just had one of them.
Actually, Matthew, I'm about to blow you away. They have 3 of these. 2 of them have been destroyed. There's one on the
Ah.
loose still.
I think that one, the loose, I think it has limited time left on it. I think it's going to be not hanging out too long. I think what is that? They got Batman, they got Robin. They're about to get the third one, the Joker. They're going to get Joker. There's going to be the third one.
Yeah, I think they probably will. It's highly likely that they will. Also, by the way, folks, I don't mean to ask. I mean, this is the news after all. We're going to show y'all. But do y'all want to see the video that the US Navy published of them striking that boat? Matthew, do you want to see that?
Yeah, let's see it, man. Bring it up. Bring it
Let's
up.
take a little look. It's a very short clip. It's only 2. Well, I mean, it's already kind of
Oh.
there it
Let's see
is.
that thing.
And here it goes.
Holy cow. Oh, it fired off one. Look, it fired off one when they hit it.
Yeah, so funnily enough, folks, I was actually looking at this earlier. The little bat boats here, they actually have a couple of anti-ship missile launchers near to the helipad on the back of the vessel. So when this thing got hit on the stern of the ship, near to the helipad and the propulsion systems underneath, they actually ended up cooking off instantaneously one of the anti-ship missiles, which immediately jettisoned out of its silo and started just flying out into the open sea somewhere nearby. So that's what y'all were seeing in that clip that went flying off the ship. It was actually an anti-ship missile that cooked off from the nearby explosion. So let's watch this again. Well, I think we can confirm that thing is sinking rapidly, I would say, at this moment, and it also appears that another bat boat has been lost. With all of this together, and including the Strait of Hormuz and also what happened near to Sri Lanka today, a lot of people are talking about the fact that the U.S. is really laying into the Iranian Navy right now in ways that we haven't really seen the U.S. lay into someone for about 80 years. And a lot of people are putting in their thoughts and opinions, or really their thoughts and prayers at this point, for the Iranian Navy. And Matthew, how many people are putting in their thoughts and prayers for the Iranian Navy, and are you?
Okay, so now we're seeing for the first time since World War II, we're seeing torpedoes being used, maybe the second, third time possibly, but it's a rare event nonetheless, whatever the number is, it's very rare. We're seeing a U.S. Navy submarine torpedoing an Iranian frigate. We saw the thing sink like the Titanic. We've seen now 2 out of the 3 battleships that Iran loves to brag about has been destroyed. Also, various other vessels have been destroyed. They destroyed a whole bunch in Bandar Abbas. We saw that a couple of days back. So the Iranian Navy is getting picked off piece by piece, and there's not much that Iran's doing about it. So what are your thoughts? 76% said the Iranian Navy is practically gone right now, while 10% said the Iranian Navy still functions, at least somewhat, and 8% said I'm 50-50 on the status. And I would say we're seeing here their top vessels. Like we saw the drone carrier, which was a huge hit for the U.S. Navy. That was destroyed. We saw the 2 out of 3 battleships destroyed. I would say their Navy is largely gone as it is. There's not much they can do. Also, by the way, another side note, why was this thing hanging out near Sri Lanka? I mean, what was it doing way down there for whatever reason?
It was some sort of an expeditionary action that they were conducting before the war started, and from what we know, it was actually trying to make it kind of back towards Iran, and that's why it was so close to Sri Lanka, is that it was kind of trying to skirt the coastline and try and avoid the linking carrier strike group and make it back towards Iran, from what we know.
Interesting. So it seemed almost like it was trying to hide from the Navy, like going down there or something. Like I know what you're saying there about what they claimed they were doing or what they were allegedly doing, but it seems like they were trying to get out of range of all the strikes possibly, or try to make it basically a non-threat so it wouldn't be struck by the U.S. Navy at that point. Because I don't understand in the midst of a war why that thing would be so far down, like near the coast, basically at the bottom of India. That's just crazy to me.
It really is crazy, but I think I'd have to be well within the 76%. The Iranian Navy has largely been destroyed as far as its effective forces are concerned. It will not be able to lay a minefield within the Strait of Hormuz, and its ability to at least use its naval forces to threaten the Strait of Hormuz and U.S. vessels within the area of operations is heavily decreasing with each passing day. So with that in mind, folks, we are going to be moving on out of that incredible news from the day, and we're now going to be moving on into some more unfortunate news that we have been able to hear. While the Iranian Navy is being knocked out at an unprecedented rate, the Islamic Republic of Iran does possess a large amount of shore-based anti-ship missile launchers that are still posing a significant threat to commercial shipping within the Strait of Hormuz. We have now been able to hear that tanker traffic effective today has dropped by 92% through the Strait of Hormuz, meaning that basically nobody is making it through the Strait of Hormuz at the moment. As a matter of fact, there is only one ship that is within the Strait of Hormuz, except for this one, which is actually an Iranian bulk carrier, which is the reason why it's passing through. This one right here is called the Safin Prestige. And many of y'all will notice that even right now, and it was the very same case about 8 hours ago when I made my short war video today, this vessel is sitting dead in the water at 0.2 knots, which basically means that it's adrift, within the middle of the Strait of Hormuz. Earlier today, the United Kingdom Maritime Trade Authority actually announced that this vessel had to come under direct attack. The Maltese-flagged Safin Prestige container ship was hit by an unknown projectile, which is an anti-ship missile, in the Strait of Hormuz, causing a fire in the engine room, with all crew abandoning the vessel. Currently, the vessel has been abandoned, and it is currently adrift within the area of the Strait of Hormuz. This is pretty much the only vessel that has attempted to transit the Strait of Hormuz over the last day, and as soon as it tried to transit, it was attacked and completely stopped. Before we get on into the next development within the Persian Gulf, we actually have to stop our coverage at the moment to get to breaking news that's coming out right now. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we're currently hearing of an explosion being heard in the vicinity of the Baghdad airport inside of Iraq, which houses the Victory base there. It previously used to host U.S. troops, according to the media outlets, and also we do know that was the case. But we're hearing an explosion, a pretty large one, in the vicinity of that area. I'm trying to see if I can get some video of this to see exactly how large the explosion truly was, but it looks like video is kind of sparse of this at the moment. So Iran has tried to strike the former base here, Victory base, of the former U.S. troop deployment. So that is a big piece of news. Also, by the way, another thing that I keep seeing a whole bunch of people mention, we are seeing a U.S. Navy E-6B Mercury apparently heading out from the continental United States, and it appears to be heading over toward Europe right now. That appears to be where it's going. And usually, we're being told from sources, Intel Frog specifically, that this usually precedes the arrival of a ballistic missile submarine in the region, typically. So that is generally what we're expecting right now, but I'm trying to get some more details about this. It's somewhat routine. It's not like a doomsday scenario. Like I know some people are going to be like, does this mean that nuclear missiles are going to be flying? No, it does not. It does not mean that. I'm sure a prepper channel out there or something might put that out, but that's not the way it actually works. So Enforcer, can you see it on flight radar? It should be up. It should be up really high. Like that might be it up there at the top.
Let's see here. That's a C-130. This is a Challenger of the Canadian government, well, the Quebec government. This is a C-17. This is a C-17. I'm not seeing it at the moment. Actually, I'm not seeing it anywhere, as a matter of fact, at least on flight radar.
Interesting. So it must have gone off of the ADS-B. It must have gotten out into the open ocean where there's no receivers. So that might be why we're not tracking it right now. But it is heading toward Europe, though, apparently at the moment.
It does appear that it certainly is. We can also see a lot of people are watching the Emirates flights that are still slowly going out of Dubai. From what we know, Emirates is the only airline that's operating in and out of Dubai from what I've seen at the moment. And of course, that might have changed, but last I saw, it appeared that that was the only air operations within Dubai. But currently, it does appear that that is a developing story, along with the Victory base possibly being hit again. Luckily, we know that there's basically nobody in the U.S. Armed Forces that is at the Victory base, because it was largely handed over to the Iraqis, quite literally, just about a month and a half ago, completely. So there's no U.S. forces really at Victory base to be hit, but I guess it's just the fact that there was always U.S. forces there for really the past 20 years that got it hit today. But moving us back into our story ongoing around the Persian Gulf right now, we also were able to hear that a second vessel was also hit today near to the area of Kuwait and Iraq. We were able to hear that the UK Maritime Trade Authority received a report of an incident 30 nautical miles southeast of Mubarak al-Kabir in Kuwait. The master of a tanker at anchor reports witnessing and hearing a large explosion on the port side, and then seeing a small craft leave the vicinity. There's oil in the water coming from a cargo tank, which could have some environmental impact. The vessel has taken on water. There are no fires reported, and the crew are all safe and well. Authorities are investigating. Vessels are advised to transit with caution and report any suspicious activity to the UK MTO. This is now confirmed that 2 vessels within the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz have come under attack today by the Islamic Republic of Iran, either with anti-ship missiles or what appears to be some sort of a boat-based bomb attack that happened near to Kuwait today. And it does seem that the Iranians are trying to put more significant pressure on the Strait of Hormuz and the possible safe passage through the strait. We've also heard that insurance companies are really raking in that dough. Insurance costs for ships sailing through the Strait of Hormuz have soared 12-fold, according to a Financial Times report. That is unbelievable. A 1,200% increase in insurance premiums and costs for vessels attempting to transit the strait.
Yeah, I've heard that apparently with the insurance companies are temporarily pausing, or at least some of the insurance companies that insures these commercial vessels going through the strait, they're temporarily pausing coverage so that way they can recalculate the premiums, and they're going to be hiking the premiums up quite a bit to try to offset the risk that's currently taking place. But my catch is this: here's my thing. I thought insurance was supposed to be a set premium throughout a specific term. I thought that's what it was supposed to be, and the point was you pay that premium. That's a set fee for the most part, and until the end of the term, it doesn't change. And that's the whole point of insurance. I thought that's what insurance was all about. But apparently, when in the commercial shipping world, it doesn't really work like that, apparently.
Apparently not. Apparently they get to just kind of like raise the rent like if they want to. They're like, oh man, the paint's chipping off the wall, the rent's being raised. Oh man, the Iranians are bombing boats in Hormuz, raising the rates. It's really kind of crazy, honestly, to see and hear about that. But that's currently the situation ongoing around the strait. Speaking of which, not speaking of anyone getting hit or anything like the Iranian Navy or commercial vessels that are unfortunately getting hit within the Persian Gulf, we actually got to see something, though, from a container ship today, which was insane. Let's take a look. We hear them yelling and pointing, and right there, look, it's a rare American bird. Like, look at that.
Oh, look at that. Is that a tomahawk?
No, Matthew, this is a kestrel. Like, it's truly a freak of nature, honestly, to see in this area of the world. That is actually a tomahawk, all jokes aside.
That's crazy. That's honestly not something you want to see just flying right over your head, like just out in the middle of nowhere. Because, what are the odds? Like, if I was on this ship right here, I'd be thinking that thing was coming for me. So I'm like, what are the odds that my ship would be in the exact spot that the tomahawk's going to fly right over my head? I'd be in shock.
It's honestly crazy. Let's watch that again.
Those things are pretty loud, actually.
Yeah, they are pretty loud.
Look at that guy. Look at that guy's face. At first he was happy, and then he realized, I don't know how I feel about the tomahawk flying over my head. He walked back inside.
Oh, hold up, wait a minute. I think there's a second one. Oh yeah, it's the second one. Bro, so one of them said, "Shit, man, listen to him." Well, I mean,
isn't that crazy? Like, that's just a wild concept to just see, like they're not rogue. They're clearly going for a target. But as far as these guys know, like just a random rogue, huge missile just flying over your head, like going to an intended target. It's going to destroy something important, and it's determined. It's on a mission. It's heading that way. Just going over right over the open ocean like that.
Honestly, that's just wild to see, like, the POV of sailors right now down in the Gulf of Oman, just watching tomahawks go soaring overhead of their ships. That is really a crazy sort of a POV to get in this whole war, is what the sailors are seeing on board these ships that are passing through the area right now. Moving us on out of that crazy footage, which is just a once-in-a-lifetime sort of a thing, and I do have to agree with that sailor on board that ship. If I had seen one of those missiles fly over, and then a second one, I would have gone, shit, man, because that guy was like, this is too much. But outside of that, we have also been able to hear there's something else that was wildly interesting today, and an act of pure heroism by one of our allies. Many of y'all will know that Qatar is an ally of the United States of America, and if you ever had any doubts about it, you're about to hear why they're an ally today. Earlier in the day, a couple of Iranian Air Force aircraft, which have managed to survive this long, attempted what could only be described as a Hail Mary, not to use a football term, but generally a Hail Mary against the United States and the Gulf state allies. The Iranians mobilized two of their Su-24 Fencers, which are some of their more advanced ground attack aircraft, to be able to try and conduct what we would describe as a blitz of the Al Udeid Air Base within Qatar. We heard that these aircraft apparently flew beelining as fast as they could over Iran and then immediately into the Persian Gulf, trying to make their way to Al Udeid, which largely has been evacuated, but there's still a decent amount of U.S. personnel that are currently still at Al Udeid and operating there. These aircraft apparently were equipped either with high explosive bombs or cluster bombs to be able to attempt to either crater the runway at Al Udeid or to try and bomb the support facilities and kill as many American service members as they could at the Al Udeid Air Base. While the U.S. was largely caught off guard by this, and we actually heard that there was apparently no U.S. Air Force assets within the area, largely leaving these U.S. forces exposed except for the ground air defense forces in Qatar, the Qatari Air Force immediately sprung into action, selflessly putting their aircraft in harm's way to see that the U.S. forces at Al Udeid would not be injured or killed by the surprise attack that the Iranians were trying to conduct. The Kuwaiti Air Force was able to send out its own F-15s and was able to shoot down both Su-24s just 2 minutes away from dropping their bombs on Al Udeid Air Base, wounding and killing possibly dozens of U.S. soldiers in that attempted attack. This is probably one of the most impressive actions that we've heard of one of our Gulf state allies so far, as they have selflessly saved the lives of many a U.S. soldier and U.S. airmen that were currently based at the Al Udeid Air Base as of today. An incredibly good thing to hear that they were able to generally save our forces within the area, and also once again showing us why it's important to have allies. Allies are far stronger together than they are apart. Without the United States and Qatar would be having a very difficult time dealing with Iranian missiles. Without the Qataris, many of our soldiers today may not be alive to have seen the sunset this day and for it to rise the next. So, once again, I hope that a lot of people do give many thanks to the Qataris, because if it wasn't for the Qataris today, many of our own countrymen would have been dead today or wounded. We've also been able to hear that there were missiles over Bahrain around the same time as well. We were able to see that right there. We won't be able to show this video, but we were able to see one missile coming in over Qatar. We largely were able to hear that apparently it was shot down by Qatari air defense as well. Moving on out of that and out of Qatar, we are actually now going to be moving on into the internal situation inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran itself and also Iraq. But before we move on into both of those pieces of news, because there's a lot to cover here, I do want to make sure that we give a huge thanks to everyone who has been watching so far tonight. Tonight at the peak, we've had about 39,000 people here watching the show, and about 215,000 people have watched in just the first hour. I've got to say a humongous thanks to everyone who has been watching so far. We're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to know that so many of y'all consider this news to be your primary source of news, and that you would come here each and every day, and basically every time that we're live, sometimes multiple times a day, for us to be able to tell you all about the news that's going on around the world. We thank you greatly for spending your time here, and we want to spend a little bit of a moment here getting to answer at least 3 questions from the chat before we move on into the news from the air campaign inside of Iran and how that's going, and also the news out of Iraq, and then the rest of the news that we have from around the world. So before we move on into that, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so before we get those 3 super chat questions first, I real quickly want to address the current poll because it is relevant to what we're talking about right now with the Iran situation, mainly the defensive situation for Western forces. We are hearing today that the Iran war is allegedly costing the U.S. military about $1 billion per day so far. That's the current reporting, mainly for air defense missiles. That is the overwhelming majority of that $1 billion per day is mainly the replenishment of air defense interceptors, which is actually kind of remarkable. So what are your thoughts? 64% said that's simply the cost of war, while 18% said Iranian drones are the cause of that exorbitantly high figure right there, and 8% said that's somewhat reasonable, actually. So to put this in perspective, that is horrendous. $1 billion a day is quite bad. That is a very high amount of burn for cash in this situation. Once again, we are seeing that most of that money is being spent on air defense to protect U.S. bases in the region, and also on top of that, to provide air defense missiles to our partners, the Gulf states in the region as well. So here's the problem. Here's the problem with the equation. The Iranians are still firing loads of those Shahed drones. They cost about 30 grand a piece, which is pretty cheap for ammunition carrying that much explosive power behind it, and we're using highly expensive multi-million-dollar interceptors to shoot down $30,000 drones. That's the huge problem. The U.S. is still behind when it comes to drone defense. We are not on top of that the way we should be. So that is why it's costing us so much per day, and it's not costing Iran so much per day. To give you a reference, because most people are going to be like, well, $1 billion a day, how do you really know that's really bad? Here's how we know it. The Venezuela operation, which deployed a massive percentage of the U.S. Navy off the coast of Venezuela right before we nabbed Maduro out of his palace, that cost about $31 million per day. $31 million per day. That's how much the Venezuela situation cost. Iran's costing us $1 billion per day. day. So that gives you an idea of what kind of difference we're looking at between those two right there. Now, granted, we weren't exchanging, missiles with Venezuela, so there is a big difference, obviously, but that's a huge distinction. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that generally it is mostly the cost of war, and we do have to remember, Matthew, that America is the land of money, and where are we supposed to spend all that money, generally we don't have free healthcare for a reason, we all know that, and so we generally have to do something to try and, see where in the world the money can be burned. And the difference in between Venezuela and this conflict right here is that Venezuela was a very low intensity conflict. The actual combat operations lasted for only 2.5 hours, and this has lasted for, at this point, about 5 straight to 6 straight days, and it is a far more major war in terms of the amount of munitions that have been expended, and also the amount of forces that are currently at play and ongoing, at least operationally, in combat operations. It's a far larger military operation. So I would say that about $1 billion a day generally is the cost of war. I mean, if we were to actually speak about that on an annual level, if this war went on for a year at this sort of a tempo and this sort of a pace, it would cost us about $300 billion or so to be able to continue the war for 1 year.
Jeez, that's wild. When you really think about, I know that's the cost of war, like it is the cost of it. But here's the catch, though, that we could have made up for it in 2 different ways. Number one, we do see that we are investing a whole bunch of money into laser-based drone defense. That's really cheap. It costs barely. It's very minuscule. It's a minimal amount of money to fire a laser at a drone. But the problem is, though, that technology is not fully developed yet. So that's a big problem as well. Also, another thing they tried to do to offset that situation, since Iran loves to use Shahed drones, which are pretty cheap to produce, is that we did try to reverse engineer the Shahed into the Lucas drone, and we're currently using Lucas against Iran to cause them the same problem, because Iran has to shoot the stuff down too. And if we can fire enough Lucas at Iran, we could level the playing field when it comes to financial losses in the war. So the problem is, though, we don't have enough Lucas drones. That's also another problem as well. The Lucas is a brand new weapon being used for the first time, and we are still trying to get used to it. So we don't have it down pat quite like Iran does with the Shaheds. So that's a big disparity, and we've known about this disparity for over 4 years. The Ukraine-Russia war has shown us that for a very long time, that drone warfare can get very expensive really quickly if you don't have cheap defenses to shoot those down. And I think the U.S. is learning that kind of the hard way right now.
I think that they may actually be, we're actually going to be getting into that a little bit, because that's actually something that's been quite an annoyance to both Matthew and me for a while, is how slow the U.S. and the West has been to try and catch up to the drone warfare side of things. And it appears that, according to some people in the Department of Defense, it's a shock that drones are a threat. Which, I mean, they'd have to be stupid or blind to say that. I mean, we've been watching them be the literal changer of warfare over the past 4 years in Ukraine. But anyways, outside of that, I would have to say that generally $1 billion a day, at least for the size of the military operations we're conducting right now, that actually isn't too bad. And I would say that that's largely the cost of war. For this to reach about $1 trillion in total cost for this war, we would have to see this war go on at this tempo for 3 straight years, which that's not going to happen. Like, this is going to end up becoming some sort of a peacekeeping or temporary occupation at some point, and that's usually far less expensive to operate on a day-to-day basis, meaning that, yes, it sounds fairly expensive now on the day-to-day, but in the larger picture, if we were to speak about comparing this to Iraq or Afghanistan and the costs there to fight in Iraq or in Afghanistan for about 3 years, which was actually larger than this, it would have been about $2 trillion over the same period of time of 3 years in Iraq, and a little bit less in Afghanistan because it's lower intensity. But it's not too bad, like, as far as wars have gone in the 21st century.
It's not too bad in the short term, though, but, Russia thought it wasn't too bad in the short term either. Now, granted, Russia's economy was a lot less robust than the U.S. economy even before the Ukraine invasion occurred, but, that's the reason why Russia is bleeding right now, is because of the financial situation. They're having to siphon money off of every other financial category inside of Russia to try to bolster the war economy budget, because they are expending so much money on the war that they're literally going broke. So Russia didn't foresee that at the beginning of the war. They thought it was going to last only like a week or possibly less. They said 3 days, actually, but it ended up lasting a lot longer, several years, and it's going to probably last several more years beyond that. So if these wars get prolonged, it can bleed a country dry. Even countries with some money, it can bleed them dry too, especially at a burn rate quite like this, at $1 billion a day. That can be problematic unless they quickly, shift into gear and find a way to defend at a cheaper rate.
Possibly so, but I think that this won't be too bad, and I think that this conflict, at the longest, will probably end, if we're talking about a worst-case scenario, in about a half year, like at the high-intensity part, but I don't even think it's going to make it that long at this point. But with that in mind, it is time for us to get on into some questions. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so our next one, or our first one actually, is going to go to none other than Hokey Redneck, who put in a $100 support.
Dang.
And thank you very much, Hokey, for that support as well. Very generous. He said it was the first time the Mark 48 torpedo was ever used in anger.
I think the answer to that is a yes. I think that is the first time that a Mark 48 torpedo has ever been used against an enemy combatant. I got to tell y'all, I love the Mark 48 torpedoes. I think that they are so cool. This is actually one of the first, well, not really one of the first ones, but this was around the earlier generation of the Mark 48s way back in the 80s. And we've had these things around for a long time. This is like a 40-year-old weapon system. But I mean, it's 40 years old because it's incredibly good. And I mean, who in the world could ever look at that torpedo and say that that thing does not scream, this is a torpedo? This is the most torpedo of modern day torpedoes. No question about it. So I think that this is the first loss that, well, actually the first kill that a Mark 48 and a nuclear attack submarine has ever been able to claim in the Navy. So a huge thanks to you, well, at least in modern history, but a huge thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, I see many people asking, can we go ahead?
Breaking news real quick. Just got breaking news right now. So I'm not sure why China is doing this, but the Chinese government has just announced that the country's largest oil refiners have been ordered to suspend exports of diesel and gasoline from China. So I'm not sure if that's because China is going to be basically cut from the supply from the Middle East, at least in the temporary term, because of course the ships really can't get through the strait right now. So that's mainly impacting China quite a bit because China also imports a lot of that from the Middle East. Or possibly they're trying to maybe hurt the West. I'm not really sure if maybe it's a dual situation there, but China has announced it apparently, so that's a pretty big piece of news.
Generally, it's to try and protect their own internal situation because it's not to hurt the West at all. The West doesn't buy refined diesel and gas from China. It's mostly like surrounding countries because the shelf life of diesel and gasoline is incredibly low, and transportation costs, due to the fact that it has to be urgently transported, are usually a little bit higher due to the expediency required. So generally, this isn't to hurt anyone. It's more so to try and protect their own internal situation because they're trying to make sure that they'll have enough gasoline and diesel at the moment to be able to see that they might be able to just float this through before their oil reserves run out. Because we actually had heard about 4 months prior, folks, that a lot of Chinese refineries were actually stopping their purchases of most crude oils from the Middle East and Iran and even Russia because their crude oil reserves and tanks were literally filled to 100% capacity over pretty much the entirety of communist China. And because of that, they couldn't purchase anymore because they had nowhere to store it. So now it appears that they're trying to keep all of the diesel and gas around that they have, so that way they don't have to start tapping into all of that crude that they have in the tanks right now. And maybe they can hold that off for maybe another few days or maybe another week before they have to start significantly tapping into those reserves and then refining that to give their nation fuel to work with. So I think that's the case right now, and that's showing that they're considering that this might go on for a little bit longer.
Yeah, that's also that seems to be the case. Also, by the way, I will note that it is very interesting. Also, this was mainly predicted for the most part. The Middle East situation is having a global effect. Like we're seeing the ripple effect throughout the financial markets, which is expected to get worse as the war appears to be prolonged further and further. And also, obviously, the oil situation. Iran is still targeting refineries. We've seen in Iraq, the world's largest oil field has been suspended. We've also seen in Saudi Arabia that some of the largest refineries there have been hit, and I think some of those have been suspended as well. So this is going to have a ripple effect throughout the world. Like it's not going to be limited to just the Middle East, because one way or another it will affect the United States. Either financially it will, or directly through a loss of oil imports possibly for whatever we do import from that region still. So it's a little bit concerning to see that, because if the war gets dragged on, then these effects are going to become more emphasized over time.
Especially, like, the war dragging on isn't really, at least the major issue in this situation, folks. By the way, it's actually the fact that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. If we could actually get some ships in and out, and I mean, a normal amount of traffic in and out of the Persian Gulf, then things will largely return back to normal for the oil stability in the world, or the crude oil prices, and therefore the stability of the globe's energy supply chains. But if the Strait of Hormuz continues to remain in the shape it's in right now, where no one can get in or out of the Persian Gulf, this is going to start becoming a larger and more desperate situation. As a matter of fact, if this continues the way it does, the way it is right now, we could see a return back to the 1970s oil crises, which gripped the entirety of the world and saw that a large amount of the world's transportation ground to a screeching halt. So we'll have to see if that ends up being the case. Hopefully it wouldn't be, but that appears to be the developing situation out of China right now. But with that in mind, we are on to the second question of this segment.
And this one goes to none other than BC Skyman, who threw in a combined $130 support. And thank you very much, BC, for the largest super chat of the night. And we do appreciate that very, very much from a longtime channel legend. And he threw in a super sticker of the YouTube creature riding a rocket. And, you know, that could be possibly the U.S. military going to hit Iran, possibly right there. And you never know. But thank you very much, BC, for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you massively for the support, BC Scamming. You are a legend, a living legend here of the Lee Spring Army. And I got to thank you for the incredible support. And I got to say that little fellow right there is riding a tomahawk into victory right there. And so humongous thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And always a huge thanks to you, BC Scamming, for always being here and enjoying the channel ever since day 4 of the war and supporting it and helping us to keep this thing rolling. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. And we are on to the final question of the segment, folks, before we move on into all of the rest of the major news inside of Iran, in Iraq, and also from the rest of the world at large. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so the last one here goes to Chris Feilbach, the last one for this segment, that is. And thank you very much, Chris, for that $50 support. He said, today's orb word is orbital. An orbital chemistry is a math function that gives the probability of an electron being in any location around an atom's nucleus. And not even the orb of judgment can know where an electron is, so probability used instead.
And that's very interesting to know, Chris. I thank you for sharing that orb-related word to us, because the orb is still viral, crazily enough. Like, we cannot even say how dumbfounded we are about how viral the orb thing became. The orb thing's going crazy, truly. I mean, like, it's pretty funny, honestly. I'm not, like, we're not those people who are like, oh my god. Like, if people love a joke, we'll lean into it a little bit, you know, because it's pretty funny, honestly, how big of a thing it's become. But I gotta thank you for the orb word of the day. So humongous thanks to you for the support, Chris, and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that does address that incredibly well. Now, before we move on into our Iran news here, I thought I would tell you all about a little bit of a bigger thing going on. A couple of big things that are going on in the periphery right now around Iran. The French put out a little message today. It made me pretty happy. And it also confirmed our original open source intelligence and reporting here on the channel. The French embassy to the United Kingdom put out this little picture today of the Charles de Gaulle underway at speed.
So we were right after all, because y'all remember we reported that a couple of days ago. We had originally said, oh, look, the Charles de Gaulle is on the way to the Middle East. Then some French officials came out and said, VV, that's bogus. And we said, that sounds like misinformation. That sounds like they're trying to throw people off. It turns out they were trying to throw people off, and we were correct. The Charles de Gaulle is on the way there, and that was announced today, I believe, by Macron.
And it is, and according to the caption, heading to the Mediterranean. Wow. I can't wait for it to get there, folks. I'm not going to lie, folks. I would love to see some Rafales operating over Iran. That would be a really cool sight to see. Have y'all seen the Rafale? I mean, that thing literally looks like alien technology. Let me show it to y'all here really quickly, or at least a front view of it. Let me see here. We have to get a good front view of this. I mean, look at that thing. It looks unreal.
That is unreal. It has 2 reverse speeds on it, by the way. No, not really.
Man, this thing can go backwards as fast as it can go forwards. But I mean, these things are absolutely incredible. Incredibly neat aircraft. They can carry all kinds of French-made ordnance. The French, by the way, folks, are excellent when it comes to making all sorts of air-to-ground ordnance. I mean, they make some really incredibly cool sorts of bombs. And also, this aircraft is one of the most impressive out there. It's actually a Gen 4 Plus, because while it's not stealth, it actually is low visibility. And what's even funnier is that this thing is actually stealthier than Russia's stealth aircraft, the Su-57, and it has a radar cross-section about, I think it's 40% smaller than Russia's quote-unquote stealth jet. So, I mean, that's kind of funny about it, is that it's more stealth than some stealth aircraft. But anyways, moving on from that, the French are going to be showing up here soon. We've also been able to hear, on top of that while that's been going on, we also saw that someone else has shown up within the region. Someone else that I think some people kind of might have thought about, maybe a little bit, but it's really weird how the tables have turned, and I cannot say this with enough bewilderment in my voice, because I'm actually about to show you all something that came out of Dubai today that's absolutely shocking. Pictures were taken of debris on the ground today from one of the drones that exploded inside of Dubai. And what is interesting, folks, is that if we look at this one panel, that's Russian for Garan 2.
It's a Duran.
It's a Garan drone. The Russians are actually providing drones to Iran. It's not the other way around like people have been thinking for a while, that the Iranians are providing Shaheds to the Russians. Apparently the Russians have license built the Garan 2 and modified it enough into an even better platform than the original Shahed drone that now Iran is actually buying their own modified license-built drone from Russia and then using it inside of the Middle East. So the Russians have now actually shown up in a way as they are now selling their own license-built Iranian drones back to the Iranians, and the Iranians are using that on us and our allies inside of the region.
Yeah, that's interesting. They must have delivered some of these when they gave the Iranians those helicopters. You remember they gave them the Russian helicopters that they had been promising to deliver to Iran for a long time. They must have delivered some of these with it, apparently, for the most part. So, also, by the way, have we seen those Russian helicopters get shot down yet? Because I haven't really seen the footage of it.
Not yet. We're waiting for it. They're brand new Mi-28s. They got to get shot down, but we haven't heard of them getting shot down. We haven't seen footage of it yet.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, and whatever the case is, though, it's interesting that the tables have flipped for the most part. And also, I would imagine that the Iranians probably don't have a whole bunch of those, I would imagine, for the most part, because Russia's already at max capacity trying to develop drones because they're striking Ukraine nonstop, like Ukraine striking them nonstop. So they can't spare too much. So they might have maybe given a few to be symbolic, but I don't think it's a whole bunch.
Also, by the way, folks, interesting enough, speaking about those drones, we've been able to hear something today out of the United States that has been rather aggravating, at least to me, and I'll have to kind of have a little bit of an aside on this. I won't make it too long, but I'll tell you what we've heard today. During a closed-door briefing Tuesday with lawmakers on Capitol Hill, so this is a closed-door briefing to the Congress about the current military operations in Iran, the Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff acknowledged that Iran's Shahed-style attack drones represent a major challenge, posing a bigger problem than anticipated, adding that air defenses will not be able to intercept them all. We've had 4 years to notice that and do something about it. This is something that I have to say is wildly annoying, is the hubris and incompetence of the civil administrations that are in charge of the Department of Defense. Because this isn't something that lays entirely the blame on the current administration and its Secretary of Defense and the Chief of Staff. This is also something from the prior administration. For 4 straight years, since 2022, we have seen the Ukrainians have used drone warfare to change the entire way that war is fought. And we have done absolutely nothing to change any of our doctrine or any of our weaponry to account for this tectonic shift in warfare. That is ridiculous. Like, it's absolutely insane when you think about it. We are using Russian-era air defense tactics from 2023 to shoot down these drones inside the Middle East. We're using nothing but missile-based air defense interceptors.
It's laughable. It's laughable until you realize this affects us this time. It's not Russia getting affected; it's the United States getting affected by it. Then it becomes really less of a laughable matter and more of a concerning matter. But this is only the tip of the iceberg, by the way, about the whole Shahed drone threat. That's only the tip of the iceberg. Imagine if we put ground forces on the ground. We have no idea what we're doing when it comes to FPV drones. Like the military is still trying to get a grasp on that. I think they just gave a Marine unit their first deployment of FPV attack drones like Ukraine's been using. They just did that, and that was just a short while ago. I think that was just weeks ago, actually. So we are not prepared for the FPV situation on a frontline situation like that. We are going to be way worse in that FPV situation than we are even dealing with the Shahed threat. So it's really remarkable that this current administration and the last administration generally has ignored that, or they really haven't put as much effort into it as they should have put into it. And this is something that's not a small threat. This could be a life or death for us if we actually go into a ground war.
You know how many years, folks, we have been talking about the existential threat that drone warfare faces to our current doctrine within the U.S. Armed Forces, and how we need to tectonically and rapidly shift all doctrine to revolve around drone warfare, at least at the strategic and tactical level. We've been saying that at a minimum for 2 straight years. You can go and watch our shows from hundreds of days, years ago, as a matter of fact, and you would listen to us talk about what we need to do and what we need to implement at a minimum to even have stopgap air defense forces that are efficient, cheap, and reasonable in being able to deal with drone threats. And you know how many of those lessons have been taken by the U.S. military that we've seen in Ukraine that anyone could see in the public and has been implemented to be able to try and defend our armed forces against drone attacks? Basically zero. We don't even hear of any of the electronic warfare or laser-based air defense systems that the U.S. has used along the Mexican-American border over in the Middle East. There's none of them. And also that's another thing that people have been saying, because people always have in the public as well a huge amount of overconfidence that government officials are always going to be on top of everything, because every time we brought that up, there's always this crowd of people who go, oh, well, Enforcer, you think you know more than the military? You're just some stupid plebeian. You're a peasant. The military's 9,000 steps ahead of you, and they've already accounted for that. No, they didn't, because in this closed congressional briefing, they made it clear that they hadn't, and now they're seeing it's clearly an issue. If they see this right now, God forbid what happens if we go to war with China or Russia in Europe or East Asia. It's going to be hell on earth. There's going to be endless amounts of casualties.
Well, with the Chinese, though, I will make a distinction with the Chinese. The Chinese don't have any modern combat experience. The U.S. does, true. Actually. So China is going to be on the back foot with that, because China is lost on FPV drone warfare as we are. That's why China is sending military observers to Ukraine. They're trying to get a grasp on it themselves. So at least if we went up against China, we would be on somewhat of a level playing field with that situation. But if we start a ground war with, let's say, Russia in Europe, or perhaps with Iran, I think we might be on the back foot a little bit.
And also, folks, this is another thing. Like, I don't want to say, and I'll say this up front, we don't know everything on the channel, and we do get stuff wrong from time to time. But this is also why, as U.S. citizens that are concerned for the best interest of our soldiers and for the sake of the nation and the republic, you have to criticize things that look like they're not adding up. Because if they're not adding up publicly and it just doesn't look like it makes sense, it doesn't make sense. That's why we were yesterday talking about maybe we don't need to just bomb Iran more so that way it looks like we're bombing them more. Maybe we need to make sure that all of this is working on a strategic level instead of just wanting to bomb them more for the cameras, because that doesn't really line up. It doesn't make a lot of sense. We've been watching the U.S. military publicly just ignore the drone threat for years now, and we've been saying on this channel they need to do something about that, because our soldiers are going to be at risk of being wounded and killed at far greater numbers if we don't do something about it. The military needs to get on top of this now and stop treating this like a hobby, like the current administration is even doing right now. Drone warfare is the future of warfare. It's changed the face of war in Ukraine. It's going to change the face of war everywhere, and we need at a moment right now to, at least at a minimum, create machine gun-based drone defense units that can be deployed quickly to another conflict in the future. It's too late for this one. The lesson's going to have to be learned, hopefully not in too much of a hard way, because people are going to die if we learn this lesson the hard way, even more than they have now. But we need to see that we rapidly act to have a stopgap air defense force for this kind of a threat. Otherwise, we're going to pay dearly for this if a war in Europe actually begins and we go up against the Russians, who, while they're not as good as the Ukrainians, they know a lot more about drone warfare at this point than we do. And that's one thing that they will excel at compared to us at the opening preliminary phase of a war. But with that in mind, we do have a poll at the moment right now about whether or not the U.S. military is going to deploy ground troops to Iran before the war concludes. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so speaking of the ground war situation, this is pretty much an overarching question here. Do you believe that the U.S. military will deploy ground troops to Iran before the war is over? And it looks like 40% actually said yes, ground troops will happen. 24% said no, the ground troops are not going to be happening. And 29% said it's possible but unlikely. And this is a situation here that, unfortunately, I'm going to say I think the ground troops are likely. Right now, where we heard today rumors about a U.S.-backed Kurdish force allegedly invading into Iranian territory, and there was a lot of conflicting reports about that. We've gotten a lot of different sources claiming that that is not true, and then we're hearing from some other alleged U.S. sources that it is true. So we don't know what's going on with that, but that is the one hope for the United States military. If that fails, fails, I think we will be seeing U.S. ground troop deployments inside of Iran, which I'm not sure how well that's going to go, to be perfectly honest with you. We'll have to see how it unfolds, but I'm not sure if ground troops in Iran is going to be a great idea. So we'll have to see. So hopefully the Kurds pull through, and hopefully that actually works out, so that way our guys don't have to go in. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I would have to say that I believe the ground troops are probably going to be going in at some point. I don't believe in wildly large numbers. I don't think that's going to be the case, but there's definitely going to be some U.S. ground involvement in Iran at some point here in the future. So I hope that does address that well. And with that in mind, it is time for us to now move on into some other major news that we have been able to hear over the course of the day within the Middle East for a little bit more developments on the ground inside of Iran. The U.S. has been hammering, along with the Israelis, basically anything that's popping its head up above the sand within Iran at the moment. We saw that a humongous number of transporter-reactor launchers and drone launchers, along with surface-to-air missile systems, were destroyed today, starting with this one transporter-reactor launcher seen on film right here. This one got blitzed. It appears that it no longer exists. We also were able to see this one getting hit as well. We'd also see this command vehicle getting hit. And interestingly enough, a Chinese HQ-2 surface-to-air missile. These are fairly old. These are like S-200s, basically, from the Soviet Union. But it is Chinese. And I gotta tell you, generally the Iranians are probably going to be in front of The Hague here in a little bit going, what are the charges? Buying Chinese? A succulent Chinese, Sam? It's because, like, these things don't work. Like, the HQ-9s don't, the HQ-2s don't. None of them work. Like literally every single Chinese air defense system is like they're blind. It's like they don't have working radars for any of these. Like, this one got obliterated.
Jeez, yeah, it really did get obliterated. Look at that.
Horrifically. Like, it was pretty bad. We also saw that U.S. airstrikes were happening within the Kurdish lands near to the city of Dena, which appears to be showing that the U.S. might be trying to take some preparatory actions to get the Kurds ready for something. By the way, folks, I do have to make this clear. The Kurds are not invading Iran right now. That was a whole fake story that came out today. There was no proof to it. The Kurds said they're not doing that. There is no proof on the ground that they're doing that, so it appears to have been a false story. But we can see explosions happening in Dena earlier today. Quite significant. Also, I do have to confirm, folks, with great misfortune for the Iranian citizenry who are in support of the Islamic regime, that they have seen something today that was quite heavily mistaken by many Iranian shills and many pro-regime citizens on the ground inside of Iran. Earlier today, we were able to see footage of an aircraft that got shot down north of Tehran. Here's the clip.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Allahu Akbar.
They were so excited about this.
Akbar.
So many Iranian shill channels were saying, by the way, I have to get this out before we talk about this. I have to tell people about this. The Iranians claimed that this was an F-35I Adir of the Israeli Air Force that was shot down over Tehran, by the way.
Oh yeah, I have a feeling you hear those guys laughing out there in the background. I have a feeling I heard one guy in the background going yak 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 yak. I heard him doing that. It was a strange laugh in the background. I think it might be a little bit alluding to something here. A little yak 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 yak.
I think so, but let's listen to these guys continue to elate after they saw an aircraft get shot down right overhead. Let's listen to them a little bit more.
Allahu Akbar. سرنگونی یک فروند جنگنده صهیونیستی امریکایی.
Oh, look, there it goes. There's the plane right there.
شمال لواسان توسط پدافند.
Man, that one guy, I think he took wizardry classes. But I mean, you know, like the guy is saying, folks, God is great. Allah has crushed the infidel over the skies of Iran, specifically over Tehran in the northern area, and they were able to shoot down one of those haram F-35I Adirs. It's really a wonderful day. They finally shot down a stealth aircraft, and it was a Yak-130. It was actually an Iranian aircraft, not an Israeli one.
Look at that, the first kill. Like unfortunately we've had some bad luck with first like destruction, like successful hits by these fighter jets. I think the F-22's first hit, if I have it proper, was the balloon from China. I think that was the first hit for that. Now the F-35's first hit is a Yak. It's like, I don't think these are exactly like formidable targets.
Man, I mean, I will say this though. I mean, the Yak is a really cute looking little training plane. Like when you look at the marketing picture that the Russians have for it. I mean, when you look at that, you go, oh, it's like a little tiny fighter jet.
Yeah, it kind of is a little bit. It's still like, you know, this is an F-35 is going to eat this thing for lunch though. Like it's not exactly what you'd call a formidable foe.
Well, it's not, but I'm about to tell you something that's a real big plot twist. Because the Iranians have taken so many losses on the ground, they've actually pushed these out of training roles and into combat service. So this thing was actually supposed to be Iran's air defense fighter over Tehran when that happened today, and it got obliterated. Like, we don't even think the Yak saw the F-35 at any point. We think it got hit by an AIM-120, and it just didn't even know what was happening until it got hit. Both of the pilots of the Yak did end up going down with the craft. We didn't hear about either of them ejecting. So while the Iranians were down on the ground, though at least the pro-regime ones were cheering it on like it was some sort of a massive victory, and they finally shot down one of those wicked imperialist aircraft, it actually was one of theirs, and the pilots went down with the plane. So a little bit of a irony there, honestly, and also I gotta say, folks, man, yakety yak and don't come back. That's what this one did. I mean, this one lived up to the phrase. But I gotta say, folks, it is really funny because a lot of pro-Iranian Twitter accounts were going crazy because this was like the first glimpse of good news that Iran has had the whole war. They're like, oh my God, we did it, we got one, and then it turns out it was one of their own. It was the funniest thing, honestly, to watch that happen on Twitter. But there's the little crapper, and there's the F-35 that took it down. Nice to see.
Also, by the way, we have a little breaking news happening right this second. We're seeing here that apparently CENTCOM has just placed a request with the Pentagon for more military intelligence officers at its headquarters at MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa, Florida, to support operations against Iran for at least 100 more days, but likely through September, according to current media reporting. So that's a big one right there. That does indicate the war is going to be prolonged for a little bit longer than we thought. So that's an interesting sign right there. We'll have to see where that goes. But also, by the way, we have a picture of that Sea Wolf, by the way, that took out that Iranian ship. There it is. It's back. Apparently, wait a minute. Actually, it's not back. Correction here. That's apparently before it went out. So that's a picture beforehand. This is the thing that actually took out that Iranian vessel right here.
Well, we don't really know, and it actually returned back to Bangor, I believe it's Maine, back on the 26th of February, and generally the turnaround time for subs like these is a little longer. It's like a couple of weeks, I think, once they return back to port. So I don't, it could have been a Seawolf, but I don't think it was the USS Seawolf, like the namesake of the class. I don't think it was this one. It might have been another one, but I mean, this is one of the possible types of subs that did take out the Dena, which is funnily named Dena, basically, down near Sri Lanka. Possibly. I like those tugs, by the way. Those are some real high-end tugs right there.
Indeed. Also, by the way, we have a video that just came out as well of a Hellfire flying in from the side of apparently about to hit a TEL launcher or some type of launcher hidden under a cover. It looks like it didn't hide that well. Let's take a look at that.
Oh. I don't think it hid much at all.
Damn. Also, look at that resolution, by the way. It's that good resolution camera again. That's always impressive.
That's that Ultra 4K HD, man. That's that IMAX camera they got on that drone. I mean, that thing is insane, really. But anyways, moving on from these little updates, it is time for us to also get on into some more news out of Tehran. We were able to hear a couple of important government statements today. The Iranians are stating that they're preparing for a prolonged conflict, which appears that it's suggesting they're not going to be giving up anytime soon. We have also been able to hear that apparently Khamenei's son, Mojtaba Khamenei, has been able to survive an assassination attempt today. He might have survived this one. But in the words of a group that was speaking about something that happened in the United Kingdom back in the day during the Troubles, they have to get lucky every single day. The U.S. only has to get lucky once, and that'll generally be the ongoing sort of an equation they'll be dealing with the possible heir to the supreme leader role in Iran. We also were able to hear that the U.S. is now going to start going out of its way to start targeting police stations and besiege headquarters throughout the country. You know what that means. And open source intel is right. I mean, I think we all know what that one means. It means that we're going to try and clear out the way for the protesters on the ground to basically take over the country. But with that, we are going to be moving now down into Iran. Let's take a look at what we've been able to see inside of the city of Tehran over the course of the day. We were able to see that the U.S. did conduct strikes on IRGC targets within the city earlier today. We could see some secondary explosions coming from that IRGC building right there in this clip.
Looks like it got besieged.
Oh, dude, that's a good one, actually. We also were able to see some more bombs falling on Tehran as well tonight. Let's take a look at that. Oh, those are up in the northern hills. Huh. I wonder what they're hitting up there.
Ah, yes. And the bombs fell that night.
Ah, yes, I see you know your JDAMs well. Good one. And you, sir, do you want to strike my limp bunker posts? How dare you, sir? But moving on from that, we also were able to see additional strikes inside of Tehran in these clips as well.
Oh.
We ain't playing. I think we can get that clear. And we also saw...
I heard, by the way, that in a couple of first days of the war, like 100,000 people fled from Tehran, by the way. That number came out today I think it was from possibly the UN. I think that was the source of it. But apparently a ton of people fled in the first couple of days. So the population has thinned out a bit.
It certainly does look like there's been a little bit of a thinning. It's not a huge one, though, folks. It's like, I think that's like 1% of the population of the city, but Tehran is actually home to about 10 million people, from what I know. So it's not a huge amount, but I mean, that's still a massive flood of people who have left. It looks like the Iranian government that stated like a year ago that they were going to start evacuating the Iranian people out of Tehran is generally happening with or without the government at this point. But moving on out of that, we've also been able to move ourselves generally outside of Tehran in total. And we also saw this really interesting clip right here. An Iranian was actually able to film an Israeli F-35 fly, or an American one, we're not sure whose it is, but it's an American or Israeli F-35 that actually was flying over Tehran and was actually deploying chaff and dropping bombs onto the city during this clip. So here it is. We see the F-35 right up there, and those little spurts out of the back of the plane are actually chaff, which is a whole bunch of little metallic bits. It's like glitter, basically, and it generally deflects radars from picking up the F-35, and it makes it believe that there's several F-35s up there, and it has to figure out which one is which. But look at it go.
Look at it go.
Little fellow working hard up there. Oh, a little honking down the street. Oh, and a bird as well. That's the end of the clip, but still giving us a little bit of a look at the air operations that were happening directly overhead. We also heard outside of the city that an IRGC base was leveled in the city of Marang. I mean, and it's no joke, this thing was literally leveled. There's the aftermath of the explosions. The damage was surreal. I mean, the base is completely gone. We also were able to see further on south and towards Iraq that HQ2 was slammed, but we already covered that earlier. And we also were able to see that apparently, according to some reports, Iran is now using underground missile silos within their country to fire off short-range and intermediate-range ballistic missiles. And the United States also conducted strikes on Yazd earlier today as well, which is within central Tehran, well, central Iran, actually. We can see the explosions right there in the distance. Moving on from that, it is now time for us to move on over into Iraq for a moment. We have been able to hear that there were air defense interceptions within the northern part of the country, exo-atmospheric ones as a matter of fact, and it's actually believed that this may have been an exo-atmospheric interception conducted by Turkish air defense because it was so close to the Iraqi border and the Turkish border, but we can't really tell at the moment. But there's the Iranian missile, and here comes the exo-atmospheric interception right there. Wildly impressive stuff. But that's the end of that.
Those are always pretty impressive, how you can intercept that stuff that high up. That's very impressive.
You know, it's honestly even more impressive because it always looks like a supernova, like a star that's exploding. It's really crazy. I mean, look at that. That is wild looking.
That is crazy.
The orb has returned. But moving on from that, it is time for us to move on down into Baghdad, as we were able to hear that there was a massive power outage that has affected apparently 2/3 of Iraq over the course of the day. Most of the nation's electrical grid is out at the moment, and we have heard that the Iraqi authorities are currently investigating the reason for the power outage and why that is currently happening within their country. Moving us on from that, we've also heard as one of our last pieces of news within the Middle East before we move on to everything else, that it does appear that the Israelis are continuing to hammer Beirut, and cars have, of course, continued to burn throughout the city as an aftermath of these strikes. With that all in mind, folks, I do have to move y'all into a little bit more of unfortunate news, as we do have a bit of an obligation, considering that we are American viewers and a large amount of our viewership is American, to notify y'all all of the names of those who have been killed overseas. The families have already been notified, and the names have now been published today for those heroic soldiers who have laid down their lives in the service of our nation. And we have been able to hear that out of the 6 killed, we had a report on 4 of those who were killed, I believe about yesterday. And as of today, we have been able to hear the identities of the last 2 who have been confirmed dead over the course of the day, as the Department of Defense did release that information. According to what we have today, we were able to hear that the 5th and 6th U.S. soldier killed in Kuwait has been identified as the following. Right here is Major Jeffrey R. O'Brien, age 45, of Indianola, Iowa, and we also were able to hear that Chief Warrant Officer 3, Robert M. Marzin, age 54, of Sacramento, California, have both also died and have been declared killed in action in the line of service of the United States of America and our interest overseas. I have to say that it's always incredibly unfortunate to hear of the passing of U.S. soldiers, and I hope that we've been able to show the names and the faces of those who have died in the name of our nation and the best interest of the nation overseas as far as our strategic interests are concerned, and also for the safety of the citizens here on the home front. I hope that many people remember to keep in mind the faces and names of those who have died overseas, as it generally is always important for the citizens of the Republic themselves to always keep in mind those who have died to ensure that the United States of America is able to remain the country that we know and hold greatly dear, and also the country that they held dear enough that they were willing to lay down their lives and conduct the ultimate sacrifice in the name of our nation. But these are the two individuals who have also been killed in the line of service, their names being published today, and we hope that they will become one of the honored dead that the nation remembers as those who were able to ensure that this nation remained the United States of America the way in which we know it. But moving on from that, and on out of Washington, D.C., and the unfortunate news of the names and identities of the other two soldiers who were confirmed killed several days ago, it is time for us to now move on into more international news, as we have been able to hear of other developments and situations that have been ongoing around the world. In a turn of events, we were able to confirm that the British are now allowing the United States to deploy B-2 bombers to Diego Garcia and Aria Fairford. Diego Garcia is an incredibly important linchpin for U.S. and Allied air operations within the area of the Indian Ocean. It is centrally located within the area, and also Aria Fairford, which is within the area just north of the city of Swindon within the United Kingdom, which you can see right here, can also house and easily operate B-2 stealth bombers as well. There's also a U.S. Air Force Air Support Wing that is based at this airfield to be able to support specialized operations just like this. We believe that this is to allow generally for the British to see that higher tempo air operations are conducted by U.S. strategic bombers against the Islamic Republic of Iran and are able to inflict more damage on a daily basis than they are right now, considering that all of our bombers are currently operating from their basings at Whiteman and Dyes Air Force Base, at least for our B-2s and B-1s, and then Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana near Shreveport is where most of our B-52s have currently been operating out of as well. So it will be allowing them to get a little bit closer to Iran and therefore make the flight times a lot shorter, a lot more manageable, and allow for more sorties to be conducted over the same period of time due to the travel time being significantly reduced for those aircraft. We've also been able to hear that there has been some other major news coming out of South Korea, and not really the kind of news that we like to hear. Panic has continued to grip the South Korean stock market, and we have now heard that over the course of the day, after the stock market opened again, after a 12% plummet of market cap value yesterday in the South Korean stock exchange, the stock exchange then collapsed another 8% today, setting off another circuit breaker and stopping trading on the South Korean stock market once again. This now appears to be an unmitigated economic collapse, as we have been able to confirm that 20% of the market cap of the South Korean stock market has imploded over the course of the past 24 hours, which appears to be indicating, at least to us at the moment, that this sort of an economic situation within South Korea is quite serious. 1 in every 5 points of market cap that we could see, at least as 100% value, has been eliminated within about just the past 24 hours, and it doesn't appear to have any signs of stopping anytime soon, at least at the moment.
It actually has been reversed a little bit. They have had a surge over 12+%. It hasn't completely rebounded from all the losses they took, but it is on track for its best day on record, at least for right now. So it's rebounded at least half of those losses, but we're not sure if that's going to hold out. It could just be like perhaps maybe a temporary boost, perhaps. Maybe some people are trying to buy the dip, as always people like to say, but we're not really sure yet. We'll have to watch it closely.
Also, let me go pull y'all up the Korean stock market, because I have to kind of show y'all something. I need to tell y'all this is a little bit important to note. So let me go and get y'all this right here. Let me go see if I can get it from where I got it earlier today. Now, this doesn't look the greatest right here. I mean, it doesn't look good at all, but here's something that's a little bit interesting to note about this. If we zoom out to the full total, if we zoom out to about the last 5 years or so, The South Korean stock market, since about April of 2025 last year, has literally exponentially skyrocketed. So I believe that this might just be some sort of an implosion that is now causing some shockwaves throughout the world due to the rapid pace in which the South Korean stock market grew over the past year. Because over just the past year, the South Korean stock market grew in size by 100% of its market cap that it saw in April of last year. So it appears that that might be the reason why. Usually, absolutely meteoric stock market rises like this one, at least in history, are usually met with an equally large and fairly damaging crash. So it appears that it might be some sort of a correction of the stock market, like a lot of people are now saying in the chat right now. So hopefully this won't become a major economic crisis. It might, even though this was a meteoric rise and it looks like it's kind of returning back down to a little bit more of a normal level. These sorts of things can create larger economic fallouts globally. It was stuff like this that created the Great Depression and the economic recession of 2008 and different things like the housing market in 2008 and then the stock market itself in 1929. So hopefully we'll see that this doesn't become extremely damaging to global markets and economies. But moving on from that, it's now time for us to shift our focus on up and into the war in Ukraine, because we still have to cover all of the other news that's going on around the world, at least the best we can for now. Sadly, we still weren't able to cover anything really pertaining to the Afghanistan-Pakistan war, or the cartel war, or the U.S. operations in Ecuador, which are fairly limited and mostly intelligence support, and also really anything else that we usually would cover, unfortunately, just due to the precedence of what's going on in the Middle East right now. But we did get a little bit of Ukraine war news today, which is better than nothing. Moving us on and into Moscow, we did get to hear of a fairly significant sort of a development today. The Russian Federation has signed a new decree increasing the size of the armed forces. Here is the actual presidential decree in Russian. We will be reading all the exact text of the translated version of the presidential decree here in English. Decree, President of the Russian Federation, on establishing the staffing levels of the Russian Armed Forces of the Russian Federation. In accordance with Article 4 of the Federal Law of May 31st, 1996, number 61 FZ on defense, I decree 1. To establish the authorized strength of the Armed Forces of the Russian Federation at 2,391,770 units, including 1.5 million military personnel. To declare invalid the decree of the President of the Russian Federation on September 16th, 2024, number 792, on establishing the staffing levels of the Armed Forces of the Russian Federation, collection of legislation of the Russian Federation 2024, number 39, Article 5789. This decree shall enter into force on the date of its signing. It was signed today by Putin, meaning that this has now gone into effect. This is increasing the size of the Russian Armed Forces by a decent bit, in a decent amount of ways, and it's giving us an idea that the Russian Federation is largely starting to prepare itself for something that could be going on in the future. As many of y'all would know, the war in Ukraine is not going well for Russia, and it's not getting any better. It's actually getting worse for them. And on top of that, we also know that the economic situation in Russia is near to the verge of collapse. And even with the rising price of crude oil around the world, we don't really believe that that's going to be helping Russian companies to actually recover and rebound to where they once were before the war. It's more so going to just be prolonging the inevitable death of most of these major Russian oil companies, and then the implosion of the greater part of the Russian economy, considering that Russia's economically a monolithic economic structure that revolves around its crude and petroleum oil industries. With that in mind, a lot of people are wondering, why in the world has this decree been made to increase the size of the Russian armed forces to a larger degree? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so this is certainly a large increase. There's no doubt about that. But this is falling short, by the way, of that mass mobilization that we were suspecting might be taking place. It's still possible that Putin could announce that coming up in the near future, like perhaps in the next month or two. It's still possible, but this increase, though, fell short of that. So I guess there's a silver lining to it, that it's not as bad as it could have been. But this is a big increase nonetheless. He's increased it to 2.5 million total servicemen, which is much larger than it previously was. So why is this happening? It looks like 35% said he's trying to overwhelm Ukraine with these more servicemen. 31% say he's trying to replace and hide losses, and they're probably cooking the books when it comes to how many soldiers they've lost. And 26% said he's preparing to invade NATO. So the overall consensus on the poll is generally people are all over the place with the answers here. So I would say, generally speaking, you can't put anything past Putin, because he's still in a foul spot, even though we haven't been reporting on the Ukraine war, because of course the Iran situation is pretty much taking up all of our time right now because it's an emergent situation directly involving the United States. The situation in Russia is actually getting worse. It's not getting better. So that usually pushes leaders to do crazy stuff, which could mean attacking a NATO state. We never can tell. Also, like we mentioned, losing Iran is going to mean losing another ally for Russia. So that's also going to have an effect as well. We're going to get to in just a second, Russia took a very big loss in Novorossiysk last night. They've got a lot of ships that are damaged in that port, in addition to the other ships that were damaged just a month ago. So not going good for Putin. I would say he's probably doing this to prepare to probably overwhelm Ukraine, and that's the idea behind it, but that has not worked in the past, so I doubt it'll work now. But Enforcer, what say you?
Also, by the way, Matthew, could you try and get me the damage assessments, like the physical pictures and videos from Novorossiysk, because I wasn't able to get that on our map today. So could you try and get that for me while we're getting towards that? We'll be covering stuff for a little bit.
Yeah.
But outside of that, to answer the poll, I would say that they're most likely trying to overwhelm Ukraine. Now, it's not out of the question that they might be preparing for a larger war with NATO. That generally we would assume would be their last-ditch effort at forcing concessions in the war, due to the fact that they generally would kind of see that they'd be forcing a nuclear confrontation with us, and nobody really wants to get nuked. It wouldn't end up well for anyone. It's a mutually assured destruction doctrine for a reason. So for that, I would say that I believe that they're trying to overwhelm Ukraine at the moment, but this might also have a double purpose or a secondary purpose of possibly even preparing for a larger war with NATO as well. There's a definite likelihood there. But moving on from that, and also, Matthew, thank you for putting that under the likes tab, by the way, we are going to be moving on and into Saratov. The Ukrainians did conduct another major drone attack on the Russian Federation overnight, with a large amount of their drones sweeping south over the Russian Don, and also a decent amount of them sweeping on into the areas like, for example, Saratov. Saratov was hit pretty heavily last night. We were able to confirm the refinery at Saratov was hit. Many Russians wept over this, as they are now going to be out of the job until the refinery is back up and running. And we also were able to see a little bit of the clips of the attacks on Saratov as well. Let's take a little bit of a look. That sounds like...
Жесть, прям слышно, да.
Vrona.
Вот он, ошалеть.
Вот он, блядь.
Damn.
These are the classic air raid sirens. These are the ones that they legitimately play in movies. But we also have some breaking news coming out at the moment, folks. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so conveniently, this breaking news is happening right as we moved on to the Russia topic, because this breaking news is actually about Russia. So we are getting word from NORAD that apparently they have detected 2 Russian Tu-142 military aircraft operating off the Alaskan coast and in the ADIZ. That's the Air Identification Zone for Alaska. So it looks like NORAD dispatched 2 F-35s and also 2 F-22s as well, along with the whole kit and caboodle, the KC-135 tankers, the AWACS, and also some Canadian aircraft as well. So this is happening again. We saw this happen, I think, a week or two ago, but it was a much larger deployment by Russia 2 weeks ago. This appears to be a smaller one, but this is starting to ramp back up again. It looks like Russia's starting to do these reconnaissance flights again, and they are ramping up. So, Enforcer, what say you?
It certainly does appear that they're once again testing response times of the air defense forces in Alaska, which isn't anything entirely new. They've been doing this for decades. Actually, ever since the Soviet Union was around, they've been doing this, but it still is kind of a bit of a, it's a little bit of something. Nothing too big. The one from last week was huge, actually. They sent a load of bombers. I think it was like 5 of them, and a decent amount of escorts as well. It's basically a bomber formation. This time it's more so of a small bomber wing, a main aircraft and a wingman, and that's about it. So it's not wildly large, but still it is showing that the Russians are keeping a little bit of pressure up on the air defense identification zone up near Alaska. But moving on from that and getting us back into the footage down at Saratov, we were able to see the impacts right here.
Ты ну как не увидел?
Man, those sirens are the classics, honestly.
Classics.
And we hear the drone continuing to whir on overhead, the Russians shining their spotlights in the sky, trying to spot it before it hits the ground.
This is literally just out of Peter Pan, the movie.
This is just straight up the Second World War at this point over Russia. Like, this might as well just be Stalingrad in 1942.
It might as well be World War III.
Oh, they got it. Oh, that scared him. Moving on from that clip, we also got another one right here. Let's take a look at this one. Oh, that one didn't seem like it was intercepted, did it? Like, that one blew up on the refinery. Unfortunate for the Russians. We also got this clip as well. Oh.
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 Oh my God.
Dang.
Holy cow. Where did that hit?
I think it was just off to the right of frame, like off on the refinery. I think the refinery is right off to the right of this building, because that was close. So let's listen to that again. Yeah, it was off to the right of frame.
Oh, that must have literally been right there off to the right. That was shocking how close that was.
Yeah, that was crazy, man. The whole room glowed orange for a second. That is nuts. But with that, that's the end of the clips out of Saratov, but very nice to see nonetheless. And we do have to move y'all down, folks, and into the area of Saratov, I believe. You know, there's a lot of good news that came out of Saratov, or at least Novorossiysk, over the course of the past 48 hours. There was a huge attack that happened on Novorossiysk, by the way, folks, that we didn't get to cover because the Middle East conflict was going on so heavy at that point, we couldn't cover anything else but that. But due to the kind of break that we've gotten and the rapidity of the news coming out of the Middle East, and we kind of have a moment here to breathe, we actually can report to y'all the following. According to Spy Dozer, who is a Russian blogger, a war blogger, he stated, attacks on ships in Novorossiysk. On the night of that would be the 1st of March to the 2nd of March, a massive attack was carried out on the city's port infrastructure of Novorossiysk. According to air defense units, at least 200 drones were used. Dang! The United States can only dream of using 200 drones in a singular attack on a singular target right now, actually, folks. That's beyond America's means. As a result of the strike, 5 military ships that were in the port were damaged. One of them received significant damage, probably the sea minesweeper, the Valentin Pukil, military unit 9921. Let me see if I can find that one for you all out of the shitters that we got here. I believe that would be the smaller one.
Also, by the way, just a quick correction. Go back to the messages real quick. Go back to the messages. It says a spy dossier, by the way. It's not Dozier.
Oh, my God.
Dossier. Man, when you said Dozier, I was like, Spy Dozier. I'm like, what kind of name is this for a channel? I looked up and I was like, oh, I said Spy Dossier. I was like, I got confused for a minute.
Man, I'm sorry. Oh, my Lord, that was a mess up right there and a half. It's Spy Dossier, not Spy Dozer. For some reason, Dozer sounded like it was better to me, but it's Dossier. But beyond that, there is also information about the damage caused to the ships Yesk and Kasimov. There are 3 known dead and 16 wounded servicemen. Well, that's unfortunate for the Russians. Now let's take a look at the ships that were actually hit. We're believing that this is the Minesweeper, due to the fact it looks like crap. We also believe that this right here is probably the Yesk, and this might be the Kasimov. Generally, they're smaller vessels, but this is about all that Russia has left in the Black Sea Fleet, to be frank with y'all. So these are actually somewhat big losses for the Russians, or at least pretty significant ships to have damaged at this point down there near to Novorossiysk. So not really good for the Russians. It appears that the Ukrainian attack was pretty all-encompassing in terms of the damage this time. I mean, they actually started to hit the Russian Navy, which has been penned up in what we call the fishbowl. Y'all want to know why it's called the fishbowl? For people who are new here, this is actually going to be news. The entirety of the proud and mighty Black Sea Fleet of the Russian Federation has mostly been destroyed. Only about 50% of the service fleet is left standing, and they've even lost a submarine or 2. They have actually lost 2 of them at this point in the war due to Ukrainian fire. The rest of the Russian Black Sea Fleet that is still operational has been confined, I mean literally confined and basically never allowed to leave this little area right here, which is completely blocked in now. So this is what we call the fishbowl, because all of these Russian warships are literally stuck in an area the size of a singular fishbowl. And from what we know, the attack slammed this area called the Vostochny Rayon quite heavily. That's why we're now hearing that 3 ships have been damaged, and a minesweeper appears to have been largely heavily damaged and maybe even knocked out of service for a little while. So it's like shooting fish in a barrel, because they're quite literally in a barrel. I mean, there's literally nowhere for them to go. Where do they go? And honestly, it's even more dangerous for them outside of the fishbowl. Every time they leave the fishbowl, a Ukrainian drone would track them down pretty quick and get them literally outside of the port of Novorossiysk and sink them usually. So that's why they're kind of stuck there at the moment, and they can't really leave. And they're just going to have to wait and see how many of them survive till the end of the war, which might not be many. Now it's time for us to move on into the war in Ukraine, and we were actually able to get some interesting news out of here today. For one, we've been able to see that the Russian army is doing pretty well, which sadly, it was removed. It was a Russian soldier drinking out of a puddle of mud water in the middle of a street. You know, once again showing they're doing quite well by all measure. We also were able to see this Russian Buhanka come under an FPV drone attack. Nobody from what we could tell was wounded in this, but, I mean, the car was blown away. Here's the clip. See them riding in their crapper.
Oh, man, this is a crapper and a half.
Oubliate drone! Oh, no! Here it comes. Oh!
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Whoa! No,
right on the cab. That was precision to the max.
Oh, there went the cab. There's the cab right there.
Man, that thing must have been glued on or something. That thing literally just fell off.
Matthew, look at that caulking job. Tell me that it was not glued on. Dude, they literally caulked the roof on. Yeah, I think it might be. I don't know, but I mean, it looks of shoddy construction, though.
I mean, it depends on who you ask. To some people, this is well built. They're like, "Oh, this is quality craftsmanship." To some people, that's crappy. But yeah, whatever it was barely on. Like that thing literally just plopped right on the ground.
Let's watch it again.
You can literally see it the moment it came off. There it goes. Also, when it hit the ground, it just completely collapsed. Like it had no structure. It was like Jello.
Yeah, it's like cardboard almost. It's pitiful. You know, the Russian army has actually turned into just a straight up joke over the last 4 years. It's like Sanford and Sons out here on the battlefield with this car right here, and they get obliterated all the time. If y'all are new to the Ukraine war coverage right now, the Russians have been relegated to using these vehicles right here, and they modify them a lot, and we call them unofficially Rodniks here on this channel. But what these things are let me see, let me go pull it up really quickly, folks. Let me go get it. Here we are. They are called the UAZ 452, also called the Buhanka. These things are pretty bad, but it's basically all that Russia has left. They're incredibly simple to build. They don't really last long, and they're very bare bones. They really can't even do a lot, at least compared to their original counterparts, which was the Ural 4320s and the Kamaz 5320s. These things are pretty bad. But the Russians are basically left using these or four-wheelers or mules because they've basically run out of everything else. And these things get smacked every day. We watch hundreds of these things get blown up off air, and we only show a couple of them to y'all because watching 100 of these a day get blown up would be fairly redundant and kind of boring. But still, the Ukrainians have been destroying these to great effect. Scooby-Doo and the gang has never seen destruction like this before in their entire lives. Moving on from that, we've also been able to see the Russian casualty report over the past 24 hours, and it's not going well for them. We were able to see that over the day, the Russians lost 2 Bobcat skid steers. Hey!
Very nice. Very nice.
And according to Ms. Disa, keeper of the records, 1,733 Russian drones shot down is the 4th highest daily loss of the war. 232 vehicles also ranks 4th, tied with 2 other days, and 2 Bobcat skid steers have been lost. Now, I gotta say, 1,733 drones being shot down by the Ukrainians in a single day would literally deplete everyone's missile-based interceptors in the Middle East in about an hour. Just to put that into perspective. That's how good the Ukrainians are at drone warfare on the offense and the defense. Maybe, you know what we ought to do, folks? I think this is what we ought to do. Maybe we should start to see that the Congress starts to approve congressional drawdowns for military support for Ukraine so that way they can continue to fight the war until Russia economically collapses, and then once the war is over, we can work with the Ukrainians to implement a lot of their drone-based warfare technology into the U.S. armed forces. Because if they lose to the Russians, we're not going to be able to get access to that technology because it's now going to be lying inside of Russia. It's not really going to be easy to get to. With the Ukrainians surviving as a country, we get to take all the lessons they've learned in drone warfare. They're the best in the world, and we get to implement those into our armed forces and even buy the systems basically intact, in full working order from the Ukrainians. That's a deal if I've ever heard one. That pays dividends in the future. Now, I think that's something that everyone can get on board with. Maybe we should put a little investment into helping Ukraine give the Russians a bloody nose so that way we can, in the end of it all, get the exceptionally good drone technology offensively and defensively from the Ukrainians, and make sure that we're cutting edge in every aspect of modern warfare. Sounds like a good idea to me. But moving on from that, we have been able to see that 980 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed, along with 4 APCs, 232 supply trucks, 5 main battle tanks, 32 drones, 32 artillery pieces, 1,733 drones, 2 MLRSs, and 2 Bobcat skid steers. Pretty good day, honestly. The Ukrainians have been doing quite well. Moving us on up into the area of the Konstantinivka front, we also got to see the Russians getting slammed down here by some Ukrainian fiber optics. Oh, they got that drill playing. Why?
You got that trap.
And they got that trap and they got that drill beat. And I think the Russians are about to get trapped inside of that truck. And we now see this four-wheeler also getting hit as well.
That was like a hunting setup. Like, you know, when people go hunting in the woods or something like that, though. Look at this thing.
Was that a slate? What the hell was that thing?
Man, that is tough right there. They have literally stripped everything out of that. The insulation, they've stripped everything except for the seats out.
I'm not going to lie, man. That thing honestly looks like a slate at that point. You know, like those new little cheap trucks.
I think this might be like 10 levels below that.
This is what they call the stone. I like the stone bleed. But they hit it. And they also got this one as well. Oh, they actually got the guys running for the trees, actually. Oh, and they got this guy trying to fling his rifle. They got this Buhanka. This Russian's trying to make a run for it. That usually never works against a drone. Case in point. We can also see a couple of Russians trying to make a run for it here as well. Including this guy. It seemed to work out for any of them, really. And we can also see this bunker here on the trenches getting hit quite significantly within the area of Konstantinivka. And I saw.
Now, you know how we were talking about the situation in Iran, by the way. You know how we were both actually complaining. We were saying they've had a long time in the United States to come up with ways to try to combat the cheap or Shahed drone threat. I'm just hearing right now, literally, I'm not making this up. Literally came out right after we talked about it. The Pentagon is eyeing buying Ukrainian interceptor drones to counter the Shahed drone threat from Iran. Literally right now, they are thinking about doing that. They're a little bit late, I would say. A little bit late. They could have probably done that before this whole Iran war got started. That would have probably been smarter, but they're looking at it in the middle of the war. They're looking at getting those.
Man, I gotta say, folks, it's kind of crazy, folks, how we don't have all that access to that top-end military intelligence, yet sometimes we actually do know more than the civil administration and the Department of Defense and the Office of the President on what needs to be done. It's crazy, right? I mean, like, it's crazy. Like, we're literally saying this stuff, and people are always deriding us and saying we don't know what we're talking about, and then right after we say it, what does the military do? They do exactly what we said they should have done a couple of years ago. They should have already been doing that, really. I mean, like, it's, I guess, better to hear that they're doing it now than never, but, you know, it's like, come on, they got to get on top of the game. This is ridiculous that this is happening in the middle of an active war. I mean, you know, people's lives are on the line right now. But anyways, with that, we are going to be moving on down into Pokrovsk, because we have been able to hear that Russian forces were slammed today by the Panama Squad. You ever been to Panama? I haven't. But it doesn't matter, not really. I mean, they're about to obliterate these Russian trucks anyways, Panama or not. And there they go, making a run for it. And it looks like that crapper is going to be obliterated. And we also see them hitting him right there as well. You know, I'll be honest with y'all. If the Ukrainians were smart right now, the Ukrainians would say, we'll give you the drone weaponry, but you have to give us guns and bombs. If they said that, that would be honestly pretty good for them. It would be mutual at that point. It wouldn't be a one-sided thing. It would generally be within the interest of Ukraine and the United States. If they scratch our back, we scratch theirs. It's a very mutual sort of an arrangement at that point. But with that in mind, that is all the frontline news that we have for the day, and it's time for us to move on up into Kyiv and get the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky. We always get the speech, and we got one today. It's juicy. So without further ado, here is the speech. Peach!
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці, українки. Коротко про цей день. Провів ставку питання по фронту, по забезпеченню українських активних дій нашого захисту. Я дякую кожному українському воїну, який реально забезпечує Україні сильні позиції, наші позиції на фронті, наше оборонне виробництво, наша здатність зривати російські плани. Це наша сила у відносинах з ключовими партнерами. І наша дипломатія – те, що додає партнерам віри в Україну. Були на ставці відповідні доручення і міністра оборони, і військовому командуванню. Я говорив сьогодні також з Рустемом Умєровим по його комунікації з американською стороною. Ми продовжуємо фактично в щоденному режимі спілкуватися з Америкою. Зараз через ситуацію навколо Ірану ще немає необхідних сигналів для тристоронньої зустрічі, але як тільки безпекова ситуація і загальний політичний контекст дозволять продовжити саме ту тристоронню дипломатичну роботу, це буде зроблено. Україна до цього готова. Я вдячний розвідці, офісу, усім залученим службам за кроки для того, щоб були можливі подальші обміни полонених. Ми працюємо, щоб повернути усіх наших людей додому з російського полону. Сподіваємось на хороші новини. Дуже активно цими днями говоримо з представниками країн Близького Сходу та регіону Затоки. І зрозуміло, який у них основний запит до України. Кожен, хто зіткнувся з ударами з Ірану, має надзвичайний виклик – шахеди, які важко збивати, коли немає відповідної експертизи та адекватної зброї. Тільки за пару днів активних ударів іранці випустили по країнах-сусідах більше ніж 800 ракет і більше ніж 1400 дронів. Атаки з Ірану тривають постійно. Хоча зараз інтенсивність ракетних ударів з Ірану частково зменшилась, є нова загроза, і це намір іранського режиму блокувати Ормузьку протоку. Це глобально вагомий маршрут транспортування нафти та газу. Саме через цю загрозу на багатьох ринках дестабілізовані ціни на енергоресурси. Ми говорили про це нещодавно з Урсулою фон дер Ляєн. Важливо захистити життя людей, важливо відновити стабільність і не допустити розширення війни. Іранський режим не повинен ні в чому виграти і тим більше не повинен зруйнувати життя. Ані там в регіоні, ані глобально. А це і нас стосується. І це наш спільний інтерес – допомогти людям захиститись. Допомогти також і швидше відновити стабільність в критично необхідному постачанні. Партнери звертаються до нас, до України, щоб ми допомогли із захистом від шахедів, з експертизою, з реальною роботою. Були запити щодо цього і від американської сторони. Зараз цими днями я говорив з лідерами Еміратів, Катару, Бахрейну, Йорданії, Кувейту. Будуть ще перемовини з іншими регіональними лідерами. Ми координуємося з нашими партнерами в Європі. Звісно, будь-яка наша допомога тільки за умови, що це не зменшить наш власний захист в Україні. І що це буде інвестицією в наші дипломатичні можливості. Ми допомагаємо в захисті від війни тим, хто допомагає нам, Україні, наближати достойне завершення війни. Ми працюємо заради миру, заради реальної безпеки. Я хочу подякувати всім, хто нам допомагає. Слава Україні!
Heroes Slava. And with that, that is the end of the speech from the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, here on this day of 1,470 of our global war news coverage, which actually started on the very first day of the war in Ukraine. And with that in mind, folks, it's now time for us to move on into the second segment of the stream, where we get to talk to each and every one of y'all. And I gotta say that it has been one hell of a news broadcast, and it's actually not even over. We actually have more breaking news coming out at this moment. Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so I'm getting some more details about the U.S. trying to get these Ukrainian-made interceptors to try to fend off these attacks from Iranian drones. So it turns out the folks that leaked it is apparently Ukrainian industry officials. That's apparently who leaked the information. So we're able to hear this because the Ukrainians telling this to the media. So apparently the Pentagon and at least one Gulf government are in talks to buy Ukrainian-made interceptors to fend off these attacks. The Gulf states have been using, of course, these expensive Patriot missiles to defend themselves, and those missiles cost about $13.5 million each, and the drones, the Shaheds, cost about $30,000. So that's what we were going over earlier. We were saying that's really not sustainable, and that's why this war is costing $1 billion a day, is because of that fact for the most part. So it sounds like we mentioned, they're a little bit behind the curve, but they are trying to deal with it at this point. So maybe they can get that in time, but I mean, we're already knee deep in a war at this point, so I'm not sure if that's going to be in time or not. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say it's probably not going to be in time. I mean, this sort of stuff usually takes months. So, I mean, it's a little bit too late. It's, interesting to finally noticed it in the middle of an active war, but a little bit too late. But before we move on into the rest of our questions for the night, I saw someone say something in the chat. Someone said, look into his eyes, talking about Zelensky's speech, going back and forth. Scripted by whom does he read? Damn, that's a good question. I wonder who the hell is writing all of Trump's speeches, because I always see him reading off of these crazy things called teleprompters. I saw Biden do that too. Who in the world is really running the U.S. government? Is it that they're reading off of a script so they can keep their thoughts arranged and make sure they're getting the important points across? Sacrilege! You have to remember everything off the top of your head, otherwise you're being run by the Illuminati. That's it. But anyways, with that in mind, it is time for us to move on and into the rest of the questions that we have for the night. And I do have to say that before we even get into that, I thank you all massively for enjoying the show tonight. We put a lot of work and effort into this thing every single day. I hope that you also enjoyed the short war video as well. We put a lot of work and effort into all of it, and if it wasn't for all of y'all watching these every day, we wouldn't have the inspiration and we wouldn't have the funds to be able to make this possible on the day-to-day basis. So humongous thanks to you so much for the support and the help of this channel to keep on running, both in y'all's time and also y'all's support and super chats. And with that in mind, it's time for us to get on into those questions. Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping right into our super chats once again, our first one goes to Wealthy Demon, who puts in 100. And thank you very much, Wealthy, for that $100 support. Hey! We appreciate that. He said, still awesome work, guys. And not a question, but info on torpedoes. With underwater blast, they are equivalent to a much larger air blast, and also it causes oscillating waves that can continue to weaken or break hull integrity with a much smaller charge. And long live the LSA.
And that is true, Wealthy Demon. That's actually what I was wanting to get into a little bit earlier, but it takes a lot to explain all that about torpedoes and underwater explosives and explosions. They are way more damaging most of the time than anything that it directly hits the ground, like a ground burst that usually a lot of people have been seeing in the war so far. So 700 pounds of explosives underwater can do a lot of damage, and that's what we saw against the IRIS Dena down near Sri Lanka. Really an impressive and sort of crazy thing to watch, but we're also showing why it's not a good idea for a submarine to get close enough to fire off a torpedo, because it is a death sentence for whatever ship even gets hit by a singular one. Back in the day, folks, crazily enough, ships used to be designed to basically survive as many torpedoes as possible. There was actually torpedo belts built on the battleships way back in the day. I'm talking about in the World War II era, to be able to try and protect the ships as much as possible from direct torpedo attacks. But nowadays, ships are not designed to take really any hits. They're designed to be able to avoid taking hits. That's why they have all of the anti-submarine sensors. That's why they have all of the air defenses, is to be able to stop themselves from getting hit. So when a torpedo ever gets close to hitting a modern day ship, the damage is tremendous, like y'all were able to see in that clip right there. Against a World War II era battleship, crazily enough, it wouldn't have been that bad. A whole bunch of World War II era battleships would be hit in some instances by up to nearly a dozen torpedoes in some cases and still be fighting. Pretty crazy how warfare changes. But anyways, with that, a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, long live the Lee Spring Army, and we're on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Blood Reaper, Reaper Drone. He puts in a $100 support. And thank you very much, Mr. Good Sir, hey! Mr. Drone, for that support. He said, greetings from Malta, sending you some filthy euros your way for tea or coffee. Much appreciated for keeping us informed with the latest news and currently following you from work at the cost of my colleagues, whether they like it or not.
Hey, and I gotta thank you so much for the amazing support, all the way from the island of Malta, which is a really cool place. There it is, Malta. Malta is really neat, actually. Let me see if I can show you some pictures of Malta. This is what Malta looks like. Really neat, actually.
That is pretty nice, isn't it? Look at that little kayaks, little canoes. Look at that. They got a little bit of everything.
The historic buildings, the sublime architecture. I mean, truly, Malta is actually a really cool place, really neat little country. And I gotta say, it's really cool to know that you're in Malta, watching this channel at this very time of day. And I gotta thank you so much for the unbelievably massive support as well. And I also gotta say on top of that, that euros are not filthy. I like euros. I like, really, honestly, I think all currencies are cool. I was about to go through them all, but really, I just find all currencies to be really neat. And I think that they're really unique and shows off a lot of the, I guess you could say, identity of the region in which the currency comes from. Just really quickly to show you all this, here's some euros right here. And the euros look different, I believe, from country to country, whoever's minting them. But they generally have at least a uniform-ish design. And here's a couple of them right here. I mean, these are pretty neat, actually. Like, they're very modern. They have a lot of anti-counterfeit measures within them. I will say, though, that my favorite is still the US dollar or the pound sterling. Like, those are my favorite, but the euro is definitely third, in my opinion. Really cool-looking currency. And I gotta thank you so much for the support for the coffee and donuts, because we appreciate coffee and donuts a great deal. And also, or tea. I mean, you know, tea we don't really drink often. I drink usually just straight black coffee. But I enjoy a tea from time to time. You know, sweet tea is really good. Very American thing from the Southeast. But a humongous thanks to you so much for those kind words and that incredible support once again. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we just wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and keep it running. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to none other than Hokey Redneck. And he puts in a 50. And thank you very much, Hokey, as well, for that support. His second one tonight. He said, do this late show, but show folks the difference between a large natural draft cooling tower and a reactor building.
And let me see if I can show that. Let's see. Let me see here. I got to go pull up the pictures and examples of this really quickly. So here is a natural draft cooling tower. And then let me go and get the reactor building itself. There's actually a couple of different ways that you can cool stuff down, but we won't get into that because that's a whole kind of a thing in itself. But let me actually, like, the containment vessels are very different from reactor to reactor, but I'll get the one that's probably going to be the funniest for people to look at, where they're going to go so here's a reactor building right there. There's two reactors actually in that picture. So the difference, folks, between a reactor building and the cooling towers, which you can see right here, is that the cooling towers are made to use a natural draft of air to be able to cool down the hot water that just came out of the reactors. And once they cool the water, it's then sent into a recycling pond near to the area of the nuclear power plant, and then eventually at some point, once it's been confirmed to have cooled down enough, then they generally start to recirculate that water back through the reactor. This is the reactor building itself. This is where the magic actually happens of turning the water into steam. Using nuclear fission, which is where a reaction accelerates within the confines of water as the uranium atoms continue to bounce off of each other in most common reactions, which use uranium-235 or some sort of a variant of uranium fuel. That creates fission within the water, which then produces friction as those electrons are passing through the water, and then that's what creates steam. That steam is then collected and passed through a whole bunch of pipes to a steam turbine. This steam turbine then spins, a lot like a jet engine, at, I believe some of them even spin at tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of revolutions per minute, which takes a tremendous amount of force. That then spins a electrical generator, which then produces electricity that is then fed through a substation right outside the power plant and then on to the greater grid. The cooling towers are just made to cool the water that's used in the steam production process. The reactors is actually what heats up the water to boil it into steam. So those are the difference between the two sorts of buildings that you would find at a nuclear power plant. So if you're ever looking for like a hit on a power plant, it's like, you know, is that worrying or not? A hit on a cooling tower, not that big of a deal. It's not great, but it's, you know, not terrible. Not to literally quote the Chernobyl miniseries, but a hit on a reactor itself, that's very concerning and very dangerous, actually, especially on an actual operating power-generating reactor. Research reactors are very different, but then we're getting into the weeds there. But a huge thanks to you so much for the incredible support, Hokey Redneck, and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope I was able to use my layman's knowledge of nuclear technology to explain that somewhat well. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Harvey the Drummer, who puts in a 50. And thank you very much, Harvey, for that $50 support. He said, I have a new band, and do you mind if I drum cover the Enforcer Orchestra theme using the stream intro and give us the executive summary about moving to Utah? And love the show in LSA.
And thank you for loving the show. And if you want to do that, that's fine. I think that'd be really cool to hear. I don't think we'd be able to play it during the intro, but I do thank you so much for wanting to do that. We would love to hear it someday if you complete that and get that finished. And also, the executive summary of moving to Utah, about moving to Utah. Generally, the reason why we moved is because Alabama isn't really like the greatest place to be, at least right now. It's a little bit rough. Like, it's always been rough, but it's really rough now. So we moved out, one, to get a change of scenery, and two, to kind of get out of kind of the whole Alabama thing, which has a lot more going on to it than just kind of like the state and stuff. But we moved out to Utah, and I gotta tell you, Utah is an amazing place. The food is delicious. The skies are mostly clean, except for during the inversions. The water, fresh, crisp, tasty. The scenery, gorgeous, beautiful, endless amounts of it. The city is very well kept, very clean. I liked Utah. I really like Salt Lake City a lot. Salt Lake City is a really great place to live. So I hope that does address that the best I can, Harvey the Drama. And I got to thank you incredibly for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. If y'all have not been through Salt Lake City, I highly recommend that y'all come through and take a little stop to just kind of wander around and take a look at the place. It is wildly nice. Like in most parts, there's like one part of the city that isn't too great, but for Alabama, it would be considered average or a little bit above average, funnily enough. Because when we go through there, Matthew and me were like, oh, this is kind of rough. But it's not as bad as Alabama, like for the most part. Like, you know, Montgomery and like Selma and Tuskegee and Birmingham and stuff, they're on a totally different level than even the worst places in Utah. Like around here, people be like, oh, Ogden is rough. In Alabama, Ogden is like equivalent to like, hell, it's like almost equivalent to, let's see, what you call it, like Hoover, which is considered to be a very nice part of Alabama, and generally it is. Like Hoover isn't that bad at all, but the rest of Alabama, they're like downtown Birmingham and some of the periphery areas, it can get really rough. But still, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well, the best I can at least. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $50 support from Wealthy Demon yet again. And thank you very much, Wealthy, for the second support of the night. And they said, I do have a question now. What is the likelihood that we destabilize Iran enough to send the Iranian prince in exile to reclaim control of Iran? And would that lead to Iran becoming an ally? Or would it just make Iran neutral to us at best? Nate, you know something interesting about that is I currently just heard that apparently one of the stated goals of the U.S. in this operation against Iran, let me go make sure I'm looking at this properly here. Let's see. So the U.S. Defense Department, or the Department of War, whatever the hell you want to call it, doesn't really matter to me. They're saying that the aim of this operation is to eliminate Iran's missiles, drones, navy, and sever the pathway to nuclear weapons. So my question is this. If the U.S. is not looking to install somebody, then if Iran has been defanged for the most part, where they really don't have much of a military left because we're going to destroy pretty much the whole thing, what prevents a really bad force like ISIS from simply seeing that, realizing they can go in and pretty much take advantage of a really weak country that's been largely destroyed, and then take it over and we have a much worse situation? I wonder what they're doing to prevent that from happening. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that actually the president stated today that Pahlavi's not going to be in the running, and he's not going to let him become the leader of Iran in any way or any capacity or even being involved in it at all. Which I gotta say, I mean, we're running 2-0 of throwing former U.S. aligned opposition leaders and countries under a bus. Like we did that to Maria Corina Machado on Venezuela, which I do have to say, it's very questionable how desperate she is to get in charge of Venezuela. I'm like, you know, what's up with that? But I mean, at the same time, while I would say that I have great apprehensions about Pahlavi, at the same time, like just saying that we're axing the guy and throwing him out of the running when he is clearly popular in Iran is really something else to me. I'm like, you know, it's like I had a different approach than most people. Most people are just like, let's appoint him as the leader of Iran through U.S. force of arms. And my approach was more so, why don't we have an interim government formed and allow him to run in the election, or allow for that interim government to make a referendum for the public saying, do you want a constitutional monarchy where Pahlavi is the Shah and the basically the head of state in symbolic purposes, and then let them hold a referendum on that. That's what I was wanting. And then the president just came out today and said, we're not having him. It's going to be someone from in the current Iranian government. And, you know, I got to be honest with y'all, what is the point of doing this whole war if the Islamic regime is still going to exist when it's over? Like, the whole stated original objective on the first day was to overthrow the Iranian government. We've once again been telling everyone in the streets to overthrow the Iranian government. And now we're basically telling everyone to go back out there and possibly get shot and killed again, so that way we can also ensure that the Iranian government won't be overthrown, because that's not the end goal. It's like, what was the point? Like, if that is what we're looking for, what was the point of that? That's about as stupid as getting rid of Maduro and not toppling the entire government in Venezuela. You're going to end up with the same sort of thoughts, the same mindset, and the same ideology that made them an enemy right now, but then they're just going to pretend like they're somewhat indifferent with us while they hate us to death in the background and still want us dead. It's like, what would be the point of that? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't understand it really. It's just, I heard this today, and once again, let me give the disclaimer because we have a lot of people here tonight that are new. We want to give a disclaimer. We try to stay as non-political as possible. So whenever I make these statements, I'm not trying to make a political statement here. But I heard today that the U.S. had a feeling about the Iran situation, and that's why they went for it at a specific time that they did, is because there was a gut feeling that now was the right time. So I'm not totally sure if they actually have a concrete defined plan for how this is going to go. I think they might be kind of flying by the seat of their pants right now. And also what seems to support that idea that they're kind of playing it by ear, this whole Iran war situation, is that they're currently not prepared to deal with the Iranian drone threat. And that's why we're hearing that they're going to Ukraine out of the blue. And they're saying, hey, can we quickly get some interceptors real quick? We're getting overwhelmed financially here. We're spending $1 billion a day. We need to reduce that. Can you help us? And apparently Ukraine's going to come to our aid. So that's a good sign. Obviously, they want to make money too. They're going to make money off the whole deal. But it seems like they really don't have a concrete plan. It seems like it's flying by the seat of the pants. Ultimately, we might end up winning the situation. In fact, we probably will. It might take longer than expected, but this could go a lot smoother if we actually had a concrete plan.
Because something else, like I see some people, I gotta say, folks, we're not political here, but whenever things don't line up, or you're going to hear it, because if we didn't point it out, then we're clearly biased politically because we're making sure to make one administration sound like a saint and then criticizing others because of their political leanings. So we criticize them all equally here, and we have. You can go look at proof of it in the last administration. We criticized them until the cows came home. We sat there and acted like, remember in early January, everyone, when Pahlavi went to the White House and met with the president and everything, they had this little meeting. Oh, we love you, Pahlavi. We need you in charge of Iran. And now, this time around, now we're just saying he's not even in the consideration. I mean, we literally played the guy just straight up, just like we did Machado down in Venezuela, to basically try and get him to hype everyone up in Iran for our ends, and then just cast the guy aside. What sense does that make? Like, that's clearly not going to bode well with anyone on the ground in Iran. They're going, okay, so we're just going to replace our Islamic regime overlords with an installed U.S. government, which doesn't represent our interest either. Like, we gotta let them have some leeway down there in Iran to run their own government. They're going to become pro-American anyways, but trying to force
them... They could do it.
Hmm?
They could do it like Venezuela. With Venezuela, they went and grabbed the main guy, which was Maduro, and then they left. And then there was some talk about, is there going to be a ground invasion of Venezuela? Is there going to be a round 2 of strikes? It turns out none of that happened, and they ended up working with the lady who's in charge down there right now, who's, once again, the underling of the Maduro regime. So the Maduro regime is still in charge of Venezuela, but now they're now working with us very reluctantly, but they are working with us. So it's sort of analogous to Iran, except we've gone in a lot guns blazing inside of Iran compared to Venezuela. We've gone in a lot more harsh there. We started a war basically. So this time they've already taken out Khomeini. He's the top guy, so that's analogous to Maduro being taken out. And now possibly, maybe could it be that they'll start negotiating again, possibly, and maybe they'll try to negotiate with Mujtaba, the son of Khomeini, who might be taking charge. But I don't think that regime is going to be open to that. Venezuela is a little bit different. They're not ideologically aligned like that. Iran is extreme to the core when it comes to their government. Like, that is probably the most extreme government on the planet right now. So I don't think they'll be open to talk. So I think it's probably going to go all the way.
Yeah, and then they're also conducting terrorist attacks on everyone in the region. They tried to attack our nuclear forces in Turkey today. And then at the end of it all, we're going to go, out of all these extremists that are in charge in Iran, we're just going to let one of them run the country after this whole thing is over. How stupid would that be? Like, we're literally saying, you know what? Let's have Al-Qaeda run the country once we end up taking out Al-Qaeda. We'll still, that would be, like, think about that in any other perspective. That's like saying, damn, Osama bin Laden just conducted the attacks on U.S. soil in 2001. Let's go to Afghanistan and overthrow the Taliban. But once we get done overthrowing the Taliban, we're going to send SEAL Team 6 into Pakistan, not to take out Osama bin Laden, but to grab him and then install him as the new leader of Afghanistan. That's about as stupid as this would be. Like, that doesn't make any sense at all. If we were going in there, the objective should be to see that the Islamic regime ceases to exist, no longer poses a threat to the United States, and that the Iranian people have the right of self-determination to select what kind of government they want going forward. That's what we should do. And that government will inherently become pro-American because the current government is supported by Russia and China, meaning that the opposition is clearly going to not like Russia and China because they're supporting their oppressors inside of Iran, meaning that by default, they're going to become American aligned once they overthrow the Islamic regime. So we don't have to force that. It's naturally going to happen, and they'll make everyone in Iran a lot happier with being a U.S. ally and like us a lot more if we just let them naturally do that instead of trying to keep the Islamic regime around and just letting them pick someone who's a little bit more mild of an American hater.
I have heard that they're considering one guy for the position. He's not really known to a whole bunch of people. Of course, Pahlavi is the front runner right now. Like Pahlavi, he's made his name really well known that he wants to be the front runner. There is one guy, though, that generally people have really not spoken about for the most part. And Enforcer, I just reposted it, by the way. You can pull this image up real quick. I want to get people familiar with this individual right here, so that way they know who I'm talking about. It should be at the very top of our Twitter page.
He's very
Do you have it?
Yes.
So this is him right here, by the way. Some people are talking about installing this guy right here. He's very busy. I think they say he has like 10 or 11 jobs at this point. But Ayatollah Rubio could possibly be the next leader of Iran. But I'm not sure if he's willing to take the job. But I mean, it looks like he's already gotten the attire, so it could be a good start.
Rubini?
Maybe.
I mean, there's a possibility here. I mean, there's a chance. I mean, this guy ends up basically running everything at the end of it all. I'll be honest with y'all, folks. People might disown this now. I'll be honest with y'all. I think this guy is going to be the main contender for this group coming up in the next election. I'll be honest with you, man. I think he's got a better chance than most everyone else. Because he seems to, we'll see. But beyond that, though, there's a chance. There's definitely a chance that Rubini could become the next leader. He'll be actually called Ayatollah Rubini. He'll be the supreme leader of Iran, the Bolivar of Venezuela, the Imperator of Cuba, the controller of the fish and creatures of the sea, manager of all Hilton hotels, governor of Minnesota, also the defender of Alaskan skies. I mean, this guy is basically just like some sort of a medieval king at this point with the title, man. I mean, he's literally got a title like, owner of Luxembourg, king of Bohemia, so on and so forth. It's about like that at this point with Rubini. So we'll have to see if he gets the job, but he's being considered at the moment as well.
Yeah, possibly so. This guy's got a lot of jobs right here. But seriously speaking, though, we don't know who's going to be in charge of Iran. It could be that maybe Pahlavi comes back around to favor. I will say this, though. I can kind of understand why Pahlavi has found himself out of favor, because Pahlavi is publicizing the hell out of himself. He wants to be in charge extremely badly. There's not necessarily anything wrong with that, but it can become obnoxious because, they haven't had an official election inside of Iran to determine if Pahlavi truly is the most desired choice. It seems to be that most people yell his name out when you hear him yelling from the rooftops and stuff in Iran and also in the streets. They're usually yelling about Pahlavi and long live the Shah. That's usually what they're saying. So it appears he has street level support, but I'm not sure if he has like the entire nation support, and you won't simply know that until you hold an election. So I think possibly the president might have gotten angry that he was getting a little bit too much spotlight or jumping too far ahead, and he may have tried to sideline him by putting him aside.
Also, we also have to remember that ego plays a big part, and considering that Pahlavi did say prior, I think it was like a couple of weeks ago, the president basically threw all those people that died under a bus. Then the president, how dare you say that about me? I'm great. You're no longer in the running. That could have been it as well, because that always comes into play a little bit.
Yeah, possibly. So it's just there's a lot that's not really known about Pahlavi. It seems to be that people like him, like he seems like he's possibly a charismatic fella, but there's a whole bunch about him that's not really known yet. And really, it's not really pertinent to the United States citizenry. It's more pertinent to what the Iranian people think about it. And so far, they haven't gotten a uniform say as of this moment.
I think if we ever had an objective, it should be to see that the Islamic regime dismantles itself. I mean, if they don't want to see the regime just basically collapse in a vacuum, I mean, maybe they could make something like, we will give you all clemency and not prosecute you for crimes against humanity and so on, if you allow for a provisional government to be formed that doesn't involve any representatives of the Islamic regime, which will then create national referendums and elections to dictate the future of Iran. You know, that's a possibility. I mean, you know, it's a bit of a bittersweet thing because we don't get to prosecute any of these bastards in the Iranian government for their crimes against humanity and so on that they've conducted against their own people. But at the same time, they might be willing to accept that because they get to save their heads, for one, and then also we get to achieve what we want inside of Iran. So there's a you could kind of see if you could try and work that, but I think we're going to have to bomb the Islamic regime a whole lot more here over the next few weeks to see that they might get bombed into submission, or the right kind of people get taken out to where those kind of people who would accept that sort of a deal would end up taking it and then skittering off to Russia or somewhere else. So we'd have to see.
I have a feeling this war is going to be lasting probably throughout the year, if I'm being perfectly honest here. I hate to say that because, of course, that kind of implies a little bit of a slight early, I guess you could say, complication, but I think this war is going to be going on for many, many months. This is not going to be coming to a quick end. And I think the proof is kind of in the pudding here. When they say that they need more intel officers for the CENTCOM command in Florida for another 100 days at least, that's a pretty bad sign.
Yeah, I would say so. Also, I see some people saying that's what Pahlavi's saying. No, Pahlavi is saying that the Islamic regime needs to get overthrown, and in the midst of the vacuum, the government needs to be reformed. This one's different because it's the Islamic regime basically handing over its power in more so of a controlled process to then allow for a provisional government that would then run the referendums. But I also got to say, like, here's the issue that I've had, and I brought this up a million times. Having a singular person at the head of a provisional or transitional government is never going to end up well, because they basically hold absolute power at that point, and absolute power corrupts absolutely, as the old saying goes. So who's to say that once Pahlavi is in that position, the transitional government just doesn't end up becoming a permanent government to where he's, you know, the head of the transitional government indefinitely, and then it just stays that way? Because once he's in that position, you know, he can just throw out election results. He could do all kinds of stuff because there's no government or any written body of law at that point, or any sort of a civil system that'll be able to shoot back against that.
Hey, that's up to the Iranian people at that point. Like, truthfully, like that would be fully up to them. Like, at that point, that's a domestic political issue for them. As long as the United States isn't being threatened by Pahlavi, as long as he's not trying to build nuclear weapons, if he gets in charge and goes rogue or something like that, that's all we care about. We can't get involved in their political situation. Like, if Pahlavi gets in there, which there's no proof he's going to get in there and turn evil, by the way. But let's say hypothetically he did and he went rogue or something, that's up to the Iranian people. As long as the threat is ended toward the United States, it's over with our involvement.
I mean, yeah, I would like, you know, kind of, but I think at the same time we have a bit of a duty, considering that we're the ones kind of at the head here, to see that the provisional government is as at least biased as it can be. Because if we do that, like if we say, okay, Pahlavi, here you go, you're pretty much the leader of the provisional government, you have absolute, basically dictatorial powers to transition the government, and then that ends up badly, I mean, at that point we're basically making all of the pro-American people anti-American, because we just installed a dictator that doesn't even represent their interests anymore, and then they'll come back to bite us later, like it did with the original Shah of Persia when he was overthrown in 79, because of that very same reason, because we did the same sort of a thing back in 1954. So I think this time around, with the lessons learned historically, we ought to make sure the Iranian people get exactly what they want, and we don't foment any sort of hatred or resentment against the U.S. in the current process, and we just let them have the most unbiased, most unaffected, and most unpressured government possible, to then create the referendums and elections that would be needed to see that it's formed exactly how the public wants it in Iran, instead of how we kind of just like haphazardly throw it together and then just go, okay, well, y'all have to deal with the shit now, and then just walk off and leave them with it.
Yeah, possibly so. But also, by the way, I put up a poll about how long the U.S.-Iran war is going to last, because I mentioned what I thought about it, which seems to be kind of an unpopular opinion, actually. I said it was going to probably last for months, if not through the end of the year, possibly. That's what the current indications are. I could be wrong, and it's still pretty early, so that's a pretty big leap to make. But I'm starting to think that this is going to last a minute, because it looks like it's going to probably start getting out of control even further.
Yeah, you know, it definitely could. We'll have to see. But I also have to say, for people who, you know, act like that's an unpopular opinion, a lot of people said, oh, the Strait of Hormuz will never be threatened. It'll stay open, and it's closed, you know, so it's like, you know, we don't say stuff on the channel just to say it. Like, it's a legitimate analysis with a lot behind it. We're not just saying stuff to you hate America, you hate Americans, or we just are propaganda shilling for, whatever people insert, America, Israel, Ukraine, or whatnot. There's legitimate reasons why we say stuff on the channel, and there's that. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next question.
All right, and our next one goes to none other than Chris Feilbach once again. He puts in a 50, and thank you very much, Chris, as well, for that second support. He said, someone in the live chat discovered that orb is bro, spelled backwards, and now you all know that too.
Huh. And I thank you for sharing that with us, Chris. I didn't know that until now. That's very insightful. And so a big thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does just that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $25 super chat from Leviticus, and thank you very much for the support. They said, love from Canada, and you two have news supremacy and a fan, and thank you for that, by the way. They said, look after yourselves, and headaches, make sure you do neck pressure points and massage, and take your vitamins, and thank you, and USA, Israel, and forces.
And thank you so much for the support, Leviticus, all the way from Canada. And I gotta say, thank you so much for the incredibly kind words. And I might look into doing that. I actually haven't had any headaches today at all. I've been completely fine. I think it was just yesterday, like the overworking and the huge amounts of caffeine and then the lack of it that created the headache. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping the channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a support from none other than Robert Krogan. And thank you, Robert, for that 20. He said, good evening, all, and a little something for the cause.
Thank you so much for the support, and thank you for something for the cause, Robert. A huge thanks to you once again for support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from none other than Kagan, who said, I miss you again. And when you guys are not reporting, it sucks. And y'all are getting very big as a channel, by the way. And it's really crazy, by the way. We hit 581,000 subscribers tonight, which is crazy. We've been barely able to keep up with it, by the way, because there's so much news to cover. But he said, would y'all ever do a deal with a news channel?
No.
And hopefully not. Well, if we ever did something like that, which, we would have to look and see about that, it would have to be something where we had pretty much unrestricted access to do our own reporting. If it wasn't, we have no desire to sit behind a teleprompter and read from a script, no desire to do that whatsoever. If it ever came to that, I would find something else to do, to be perfectly honest, because that's the problem right now with the country is the people reporting the news, they don't even act as reporters or journalists anymore for the most part. There are legitimate journalists out there, but most of the major mega networks that people know these days is like propaganda central for whatever political party they're shilling for. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say, generally making a deal with a news network would be highly unlikely, if not almost out of the question, because you basically give up your autonomy when you work for these larger news companies, most of them, because say if you work for Fox, you have to push the Republican lines or you're fired. And then if you work for CNN, you have to push the Democrat lines or you're fired. And the reality is that there's a lot of stupidity on both ends, and we just point that out here up front. Some people don't like it, but those people don't have the brains to know how to pour piss out of the bottom of a boot if the instructions are on the heel. So, we can't really care less about that. But on those channels, that's a career ender if you just speak like that honestly, and you bring up just upfront analysis, and then they're going to tell you behind the scenes, you can say this, but you can't say that. You can insinuate this, but you can't insinuate that. We basically lose all of our autonomy, and we would probably make a lot more money working for a mainstream news network, but I pride myself, and I know that Matthew prides himself as well, we both do, on the quality of the news that we present and the analysis that we're able to provide, and that would, most of the time in those sorts of scenarios there, we would completely lose the autonomy to actually have pride in our own work and do it from the ground up in an honest way like we do here. So we probably would never really go to a mainstream news network, and all of them generally fall under the Fox or the CNN framework for the larger part. They either lean left or right. But beyond that, I do have to say, thank you so much for noticing that we're getting a pretty big channel here. I mean, it's been crazy. I think we've gotten 45 or 47,000 subscribers over about the past, let me think here, about 5 days or so. It's been a huge amount of people who've joined us here recently. We're getting very close to 600,000 subscribers. So a humongous thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible. We wouldn't be able to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Now, you know what would be cool if we could get like syndicated on like radio channels or something where they basically take our YouTube show and they broadcast it on the radio. That would be pretty cool. That wouldn't require anything different than what we're currently doing. That's just basically, distributing basically in podcast form what we're doing here to different mediums. That would be something pretty sick, actually. I'm not sure if that would ever actually happen or not because we're always known for doing it on YouTube. We've always done YouTube, and Twitter is where we like gather news and post about stuff. But generally, though, we mainly are exclusive to YouTube for the most part, which I'm sure YouTube's happy about that because it drives traffic to their site. Anyways, though, moving on to our next one here. Actually, before we get into our next super chat, I want to address the poll that's currently running. The poll says, how long is the U.S.-Iran war going to last? It looks like 36% said a few more months, 29% said a few more weeks, 27% said at least a year. And I'm going to say at least a few more months. A full year, that might be pushing it, but till the end of the year, that's like, what is that? That's like 10 months or something like that, 9 or 10 months or so. It might last that long. So I'm with the 36%. I believe it will be many more months, and that's my current prediction. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say it's probably going to last a few more months. At least the active phase that we're seeing right now will last for a few more months. I don't see it going for the whole year at the moment, and that could change. We have to generally see how things go from here. But I think it's definitely not going to be lasting weeks. Weeks, in my opinion, would be a little bit too optimistic because, everybody's got to remember the Russians said 3 days 4 years later because their own overconfidence. 1.5 million Russians have been wounded and killed, and they're still in Ukraine, and they've made it nowhere. So it's always important to remember, don't be overconfident. Overconfidence kills. And also, don't be too pessimistic, because that can also kill as well. You want to kind of be more realistic. I mean, I would say that probably a few more months would be fairly realistic at the moment right now. So I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from My Trucking Travels. And thank you, good sir, as well for that support. He said that thank you for the amazing coverage this week. And I wish I had more to give, but keep up the great work, my friend. And LO say it forever. And please say one from the chat. And Houston to Phoenix, yeehaw.
And that Interstate 10 run. And I got to thank you so much for supporting My Trucking Travels. And thank you so much for enjoying the coverage. We have put our heart and soul into it. I got to say, I'm very happy that we've been able to get to a more normal sort of a routine back on our normal schedule over the past 2 days. It has really helped out with over fatigue or really generally fatigue because we were getting exhausted keeping up the schedule that we were doing for the first few days. So luckily it's kind of started to die down enough that we can get back to our normal schedule here. And I got to say, I thank you massively for the support because folks like you help us to be able to keep this work rolling. And long live the Lee Spring Army. And let's get one from the chat in honor of My Trucking Travels.
And the one from the chat goes to James Margolis. He said, any more news with the USA and South America and that whole operation?
Generally, it appears that we just provided intelligence to the Ecuadorian military for them to conduct their operations, so it wasn't as big as it was originally made out to be by CENTCOM, because the way CENTCOM put it out in the statement, it made it sound like the U.S. was on the ground down there. It turns out we actually weren't. But a big thanks to you for the support of My Trucking Travels, and I hope I was able to answer that live chat well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Straight Edge Soldier, and thank you for that 20. He said, thoughts on Iraqi Kurds going into Iran? Not too sure I believe that, and also not too sure how effective that would be in achieving regime change.
It turns out that story was a non-story. It didn't happen. And so, that was a pretty crazy one. Because it happened right after my video went out, and Matthew actually called me. He's like, dang, you missed the Kurds invading. I said, wait a minute, they did? And then it turned out like 4 hours later, that whole thing was debunked. It wasn't even an accurate story. And there was never any video or picture evidence or anything. But outside of that, as far as the Kurds go, I would have to say I'm quite hesitant along with you. I don't really know if that's going to be successful inside of Iran. I think that there's just not going to be enough forces and enough communication and enough of an ability to sustain themselves, basically being cut off from any supply line for them to really do a whole lot of damage nationwide and basically tie down the Iranian internal security apparatus to where the people can rise up basically in a vacuum and then overthrow the Iranian government. I'm also fairly pessimistic about that myself. I don't really think that would be achievable in the realistic situation that we're seeing right now. So big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Lisa, and Lisa said, thanks for all the extra updates this last week.
And thank you so much for enjoying all of the updates over this last week. We've tried our hardest to keep them going, and I'm proud to know that a lot of people are enjoying them. So big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And we have a 20 from M. Bertram. He said, all hail the Orba Judgment.
And all hail the orb. And a big thanks to you for the support, Bertram. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Thy Jordan, who said, excuse me, said, that's also what the super chat said, by the way. I wasn't having a stroke. They said, hi there, I didn't see you there. Don't mind me. I'm just remembering that I forgot my pizza at the bank, LSA.
Pizza at the bank? Why did you leave your pizza at the bank? I don't understand. But I did think...
you must be in the bank's favor to bring pizza in there and eat.
Oh, yes. I see you know your bank as well. Good one. And you, sir, did you grab my cold pizza? But it was beyond that. I do think
I love cold pizza.
Man, cold pizza smacks, honestly. I don't know about all of y'all folks, but I'm not going to lie. Pizza, when it gets cold, not refrigerator cold, but when it just kind of cools down, for some reason, in my honest opinion, folks, that's probably the best time to eat the pizza.
I would say so. I put mine in the fridge the other night, and I got it back out the next morning. I was like, that's the way to have it right there. I like it when it's cold.
It's just something about it. I don't know about y'all. Tell us what y'all think in the chat about that. Maybe we're both kind of like wackos in that regard, where we
I'm going to tell them that. I'm going to tell them that next time I order. I'm going to say, hey, don't make it hot, make it cold. And they'll probably, huh? So what you want it uncooked? It's like, no, I want it cooked, but I want it cold cooked.
Let's see. See a lot of people yeah. Someone said unsubscribe. What the hell? Well, there they go. There they go.
See, that's the problem with this country. Whenever you bring up issues like pizza being cold or hot, people are so partisan. They just leave at the drop of a hat.
I tell you something, it's really crazy. I believe that man and fish can coexist peacefully, but beyond that, a lot of people are calling for a pizza poll actually right now, so I think we need to get on to that, Matthew. You need to give two options. How do you like the pizza? Hot or room temp? Well, I actually give three: hot, room temperature, or cold. Because I usually eat mine room temperature. I think that's probably the best way to eat it, in my opinion. But to each their own. To each their own. But anyways, while Matthew gets working on that poll, I'll answer the next super chat. And it's a 20 from Kenny, who said, has anybody seen the Enforcers and the Orb in the same place? Coincidence? I think not. Well, I mean, no one's seen the Orb and the Enforcers in the same place because the Orb is actually one of our RC craft. We made it in our garage with a bunch of scraps, and we fly it around whenever we think something big's going to happen to take a look at it. So a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that the best that we can, and a humongous thanks once again for helping this channel to keep on running. And with that in mind, looks like Matthew and me are about to get obliterated in this poll. So we are on to the next one.
Okay, so moving into our next one, this one goes to Yenya Tolls. And thank you very much, Yenya, for that 50. They said, thank you for your attention to the matter. And also they have a profile pic that's kind of fascinating.
And I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I got to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative for you helping this channel to keep on running. So a big thanks to you once again for enjoying this channel. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Edward Curl, who said, I was stationed at the Lick 51 years ago. It was great seeing how the base looks today, and great work, guys.
And thank you so much for the support. And it is a really interesting base, isn't it? And 50 years ago, that was a long time ago. But Turkey is still, Turkey is doing Turkey things these days. Turkey was actually a big ally way back in the day, like a huge one. But I got to say, really interesting little base right there. I mean, look at it. I mean, really something right here. They got the little ammo storage buildings out here. They got the hardened shelters here. These are not actually built to U.S. standards, because if they were, they'd be 500 feet apart. And these appear to be a lot closer, than 500 feet. So, a little interesting with that. The Turks kind of cut corners with that. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope I was able to address that well. And a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this poll has slaughtered the cold pizza argument. 83% said hot pizza, 17% said cold. So that pretty much ends the whole thing right there. But Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta say, Matthew, I never have seen both of us get slaughtered in poll. They got the same thing. That is pretty rough. I guess we are freaks for liking cold pizza. Apparently that's a freakish sort of a preference. Huh?
A freak.
Not freaky.
I hadn't heard
freaky. No Diddy.
Pizza in the same word, the same sentence before. That's crazy word.
I mean, not freaky like that. Not like that though. I mean, just I guess we're like a freak of nature liking cold pizza. So I guess, folks, due to public pressure, I'm going to have to become a politician here. I'm going to have to completely change my opinion and do a 180 on the spot. I now love hot pizza. Cold pizza is for wacko weirdos, and we don't like those people, and they need to be put in prison just because they're a little different. So with that, I'm just playing around, by the way, folks. I still kind of like cold pizza. It's pretty good to me. I like it. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next support here is a $20 support from Moby Duck, and thank you, Moby Duck. They said the torpedo does not hit the hull. It explodes underneath the ship and causing cavitation bubbles that force the ship up and out of the water, breaking the hull structure in half and making it sink. And it's by design. And great work, boys, and LSA.
That is true, Moby. I think I covered that earlier on in the show, and that is, in fact, true. Back in the day, I believe the torpedoes would hit directly onto the hull of a ship. Nowadays, they don't do that. Technology has evolved. But a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Chameleon VR4 who put in a 20. And it's Joseph M. Sika, and thank you very much, Joseph, for that support. He said, a long time, no super chat. KKKK. He said, also, let's see here. He said the first time that they drew up plans to invade Iran, the brass talked them out of it. And I think it was smart to attack now with all the new tech, or do you think this could have been done back in the first term of the current president?
I think it really could have been done at either time. There hasn't really been there's been some innovations in the military, but not a large amount. I'll be entirely honest with you. It probably would have been better to do it back then. Because as far as the failings that we're seeing right now, it's actually a failing because of the advancement of technology, specifically drone warfare, which is kind of our Achilles heel at the moment. And so I would say that it probably would have been better to do it way back then. But, I mean, at the same time, though, like we're always saying on the channel, we could see that this whole thing went off without a hitch at all if we had just seen that the government was proactive, which just, it pisses me off to no end, because I'll explain to y'all a little bit as to why. The government is responsible for the safety of our armed forces, meaning that we have to have as effective defenses as we have killing machines. Because the killing machines and the defenses generally balance out to where the government is basically responsible at that point for making sure that our soldiers do not die unless if it was a freak scenario to where it was basically unavoidable. That's really what is more so the case. And when I sit there and think of it as I would be in charge of any, say, department like the Department of Defense, my huge thing would be, what are the largest threats that we see today on the battlefield? And we need to immediately address those right now, because if we go to war, they're going to be a problem. And we have been seeing for years now here on this channel that drone warfare would be a massive threat to U.S. forces. And we've been saying for years, and I got to say this clearly, it was during the Biden and Trump administrations for years now, we need to see that this drone threat is dealt with. The past administration basically did nothing to deal with it, and the current administration pretended like they're dealing with it, but in reality, they've also done basically nothing as well. Because the doctrines on the ground literally have not changed an iota from what we would have done under the Biden administration if we had gone to war as well. It's been an absolute failing in that regard. Basically, everyone at the civil level has just overlooked this completely. And then on top of that, the military is very slow at this point to adapt as well, from what we can tell. And we've literally watched this going on for years in Ukraine. Like, this is something that it's not like it's just happened right now and everyone's going, oh, what happened? We've been watching this for years, and now they're acting like this is a shock. I would be entirely honest with y'all. To me, because I have fairly high standards, how lightly we do with covering this news here, to me, that's just in pure incompetence to not see this coming. It's been coming around the corner for 4 years. That's an entire presidential term's length of time. And nobody's done anything about it. And now they're going, oh, this is an issue. It's like, yeah, it's an issue. It's been an issue for 4 years. It needs to be addressed. It should have been addressed years before, 2 years before. But, you know, now everyone's going, oh, look at that. Now we need to fix this. It should have been fixed proactively instead of being reactive response like we're seeing right now. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that it's addressed that well, but I just cannot get it across enough how aggravating it is to see that this sort of a consideration wasn't taken into effect years ago, before this administration even came into office, and then during this one as well. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
All right. We'll have to pick up the pace a little bit because we have a lot of super chats to get to still, even right now. So our next one here goes to 8020, who puts in a 20 as well. And thank you very much, good sir, as well. They said the Rheinmetall Sky Ranger is the best anti-drone system in my opinion. And what do you think?
I'd actually say that a machine gun, like just a normal machine gun, is actually proven to be the best thing out there because the Rheinmetall Sky Ranger is very good and it's a very cool system, but it is actually fairly expensive per unit, and the munitions are fairly expensive too. So I would say that the cheapest results that we've seen, which has been the Ukrainians rigging up their machine guns to a pretty advanced algorithm that's able to predictively path the flight of a drone and then lead the target and shoot it down autonomously for the large part, has probably been the most effective drone defense that we've seen so far. So I'd actually say that the cheapest, most abundant option right now, which is just machine gun based drone defense, is probably the most effective seen so far at the moment. But a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that addressed it well. Not to say the Sky Ranger's bad, it's really good. It's just that it's fairly expensive. But with that, we are on to the next one.
Our next one goes to Paul DeSeno, who puts in a 20. He said, great job, guys. And my question is, do you think Iran's acting in concert with its allies, Russia and China, say by trying to draw NATO to the Middle East by triggering Article 5? Or are their attacks just the regime's death throes? Now, you know, Paul, that's an interesting point. I was thinking that. It crossed my mind today when I was hearing about the interceptor missiles getting depleted in the Middle East. I was thinking we are expending a lot of precision munitions, interceptors, and a lot of different stuff. Mainly the main concern is precision munitions and interceptors. Those are the two finite commodities that we currently have, that we're currently using at a very high burn rate right now in the Middle East. And that will play into a risk factor when it comes into Russia aggressing against NATO or China aggressing against Taiwan. That is going to give them a little bit more leeway to perhaps pull something like that off, because we're depleting our stocks. And I don't care what the U.S. government's saying. We don't have an unlimited supply of precision munitions. It doesn't work like that. I'm not buying it. So I am a little bit concerned about that. But Enforcer, what do you think?
Well, where's the endless soup and salad pit where we're just pulling the bombs out of hell? Like, where is that? Like, you know, it's like if we have an unlimited amount of them, where the hell is the pit that's providing an unlimited number of these things? Because from what I know, we only have a finite amount of storage in the United States, and that means we have a finite amount of bombs, and we'd have to produce more to have more. So, you know, it's like there's the issue. But outside of that, I'd have to say that I don't believe they're trying. This is like some sort of a grander strategy. Like everyone's always trying to say, "Oh, there's a grander strategy out there by all of these enemies of ours." Generally, there's not, because even right now we're seeing that Russia and China aren't getting involved in helping out Iran at all, and they will eventually be curb stomped as a result. And Iran wouldn't sit there and agree to a plan where they're the sacrificial lamb, to where, you know, Khamenei agreed basically, I'm going to die within like 2 minutes of the war starting so that way y'all can have a chance. Like, nobody's that selfless, especially in high up political positions like that where they're leading a country. So I'd say that generally no one's really acting in concert on that end. It's more like a dead frog getting zapped with electrodes and its legs are reflexing every once in a while, and that's how that axis of evil is working on that side of the world at this point. But a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Bohowala of Toronto, and thank you very much for that 20. They said the war is definitely having global ripple effects, but so is the Enforcer channel, and it's a joy tuning in to you guys for conflicts from India and getting my donation in before I have to pay a kidney for a liter of oil.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, you know, hopefully it won't be that bad. But beyond that, I got to thank you so much for the support all the way from India, and thank you so much for the kind words and helping this channel to keep rolling. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from AUSBW, who did not leave a comment, but thank you very much for that $20 support, and we appreciate that very, very much. We also have a 20 from Matt C. He said, it seems like we're on a glide path to conflict with the CCP, the Russian Federation, the IRGC, the DPRK, also known as North Korea, by 2028. And at what point do we stop asking if nuclear war, but rather what it looks like? And what does it look like, actually?
Nuclear warfare is actually pretty terrifying, even at the tactical level. That's why we kind of want to avoid it as much as we can. At the tactical level, the nuclear weaponry that would be used would be about the size of the Fat Man and Little Boy bombs that were used on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Crazily enough, that's considered tactical level. But these days, back then, that was, you know, the biggest that was available. Nowadays, it's fairly small. But beyond that, though, those would be used against major military forcings on the front lines. So if you go into the military, you could get wiped out with literally an entire army group in one fell swoop by one tactical nuclear weapon, or a key part of that army group could be knocked out, basically crippling that army group from then on. So It's actually, like, even at the tactical level, it's actually quite scary looking, and that's why I still say that we need to avoid that. Like, we don't need to get into an idea of we need to accept that nuclear warfare is a reality. We still need to be of the mindset that we need to try and avoid any form of a nuclear war at all costs. If it happens, it happens. We won't be able to avoid it then, but we don't want to really go into it with the idea of, okay, it's going to happen, so, let's do it anyways, or, if it happens, it's no big deal. We want to still avoid it as much as we can. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Turbo X-Ray. He said, I heard that Iran's has about 30 subs, and that 3 were taken out, and some were stuck in dock. But are there Iranian subs hiding out?
They have 3 real submarines, which are the Kilo class submarines, and the rest of those are midget subs. So they're not really submarines. They're basically like death capsules under the water. It's like
narco subs.
Yeah, it's like the Titan submersible, and they usually implode like that when they're, under fire. So generally they actually don't have a real sub force. It's like a fake one on paper, but not real in any practice. But a big thanks to you for the support of the Distress That Well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Crazy Kid who said, please, please, please talk about sleeper cells. It's real, and they are here. Well, the trick is, if you see a sleeper cell, well, actually, I can't say that. But I can't really say anything about that. But thank you very much, Crazy Kid, for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
Sadly, YouTube probably wouldn't allow us to talk about that all too much, but I do thank you for the support and helping the channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20. Also, by the way, I was going to say something crazy there for a minute, so I'm playing it safe. But our next one here goes to DWRB, who puts in a 20, and he said, "Do you see any ripple effects with China and Russia in terms of Iranian oil sales, and Russia if drone sales cease and LSA?"
I would say, let's see. I would say, if anything, the Chinese might start to smuggle in more Russian oil, but I don't really think anything's going to directly change for the Iranian situation right now. So a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 15 from John Ferrario, and thank you, John, as well, for that support. He said, if the U.S. or Israel were able to locate the hidden uranium and retrieve it, who would take control of it? Carry on and thanks.
We would take control of it, because technically Israel's not supposed to be in possession of stuff like that, although they are. They officially aren't. So we would take possession of it, and then we would dispose of it by some means. Or we might just keep it and then use it for ourselves, maybe even refine it into nuclear fuel, or maybe even use it for our own nuclear weaponry. So there's always the chance for that. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that addressed that well, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a 15 from Elms, who said, I'm pretty sure that Andrew said a year ago, I hope we figure the drone thing out because Iran will be a pain if we go in there, LOL. At Grok, is this true? Oh my God! Oh. Please no! Please no! That is being asked so much on our Twitter page. I did this. I'm actually legit getting like burnt by it. Like, so everybody in the replies these days, like it's a good portion of people. They'll come onto the Twitter posts I'm making, and they'll go into there. Like 1 million people will be like, at Grok, is this true? At Grok, please tell me, is this true? Tell me what to think, Grok. I'll be like, are you kidding me? I'm like, I use AI. Like, I will admit, I use AI. It's a supplement, though. I don't use it to tell me what to think. I use it as a guide. I don't use it as like, take over, Grok. Here, take care of me, Grok, please, please. I don't do that. And also, Grok got the stuff wrong today. Like, people were asking Grok about my post, and Grok wasn't updating fast enough to get the news. So it was saying I was wrong and I was right. Oh my goodness. I wish people would stop asking Grok, like, what is this true? Is it true? It's like, just look. It's like, just look. And also, I'm not going to lie to y'all either. It's like, I may get something wrong occasionally, but I won't lie to you. You can believe in me. Trust in me. Trust in me, bro.
Wait a minute. It really did that?
What?
It said that you were wrong and you were right?
Yeah, I did that earlier. You can go look in there under the post that I have there. Somebody said, at Grog, is this true? I think it was about the situation about something happening. I can't remember which one it was. People ask it on every single post. So I can't remember exactly which one it is, but it was not updating fast enough, and it said I was wrong, and then later it said, oh, well, actually, this is confirmed.
Damn, that's crazy. Grok, is that true? I mean, I'm just kidding with you. I knew that happened earlier today. I just had to set up for that punchline right there. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And also a goofy name too, Grok. It's like Grok. It's like could Elon and them? Yeah, it's like Elon and them couldn't come up with a better name than Grok. It's like, what does that even mean? I'm sure it has like some meaning behind it. You know how like Palantir, Anduril, those are all like Lord of the Rings references that those fellows come up with themselves. They're obsessed with Lord of the Rings. That's why they started naming their companies after Lord of the Rings references and stuff like that. So Grok probably has something to do with something, but I don't know what it means. So it's like Grok. It's like a terrible name, honestly. But our next one here goes to Mattress, who said, yes, you guys are phenomenal. I just love this. I'm in the Dutch Special Forces and stationed in Lithuania. That's cool, by the way. I said, I've been following your streams from the start of the war, and thank you for your service.
No, thank you for your service in the NATO Armed Forces. I got to say that's incredible to hear. That's really cool. Dutch Special Forces. You know, the Dutch and the Danish, they have these really cool looking Special Forces, folks. Like, let me go see if I can pull this up for y'all. Dutch Special Forces. Really neat stuff. Let's see. Here we are. The Corps of Commando Troops. Right here. This is their emblem. Pretty cool looking. It's a lot like the SASs and the SBSs, really. But let me see if I can show y'all a picture of them in the modern day. There they are. There's a picture of them. A lot like the Danish frogmen. They're cool, aren't they?
Is that an HK-416 or is that a Mark 18?
It is an HK-416 D10RS. High quality.
Very nice. Very nice.
Man, I gotta be honest with you, man. All of the smaller countries around Germany, like Denmark, the Dutch, they have the coolest looking special forces. Like, they give them the coolest looking kit, and the photo ops are just badass. I mean, they're really neat.
I love that. I love those short barrel, like ones like that, like the AR. Like, I love those right there. The HK is nice, just crazy expensive. The Daniel Defense Mark 18, that's a nice one too. I like those. Those are very cool.
And also, I cannot go. I have to do this, folks. This isn't Dutch, but I just got to show you all the pictures. The Danish frogmen, they're so cool. Like, the outfits, the uniforms, the equipment. I mean, it's just high. It's just unbelievable cool. Like, I gotta say, folks, once you dip your drink into the chalice of like all of the European special forces, they have such cool ones in every single country. I gotta say, I really do love the Dutch Special Forces, by the way. They are incredibly cool. And I gotta say, really cool to know you're watching as well. Really neat. Out there in Lithuania, of all places. And I gotta thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to be here on air right now, getting to cover this news and give a shout out to all of the Special Forces of our amazing allies across the whole of Europe. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 12 from DPM, and thank you for that support, by the way. They said focus online. Let's see here. Sadly, I can't repeat it though. I gotta like, for legal reasons, we can't repeat the headline. I gotta read it myself actually. So I can't repeat this, but I can repeat the general story or the general claim though. There's a claim out there by somebody that an F-22 shot down or a U.S. carrier sunk by a submarine. And something else. And also, by the way, that claim is not true. Whoever made that claim, it's not true.
There's a lot of people making claims out there recently. I gotta say, a lot of them are incredibly dubious, and when you kind of, like, I'm not saying that about that specific one in that mention there, and we're not mentioning their name for that purpose, but whenever you hear something like that, that's like outlandish, like, oh my god, there's 50 F-22s that got shot down, look at the funding trail for whoever just said that, because it's highly likely that there's some money that traces back to Russia or China in 9 out of 10 of those cases. I'm just saying, like, that usually is the case. Like, it's always funny to me how a lot of people who are, you know, ex-American military members that usually say stuff like America's getting curb stomped. Funnily enough, they always work for some companies that sound something along the lines of Russia is around today or something, you know, like something along those lines. A little bit interesting with that. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have an 11 from Point of Guinness. He said, hi guys, and why not buy yourself a pack of Orbeos to snack on? I hear that there's a snack of choice at Area 51.
Huh. I haven't heard of that, but maybe we'll see about it. You say serious support, and we're on to the next one.
I heard a snack of choice at Area 51's called it's called a charbroil waste pile. Also, by the way, it's kind of a dark joke actually. So I didn't, you know, it's like hopefully those people get justice one day. Like, all jokes aside, but you know, yeah, some things happening out there, some things happening. But anyways, jumping into our next one here. This one goes to Pookie, who puts in a 10. They said, "Let's go, Enforcer Bros."
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Robert Krogan, who puts in a 10. And thank you, Robert, for that support. He said, how much PIL is in the strategic reserve. And can we cut costs using some of that gas prices?
Unfortunately, I'd have to declare ignorance on that at the moment. I don't know enough about that situation to be able to talk about it, but I do thank you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Alex, who said, is it true that Iran is only allowing Chinese ships through the Strait of Hormuz?
No, they're actually not allowing anyone's ships through the Strait of Hormuz except for their own. So big thanks to you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Sly, who said, thank goodness for some real news, and you're appreciated, enforcers.
And thank you so much for enjoying it, and thank you for the support. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Hot Pink Stickers, who said, a side question, since you two seem savvy. Let's see here. What does this mean? I feel like this is going to get me had if I read this off. Do you see this, by the way? What is this reference?
I don't know, actually. I do thank you for the support, though. Hot Pink Stickers, and help with this channel to keep running, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from John Ferrario yet again. He said, in y'all's estimation, will the U.S. and or Israel, plus a couple of others, put troops in Iran after the bombing is essentially complete? And thanks.
I think there's a fairly high likelihood. It's just that I don't know the scope at which that'll be conducted at. But a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Straight Edge Soldier, who said, the other thing working against the Kurdish invasion theory is that a civil war would be a bad idea with the unknown location of the nuclear materials.
That's true. We generally think they're in Isfahan, but that is somewhat true. If they aren't in Isfahan and they're elsewhere, that could be a little questionable, and who knows what could happen to it. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does just that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Kenny, and Kenny said, thank you for the up-to-date news, LSA, and he said, praise to the orb.
And a big thanks to you for the support. Long live the Lee Spring Army, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Danny Hansen, who said, thanks for the coverage.
And thank you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we have a 10 from 1217 Inferno, who said, do you think there is more urgency to Iran's nuclear weapon threat capability than the governments are telling us?
Not necessarily. Like, it's going to be an issue at some point in the future if we hadn't dealt with it, so we might as well have dealt with it now, and that's really the approach that was taken. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope it does just well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, real quick, BG Jones put in it too, and so there's a flight of 5 tankers over Jordan. That's just a shift change. They're rotating, by the way. We saw that last night. We mistook it for possibly something major happening, but it's just simply a rotation. They're refilled the tankers, and they're switching out with the ones that were already airborne. So nothing too crazy. We also have a 10 from Donald Kaus. He said, I just wanted to say, great job, guys. Keep it up. I'm also glad to have a side of Khamenei with my Putin on the Ritz. Also, the Orbs take a question from the chat.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you so much for wanting us to keep it up. And we will take one from the chat. What do we got, Matthew?
The one from the chat goes to IC86, who said, did Russia and or China give Iran intel on location of American nukes?
No. I mean, they generally would have known that because it's generally publicly claimed. Like, everybody knew that there was nuclear weapons at Incirlik. Incirlik. That's why we said it on air, because we already knew about that publicly. Like Incirlik. Yeah, but anyways, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Nick, who puts in a 10. He said, U.S. spy planes making secret landing in Western Australia, refusing to comment on the reasoning. Now, Australia has changed their posture a little bit. It looks like Australia might get involved in the situation, and I think Australia might also be providing some possible assistance in the future, but I don't think it's been formally announced yet. But Enforcer, what say you?
I haven't heard of that myself either at the moment. I'm not really sure on that at the moment, so I'd have to declare ignorance rather than unfortunate. You want to see the Australian Special Forces, man? You want to see what they look like? Look at them.
Yeah, what do they look like? Huh.
They got that Dia de los Muertos.
What's up with their face?
Like, what's up with their face, yo? Like, but in all
man,
jokes aside, this is what they really
kind of like a, yeah, that's kind of like a cartel thing, and like that whole face paint thing with that.
Kind of, but this guy's goggles are very small. This guy's are like normally sized. This guy has smaller ones.
What about the guys in the back?
Oh, they ran out of budget. They said black paint only, nothing else. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold up.
Yeah, I'm not really sure about that. I'm not sure if they put much thought into this.
If any of them run for a political career in the future, this picture is going to come up, Like, I just thought about that right now.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure about that.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, what about Canadian Special Forces, you know? Ah, they just look like our guys, basically. You know, we should have expected that. You know, we're all basically the same in Canada and the United States. Let's think of another. Let's see, what is a country that you could think of off the top of your head, man? The US Special Forces group that would be interesting to look at.
New Zealand.
Yeah, that would be an interesting group. Kind of like ours, really.
Dang, that dude up in the front, though, he looks like he's been out there in the field for a minute.
And he looks like he got busted up. I mean, he's got some blood on his cheek right there. Interesting. Honestly, all of the English-speaking countries, all of our special forces kind of look the same, really, you know? Oh, Mexico. How about Mexican special forces? How about them?
Aha. They have, like, the Russian-type airsoft gear on.
I'm not gonna lie. Why do they look like dystopian peacekeepers from, like, the Hunger Games, though?
They kind of got to be a little bit. They kind of got to be. It's kind of like the Hunger Games down there in Mexico.
I mean, honestly, the Mexican Special Forces do look pretty cool, though. I'm not gonna lie. Like, they actually got, like, kind of a cool thing going on. I would say, though, that, like, the Danish and Dutch Special Forces and countries like that, I think they kind of have everyone beat on style points, even America. Like, they got the Riz, really. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a super chat from Donald Kaus once again, who put in a 10. He said, Enforcer, since you have so much time, are you doing a gaming channel again? I think you used to watch Tarkov or something.
I never played Tarkov, actually, on YouTube. I do thank you for the support and helping the channel to keep it running. I have been playing Tarkov like a little bit recently, but that's really only when I have free time, and free time is incredibly sparse these days, even still right now. So huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does just that well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Edna Mode, who said, keep up the good work, gents.
And thank you so much for the support, and we will keep up the good work. And so a big thanks to you once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 10 from Dave Federson. He said, please address implications of the new number station. Thanks again for the ultra-accurate, informative, and excellent news, Javid Shah and LSA. And also, I have a feeling that Andrew might not have heard about that. I don't think he has, but I have generally heard about the whole number station thing. Basically, for everybody else that does not know, there are number stations that are always, they're inactive for a lot of the time. The most famous number stations, by the way, are the old Soviet ones that the Russian Federation still operates. And you'll hear, like, for example, like randomly there'll be numbers playing. Sometimes they play like some orchestra music or something like that on there as well, like the Swan Lake song and stuff like that. It's believed to be some method of communication with agents around the world that work for that country. That could be sleeper agents. It could be something of that nature. So nobody really knows for certain, but there are new number stations that are broadcasting out of the blue that some people believe could be sending messages to Iranian sleeper agents, but there's no proof of that with definitive natures. But Enforcer, what say you?
I mean, I think Matthew described that way better than me. Number stations generally aren't something I pay much attention to because they're just there and nobody knows what they're saying or what they're communicating, and so there's not really a lot to research there. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that it's just that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
It's really interesting with that stuff. There's like these one-time decoding pads that you can use like to communicate with systems like that they found like in the past. It's a whole complex thing, like with that whole communication system. It's honestly pretty fascinating to me. It's that spycraft type stuff, but I'm not really sure if that's what it's actually for. Like nobody really knows. I'm sure somebody does, but we don't. Our next one here goes to none other than Seoul, who put in a 10 and said, the Russian buildup feel like maybe when someone asked the MMA fighter, wait a second. I don't know about this one. I think I'm going to pass on this. I don't know which MMA fighter said that, but that's wild. And Enforcer, what say you?
I mean, that's a wild one right there. I do think of his support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a $10 super chat from, let me scroll back up to the spreadsheet again. This one goes to George Vancouver. He said, what new weaponry and tech do you think we can expect from the USA to be introduced in Iran?
Generally, I wouldn't know off the top of my head because really everything's up on the table, but we don't know what's going to be used at the end of it all. So unfortunately, I'd have to declare ignorance on that at the moment. But I do thank you for support. I hope that it's just that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Yenya Tolls once again. He said the Supreme Secretary of State.
Oh, the Supreme. That's like with a little logo like thing on it. But a big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $10 support. Also, by the way, can you read the next one off so I can get this super chat written in here? I keep trying to scroll down to get it, and I can't.
We got a 10 from Anup. Let's see, from Anup, who said, would a ground war in Iran be a disaster or a success for the U.S., or how would it be? Generally, a ground war would only happen once we've completely wiped out the Iranians, basically in every way, so it'd basically be mopping up whatever remained conventionally, and that part would go easy. It would be the occupation afterwards and the insurgent actions that could follow. That would be the risky part. So big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And we also have a 10 from Chameleon VR4, who said, check out chat quick. This is an article about a U.S. military woman who realized the drone threat years ago. I'll put it in the chat now when you read this. LSA for life. And we have generally been talking about the drone threat ever since the beginning of the war in Ukraine as well, but really heavily on for U.S. purposes a couple of years back, because it clearly was going to be an imminent and existent threat to the United States. So a big thanks to you for the support.
I know who he's talking about. By the way, I think she works with Intel. I don't think she was in the military. I think she was in Intel. She was with the CIA for a while, if I have the right person.
Oh yeah, those CIA people. Yeah, those CIA people shoving hummus up there. But anyway, so we're on to the next.
This one goes to Crazy Kid once again. They said Iran's been planning this for years. The sleeper cells are probably here.
I mean, there's actually sleeper cells from every country here. There's some from Russia, some from Iran, some from China. There's even North Korean sleeper cells in America, if y'all don't know. There's actually people who will do a little bit of North Korea's bidding on American soil to some extent. That was found out when the Vice people, remember that, Matthew? They went and tried to deal with the North Korean, labor camp thing in Siberia, and then the North Koreans showed up, from the embassy at the studio in California, It's like...
It's like there is no North Korean embassy in the United States. So if someone's knocking on your door and they're North Korean and they said, "Oh, hi, we're from the embassy," it's like, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Phoned their asses in. Like, that is going to be a national news story if they get arrested. It's like I would be calling up the police immediately. I'd be like, there are North Koreans outside of my door. They say they're from the embassy. There is no embassy. I need y'all down here right now. Like, y'all need to detain these people. They're illegally in the United States. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Kenny. He said, would Turkey respond if the Kurds got involved with Iran and praised the orb?
And thank you so much for the support. And I would say, maybe, but probably not. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that addressed that well. And we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10. That was a very unfortunate slip up there. I did not mean to call the Kurds the Turks. So, sorry about that. No offense to the Kurds. But we also have a 10 from Savage Salem, who said, if you're wanting to see Aussie forces, look up the SASR. Cheers for the live coverage, lads, from Australia.
And let's take a look at the SASR. This is from Australia. Let's take a look at these guys. What do they look like in the modern day and age? I'm trying to get a picture of them. Ooh, they have a cool little... Oh, dude, they have a cool little vehicle. Yo, that thing is sick. Look at this thing.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting right there. It looks like that thing that Top Gear built that one time that they were driving around. It's like the mud car.
Yeah, look, it's got smoke grenade launchers on the grill, too.
And this is Australia. This is definitely Australian right here. So this thing looks like it's about to go take down like an elephant or something.
Do you come from the land down under? But anyways, let's get to their uniforms. Actually, they don't have a lot of pictures of their uniforms or equipment. They have a lot written about them. Here's a picture of 2 SASR recipients of the Victoria Cross for Australia, which is really nice to see. Very valiant actions, I'd assume, from them for sure. But sadly, we just don't really have a lot of modern pictures of the fellas, at least in any combat loadouts. I wish we did. I would love to show it off and talk about it for a second. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Chris Feilbach. He said, that's it. I'm starting an AI company called Orb to defeat Grok. Grok means to understand something intuitively.
And I thank you for the support and best of luck to you. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Silence, who said, you think MIC's focus on expensive proprietary munitions is holding the U.S. back? And can new age defense contractors like Anduril fix this with weapons produced in car factories like World War II?
Yes, I think that generally is the problem, is that everyone keeps on looking at it as, we need to produce artisanal batches of hundreds of systems. It's like, no. It's like drone warfare is mass production, like it's for a consumer base. Like, we need to produce millions of them at incredibly cheap prices that are economically competitive. That is the answer to drone warfare. Not 3D printing, injection molding. Like the whole idea about drone warfare in America is, it needs to be flipped onto its head like it has been in Ukraine. That's the way to do it. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Luke Stewart, who puts in an 8. He said, I'm just wondering, I've been seeing conflicting reports that some Kurds attacked Iran. What is it true, and what's your opinion?
It doesn't appear to be true. Every account, even from the Kurds, said that they didn't do that today, so it didn't appear to happen. So a big thanks to you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Oblivion, who said, would China potentially seek to capitalize on a fallen Iran regime via their deep entanglements with Saudi Arabia and Pakistan, enhancing its co-opting of these two countries? Or what do you think?
There's a possibility there, but generally the Chinese seem to be staying out of this because the United States is around, and they generally don't want to create a direct confrontation with the United States in most instances, unless if it's about Taiwan. But a big thanks to you for the support. I'll address that well, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from John Smith. He said, here comes the orb.
Hey, and here comes the orb indeed. And a big thanks to you once again for support. We're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Seth Jensen. He said, keep up the good work, lads. And I'm glad I found the channel a bit over a year ago, and by far my favorite source of news on global events.
Thank you so much for the kind words, and we're always happy to be everyone's primary source of news on world events. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Lizard, like lizard. Everybody's on a 5. He said, is it an attack on Turkey or is it an attack on the Americans? And would they invoke Article 5 if it was deemed to be an attack on the Americans?
It's an attack against them both, because if you shot at a U.S. soldier in Poland, not only did you just shoot at a U.S. soldier, but you shot at a U.S. soldier in Poland. So not only are you directly harming a U.S. soldier at that point, you're also violating the sovereignty of the nation of Poland as well. So then there's 2 points that could be brought up, one by the United States and one by the Poles. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least with that sort of hypothetical. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from True Dreamer, who said, we got Ayatollah Rubio for GTA 6.
We're getting everything before GTA 6. I think we're going to get the end of the world before GTA 6. But a big thanks to you for the support. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Coas, who said, guys, I'm a Turk. We Turks don't want war. Why USA is ruled by a small state? Turkey's not exactly what you'd call a free state, my friend. I'm just saying, Turkey and their elections. Come on. If we're being honest here, I don't get into politics. We don't do that. But if we're talking about the USA having problems politically, Turkey, there's not much room to talk there, buddy. But Enforcer, what say you?
Didn't y'all have a military coup like 8 years ago in Turkey? Being honest. It's like, is that really democratic? Are you the one running the country, or is it the military running the country? Which one is it? But outside of that, though, those sorts of claims are bogus. I'm not even going to get into dispelling it. We've done that a million times. The Israelis do whatever the hell the Israelis do. That's not our problem. But if our interests align with going and bombing Iran and those things align, then that is what it is. But generally, the Israelis' interests are a lot different than ours in the Middle East, and you can tell, because that's how it is. So with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Data Relay, who said for cranberry sauce.
And I got to thank you so much for support for the cranberry sauce. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Boycott China, who did not leave a comment on that one, but thank you very much for the support. We also have a 5 from Misfit, who said, been so backlogged on watching the stream because of the construction work. Finally caught up today and on the timeline. And cheers from Southern California.
And a big cheers to Southern California, and a good thing to hear that you caught up. And so a big thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Boycott China yet again, who said if Turkey had removed Erdogan in 2016, as they tried, less issues today, but they let some other situations happen.
Yeah, that's true. That Turkish viewer there, it seems to kind of have overlooked that whole thing. But with that, a big thanks to your support. We're on the next one.
You remember when they brought Erdogan to the White House like a short while back or something like that, and they were talking about elections?
He knows about rigging elections, doesn't he?
Oh man, I'm not saying that he rigged the election. Like I'm not saying that. I'm talking about Turkey, but I mean that was pretty bold to say something like that right to his face. Literally sitting in the White House like that. That was pretty crazy. I'm not sure. Like that's up to the audience if there's some truth to it or not. Though, but
I gotta say though, it is kind of funny though that a Turkish viewer would sit there and go, why are you being leashed around by the Israelis? Why are you a dog of the Israelis? It's like, well, why in the hell do we keep letting Turkey get away with so much shit and we don't bring the hammer down on y'all in Turkey? Like, truth be told, it's like as much as Israel does whatever the hell it wants, regardless of America's interest, Turkey is literally pot calling the kettle black in that instance. I mean, we ought to bring the hammer down in some instances on both Israel and Turkey for different reasons that are fairly similar. I mean, if we're being honest here, I mean, like, come on, like Turkey is just a dead, steadfast ally of the United States. Come on, they'll sell out a U.S. for a hot meal tomorrow. I mean, like, it's like, let's be honest, like the Turks are not the greatest NATO ally we've seen in recent times. Like even before the current administration came around and started to kind of flip things on its head a lot more than it already had been. But with that, we are on to the next one.
we also have a 5 from Kishan, who said, "Hey, Enforcers, big fan here, and we have 3 Seawolves in the fleet: Seawolf, Connecticut, and Jimmy Carter."
And I love the Seawolves. The Seawolves are so cool. Like, I mean, man, they're so cool. I love the Seawolves. Look at them. There was actually 29 of these planned, and they canceled 26 of them, so we only ended up with 3. But I mean, they're so damn cool. Look at them. We should have completely replaced the Los Angeles class if we were not talking about budgeting concerns. We should have just replaced them all with Seawolves. But sadly, we only just got the 3. But it's the 3 most excellent nuclear-powered attack submarines anyone has in the world. I mean, like, truly eking it out, even compared to our allies, to be the best. But a huge thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. With that, we are on to the next one.
This one goes to Sean once again, who puts in a 5. He said, "Also, Mark 48 torpedoes are a hell of a weapon. I work with them constantly."
And that's true. I mean, like, I haven't worked with the Mark 48, but I've read about Mark 48s, and Mark 48s are really something. So a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope this addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Naomi Mod, who said, "These torpedoes are designed to lift up the ship and break the back."
And that is true. Lift the ship and break the back. but anyway, so that we're on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from A Grain of Salt, who said, "Titanic 2, the Iranic." That's a good one. They said, "I'm supreme leader of the world, and I think I'm funny anyways. God bless you guys, and thanks for the hard work."
No, you are funny. You really are funny. That was actually a pretty good one right there. And I got to thank you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Pizza Friday Don, who said they were on a 3-hour tour.
That's a pretty good one. And a big thanks for your support. We're on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Shauna, who said, "Smash that like button to help support the channel."
Yes, please do, folks. Please do. We've gotten up to 9,000 likes on the stream. So if you hit the like button, it gets up a little bit higher. It's nice. And so big thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Gregory, who said the USA spends $1 trillion a year. $1 billion a day is 1/3 of our budget, which coincides with 1/3 of the military in the Middle East currently.
And that is
$1 billion a day being 1/3 of our budget. I'm not sure if that math checks out.
Yeah, it does actually. It does actually. Like, as far as like on the day to day. Like it's actually, because we spend $1 trillion a year, that then breaks down to about roughly $3 billion a day for the military, and then $1 billion.
You said $1 billion a day.
Yeah, $1 billion a day. The total military budget, it's about 100 trillion. Divide that over about 300 and so days in a year. It's about $3 billion a day. The cost of the war right now in the Middle East is about $1 billion a day, so that means it's about 1/3 of the military budget, which then means, considering that we have about I believe it's like a quarter, well, more than like 1/3 of the Navy and a quarter of the Air Force in the area right now, it kind of averages out to actually be about 1/3 of the military budget every day for about 1/3 of the forces to be over there. So I mean, it's not too much of a cost. But it is the cost of war. That's what we say. But a big thanks to you for support and helping the channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $5 support from Ghost Face, who said reports are coming out of an F-15 shot down in Iran earlier today. Both pilots were recovered and safe. And also, by the way, I saw that report, but there's nothing to corroborate it. Right now, it's simply someone on Twitter saying it, and we have not seen anything to back that up. But Enforcer, what say you?
I haven't been able to see confirmation of that at all. I mean, the only thing we saw today was a Yak 130 get obliterated over Tehran. But I haven't seen anything else to get shot down, and CENTCOM hasn't made an announcement on that yet, which they would, because they've made an announcement on everything else so far, so why wouldn't they do it on that one? So I thank you for the support. I hope that it's just that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Cody Austin, who said, great work. In question, has Russia responded to Poland saying they plan on getting nukes and would be shocked if they haven't started screaming at everyone?
Actually, we haven't heard anything from them yet, so they're kind of just sitting around at this moment on that and just kind of letting it simmer, I suppose. But a big thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Dan Brooks, who said, could it be that we are burning through old-style kinetic weapons before whipping out something new?
And no, like a lot of people always like to make things connect, but in reality, the new weapons are here, but they still have to be produced that are new. And we don't have to we don't have to move everything out of the way and say like the ammunition storage to get to the good stuff. We could just use that right now. So generally, I would say no, at least in my opinion. So I do thank you for supporting, helping the channel to keep running. With that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Oblivion once again, who said, which country in the Middle East is our best strategic partner and power broker, excluding, say, Israel and Turkey and the Kurdish peoples, and who's most important now?
The Saudis. No,
the Saudis?
Yeah, the Saudis are probably the more important one that we have, excluding Israel, Turkey, and the Kurds.
Would Pakistan be considered in that group, or would Pakistan be on the outer edge?
Pakistan's more so like a Central Asian sort of a thing, not really like Middle Eastern. So they don't really count, at least to me right now.
They kind of like butt up to Iran a little bit. So I mean, they're kind of like in a weird spot. I can kind of see either way, actually.
Yeah, but so does Afghanistan. We don't really consider Afghanistan to be Middle Eastern. It's more Central Asian.
Yeah, probably so. But I mean, if Pakistan was included in that group, I would say probably Pakistan.
If we're including Pakistan, I'd actually still say Saudi Arabia. But if we're talking about the wider area, Pakistan probably would be the more important one. But I don't think Pakistan allows us to base our forces in their country like we do out of Saudi Arabia, from what I know. So I would still say that because Saudi Arabia allows us to base really whatever we want in their country in the Middle East, I would still say that Saudi Arabia, at least for our concerns, ekes out the #1 spot as the most important ally that we would have in the Middle East. Also, even if you threw Israel in the mix, I'd still say that. It's like when in the world did the Israelis ever allow us to base our forces out of Israel? Literally right before this war, and that was it. For the past 70 years, they never allowed it once. How many times have the Saudis allowed us to base our forces inside of their country? For the past 60 years, they've basically allowed us unlimited access. So, it's like, which one has ended up paying off more over time? Well, the Saudis have, really. And honestly, I would say that the Qataris, the Bahrainians, the Kuwaitis, they're all within the same group as the Saudis, because they basically allow us to do whatever we want in the region without really batting too much of an eye. And I mean, they even saved our soldiers' lives today down in Qatar. I mean, that was a pretty impressive thing in itself. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Sam, who said, does the United States possess the same tsunami bomb technology as Russia, and the torpedoes have been pretty effective?
We don't have nuclear torpedoes like the Belgorod-class submarine. We don't have those, but we generally wouldn't need them because we have normal conventional nuclear weapons that would be able to do a decent amount of damage nonetheless. So big thanks to you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Wasteland Cowboy, who said, couldn't the phalanx system target drones more cost effectively? As referring to the CRAM.
The CRAM or the phalanx is actually pretty expensive. And let me go pull up the phalanx system. That's the Army's version of the close-in weapon system. And
I think it's the manufacturer.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think a phalanx is the manufacturer, I believe.
Let me see here. Actually, it's designed and manufactured by General Dynamics Corporation and later a part of Raytheon. So it's just the name of the system. Here's one of them. And the answer to that is no. These are actually wildly expensive systems. I believe that these things cost about $250 million to $500 million a unit, depending on the batch that they're made in. And also the cost of the munitions fired per second is incredibly high. So generally, you're basically replacing, say, like an AIM-9X with just a slew, like an endless stream of bullets being fired in the air. And generally, it's so expensive at that point, both the system per unit and also the ammunition to go with it, that it generally is not cost effective. It becomes wildly expensive. So with that, I hope that I've addressed it the best I can. Let me see if I can find y'all the unit price here. I'll just have to say 250 million to 500 million. That's what I've heard before. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I think it might be time to enact a super chat cutoff, or I think we're going to keep extending how long we're on the air at this point.
I think we need to just lock in, honestly, like get through these quick. Like we need to speed up the speed at which we're talking and just knock these out. I think we can do it without doing the super chat cutoff, because I hate doing it because people always throw them in afterwards and then we don't answer them, and I don't like when people like start like getting their feelings hurt because they didn't know that there was a cutoff in effect. So we're just going to speed up and hopefully knock these things out. So with that, we're on to the next one.
Our next one goes to Overlord, who puts in a 5 and said the U.S. failure to adapt to modern warfare is one of the main reasons that another YouTuber said, well, over a year ago, that we will lose the war with Iran.
Well, like we're not losing the war, but there's definitely a failing here, like a weakness that we have, which is defenses against drones that we need to work on in the future. But having a singular weakness doesn't mean that we're going to lose the war entirely, because while Iran does have a little bit of an edge on us on drone warfare, they literally don't have an edge on us in anything else, even by any close margin. So with that, we're on to the next one.
And a big shout out to Dustin Wayne, who put in a 5. And thank you, Dustin, for that support. We also have a 5 from Alex, who said, why did the Houthis didn't join the war?
And they didn't join. Well, actually, they kind of did a little bit, but they haven't joined because they're probably scared of getting bombed into oblivion. So big thanks to you for the support. I hope this goes well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Job, who said, what's your opinions on the threat of Pickaxe Mountain?
I would say that the threat of Pickaxe Mountain is fairly significant, and we should see that that facility is somehow rendered inoperable for the foreseeable future until we can deal with it permanently. So big thanks to you for the support. I hope that this goes well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Dead Dawn, who said, how close is Diego Garcia to the frigate?
Diego Garcia was about 1,000 miles away, I believe, so it was still a pretty good distance away. So I hope that it addressed that well, and we're on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Gary, who said that these happen more than reported. I live in Alaska.
And that is true, actually. You are absolutely correct on that, Gary. And a big thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from George, who says, it's time to update the YouTube description to include the Iran, USA, and Israel war.
It really needs to be changing to global news, honestly, because I think we've had Russia, Ukraine in our description for an incredibly long time. We've moved into everything at this point. A huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also a shout out to Crazy Kid, who put in a 5. He said, not much talk on sleeper cells, but get the thought out there. You gotta be vigilant in this situation. And much love.
And thank you so much for the support, and I definitely agree. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Reborn, who said, about Pahlavi, check Iran Prosperity Project. Everything's documented there real clear.
And I thank you so much for the support, and I'll take a look at that. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Joshua. He said, most pepperoncini peppers come from Turkey. And with the recent outbreaks, if we're covering the impact, this will have on pizza enough.
Maybe. We'll have to see. But a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5. Also, by the way, like, do you want me to handle like a few of them and then maybe you jump back in to like handle a few of them?
Yeah, I can just start and like knocking them out. As long as you manage the spreadsheet, I can knock them out because we got to get some speed, man. We got to get some speed here. Big thanks to, by the way, the 3D Django Jones who threw in a 2. A huge thanks to you. Threw in support without a comment, but we're still massively appreciative. Moving on from that, we also have a 5 from Daniel Hammond who said, always wanted to know what does the Morse code mean in the beginning of the show. It's actually a specialized message most of the time, each and every single day that we use. So it's actually special each and every single night. So big thanks to you for support. We also have a 5 from Ryan H on Orbs who said, Danish frogmen look like Thelonious from Shrek. I mean, kind of, but I mean, that's they're really cool, though, in my opinion. Big thanks to you once again, though. And we also have a 5 from Spook A, who said, you asked the other night, yes, I'm in Coosa County, Alabama. I spent years on the radio. You guys have it. You will go far if you keep up. And a big thanks for the kind words. Also really cool to hear that you were nearby in our neck of the woods at some point in our lives. We also have a 5 from Star, who said, out of curiosity, how are you guys verifying the info you put out? With a lot being open source info, how do you filter out what is credible and not? Generally, we have some background knowledge, and we're also not like conspiracy theorists like tinfoil loonies. That's really one of the best ways to know good resourced intel, because if someone says, oh my god, Iran just like wiped out the White House, it's like, well, if you can get on a live camera and see the White House is still there, that didn't happen. It's like, or the nuclear bombers aren't flying every day to kill everyone. You'd have to be like a schizo to believe that. So generally that helps it a lot. And also we've really curated our sources over the years, and whenever we've proven that something was just blatantly untrue, we usually remove that person or that account as a reliable source of intel. So with that, I hope that I've addressed that the best I can, and big thanks to you for the support. We also have a 5 from Taoist Auditor who said, World War II Imperial Japanese aircraft carrier I-400, impressive, 3 planes. And it is pretty impressive. It's a pretty neat little system right there. And so Big thanks to you once again. And we also have a 4 from Hoodoo, Texas, who said the occupation of Iran is inevitable. Price of oil is going to go up. Will it help Russia? Kind of a little bit, but it won't stop the inevitable. It'll only prolong it. Big thanks to you once again, though, for the support. We also get a 3 from Boycott China, who said they got the prop, and another 3 where he said maybe there were 3 Iranian naval escape pods. I mean, maybe it's possible. Big thanks to you for the support, though. We also got a 3 from Yossi without a comment, and also a 2 from Mark Maston without a comment as well. I got to thank each of y'all for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. We also got a 2 from Tutsumonchi, who said, is it true that we're live at Grok? I don't know. Grok, is that true? But with that, we're on to the next one. We also got a 2 from Joey, who said, North Korea possibly sending missiles and aid, possibly. Maybe, but it's going to be hard to get it into Iran at this point, considering that their airspace is shut down and really nothing could get in or get out at this moment. We also got a 2 from Ronald McDonald, who said, Turkey is mad AF. CIA giving guns to the Kurds. And they don't like whenever the Kurds get guns. They really don't. Big thanks to you for the support, though, and help this channel keep running. Gary Wassel also said, E6 Mercury over North Atlantic heading east. And thank you so much for the $2 support, by the way, Gary. And that is true. It is currently outbound to Europe at the moment. We also got a 2 from Brandon Clark, who said, this is the 3rd submarine kill since World War II. And that is correct, but it is for the first for the US Navy since the end of the Second World War. We also got a 2 from Prestige, who said, in you guys' opinion, how long will this last? I think a couple of months at this point. Big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that the best I can. And we also got a 2 from Mike W., who said, whatever happened to the missing U.S. spy plane? I haven't heard about that, so I unfortunately have to declare ignorance. So big thanks to you for the support. We also get a 2 from Danielle, who said, thanks for all you do. Keep up the stellar work, USA. And thank you so much for the kind words, and we will. Long live the Republic. We also get a 2 from Bruce Lee, who said, Iran's stuff must be junk if Russia version is better. Yeah, you know it. Big thanks to your support. We also got a 2 from Workman, who said, the U.S. deployed special forces with the Kurds. I haven't heard really a lot about that at the moment, so I'd have to declare ignorance. But I do thank you for the support. We also got a 2 from Dennis without a comment. The big thanks to you as well for the support and help this channel to keep it running. And we also have a 2 from Trippy Date, who said F-15 down, Iran CSAR successfully by OSINT Defender. And I have not heard about that still. We're trying to look into that, but I haven't been able to get that myself. So I hope that does address it the best I can. And in the meantime, we also have let's see here, a couple of more super chats that have come in the meantime that I didn't see in the spreadsheet. So we got a 2 from DL Observer, who said, beep bop boop, into all wars. And well, that's really unrealistic, but big thanks to you for support. We also got a 25 dinar from the United Arab Emirates from Lidon, who said, can you talk about the different ways to intercept drones, and what about the new tech still in development the USA is bringing for drone interception? There's missile-based interception, laser-based interception, and gun-based interception. Gun-based interception is proven to be the most efficient out of the 3 systems, so a big thanks to your support. We also got a 10 from Savage Salem, who said, the UK not wanting to let US B1 and B2s and Diego Garcia is disgraceful. Well, that's actually changed effective today. Time to bring them to Australia. Australia could give the US one of the RAF bases, their bases in Curtin or Laremont. Actually, they did allow us to base as of today, so luckily we were able to avoid that situation. So a big thanks to you for support. I hope that it's addressed that well. And we also got a 20 from Pretzel's Garage, who said, another great stream. Any thoughts on when Russia could respond with Poland's nuclear umbrella? LSA. And that could probably be within the next few days, but I have a feeling that that's probably not going to be all too pressing for the Russians right now, but it will allow them to make a pressing situation out of that later on in the future. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again for support and help this channel keep running. I hope that it's addressed that well. And we also got a 279 from Dr. Dre 6. A big thanks to you as well. You threw in no comment, but we still are thankful for that nonetheless. We also were able to see a 2 from Robin, who said, check out Marcos of India. And thank you so much for support, and I'll have to try and look into that at some point in the future. We also get a 2 from Dan Brooks, who said, please refer to the Yak as the 72V Express. I mean, we could. Big thanks to you for the support. We also get a 2 from DL Observer, who said, actually, we already covered that one. We got a 1 from Lowell, who said, can you talk about the different ways to intercept drones? And what about the new tech still in development? USA is bringing in for drone interception. I believe we actually covered that one as well. We also got a 1 from Vesper, who said, did you guys see what happened to Marine Corps veteran so-and-so? It's disrespectful treatment of our veterans, but what's different? God bless their soldiers and veterans. I actually haven't heard about that at the moment. I have to declare ignorance, and I'll have to look into that a little bit more. And we also have the 2 from Dr. Dre without a comment. A big thanks to each and every single one of y'all for helping this channel to keep on running. And with that in mind, folks, we actually have a 5 from Canadian Gulfstream, who said, for the conversation from earlier, adjusted for inflation, World War II costs $4 billion per day for reference. And a big thanks to your support and sharing that. And Dr. Dre also threw in another 279 Canadian and said, I'm done with forgot comments. B-21 in Iran. We don't know if the B-21 is serviceable yet, and we generally don't believe it is. We believe it's still in the prototyping and testing phases at the moment. So a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel keep running. I hope that does address that well. And with that in mind, folks, we've reached the end of our Super Chat segment. It's time for us to move on into our live chat segment. Sadly, due to significant timer constraints and the fact that the stream is now over 4 hours long, we'll be gathering 3 live chat questions, hopefully keeping up the speed and tempo in which we were able to get the questions, answer them, and then start working on rounding this thing on out. And so with that in mind, Matthew, move us on into our third to last question of the night.
All right, and also, by the way, a big shout out to Bruce Lee, by the way, for putting in a 2, and we appreciate that. We also have a live chat question from AF Kaplan. He said, what naval assets does Iran have left at this point in the Strait of Hormuz?
It's not a significant amount of them. It's generally smaller vessels of the minesweeper type, or midget subs, and such things as that generally will not pose a significant threat to the United States Navy, but would pose a significant threat to commercial shipping within the area. I hope that does address that well. And we also just got a $2, well, actually a €2.50 donation, or super chat from Bastio9, who said, just moved to Batumi. What do you think on the risks? And unfortunately, I wouldn't know at the moment. I would have to do an individual risk assessment on that, and still, you really wouldn't be able to take that to the bank because that's on our best analysis from thousands of miles away. But a huge thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on the second to last question of the night.
And also, we have a 2 from True Dreamer. He said Iran claimed they have enough material for 11 nukes, and that's not true. They only have enough for about 4 or 5. They have about 800 kilograms. So unless they're planning on making some really, really light yields, then it's not for 11. But thank you for that support. We also have a 2 from Kendrick. He said, do you think Iran fired at Turkey to try to incite Article 5 to drag Russia and China into this?
Not really, because Russia and China would definitely back off if that happened, because now you got the US, a nuclear armed power, Britain, a nuclear armed power, and France, a nuclear armed power, all in one war. They wouldn't want to hop in on that. That's losing odds at that point right there. And even on the conventional side, they wouldn't stand a chance. So a huge thanks to you for the support. Oh, that addressed that well. And with that, we are on and into the final question of the night. And so who was the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And this one goes to Army Doc, who said, why on earth, when Iran is under attack, would one of its warships be so far away in Sri Lanka? What the hell am I doing? Sri Lanka, excuse me.
Sierra, Romeo, India, Lima, Alpha, November,
SRI Lanka.
Sri Lanka. Like, it was an expeditionary sort of a thing. It was like everyone kind of sends their stupid little boats, like Russia does, around the world to just do stupid stuff basically and just show up and be like, hey, we're here. So that's what they were doing, and they were trying to get back to Iran when they got torped. So I hope that does answer that question well. And with that in mind, folks, I thank you all so much for watching tonight, and I hope that y'all have enjoyed our India, Romeo, Alpha, November news show, and also our India, Romeo, Alpha, Quebec show. We are incredibly honored and appreciative of so many of y'all being here with us over the course of this night, and we hope that we've been able to provide you all with a great and incredible amount of news once again. If y'all have enjoyed, please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there's anything massive that goes on tomorrow, we will run an emergency breaking news stream whenever that happens. But if there isn't, and it's just big news like usual, Enforcer Matt will be the one making that short war video. So with that, everyone, it's time for us to end. Good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Heram Slava, long live the East Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, a big shout out for the over 400,000 people that joined us tonight. Another whopping stream, and we will see you all tomorrow. Maybe on that short war video if there is enough news to cover, which I think that's a little bit redundant to say that at this point because we have so much news to cover, we can't cover it all. So there will almost certainly be a short war video, and maybe it might be a stream instead, depending on what happens. We'll have to see where this thing's going. But if there's something huge happening, we prefer to run a stream on that instead of doing a video. If it's a video, it's generally like big news, but it's not super urgent, so we'll have to see. But a huge shout out to everybody once again, and we will see you all tomorrow. And with that, of course, love Ukraine, Heram Slava, get some rest, and good night.